Chapter 80, 4 Men in 1. The next morning, Su Yang came to the cafe in advance and occupied a relatively secluded location. Then he sent the cafe's location to Lu Qing and Luo Lin respectively. It wasn't even 10 o'clock when Lu Shui rushed over. "Hubby, come, have a cup of coffee. This is the first time my husband has invited you to drink coffee in all these years," Su Yang said, picking up the coffee that he had already ordered for Lu Shui and handed it to her. Lu Shui smiled tenderly and shyly and hurriedly took it. Su Yang was right, the two of them had been married for so many years, this was indeed the first time they drank coffee together. She held the coffee and drank it in small sips, her eyes smiling, never leaving Su Yang's face. Crush on him in college. In a trance, suddenly the feeling of having a crush like before came back. Looking at his appearance, even if it is secretly looking at him yet, feel extremely happy. When he was happy she was happy, when he was unhappy she inexplicably followed the depression. Su Yang looked at her eyes full of smiles, reached out and pinched her cheeks. Time moved forward minute by minute. Time soon came to 10 o'clock. Tap tap tap. Yell, this is not Lu Shui, a period of time does not see, really again beautiful quite a lot. Before the person arrived in front of them, words floated over first. It turned out to be Lorraine coming over. Wearing a semi-transparent light-colored long dress, the pride of her figure was set off to the fullest. However, there was clearly a hint of indescribable jealousy in her voice. Nowadays, if Lu Shui and her stood together for comparison, they were obviously more dignified and radiant. Even in terms of body shape, Lu Shui was slightly more superior. When she was young, she didn't stand out at all, but as she grew older, she turned into an extremely beautiful woman. Lu Shui twisted her head a bit and saw Luo Lin with a glance. A hint of disgust was evident in her eyes. The dress was really flirty. It was almost like a pheasant. "Su Yang, why didn't you order coffee for me?" Luo Lin sat herself on the sofa opposite the duo with a clear hint of contempt in her eyes. "Order it yourself." Su Yang didn't even lift his head, just coldly returned. Lu Shui placed the leftover half cup of coffee on the table, then quietly leaned towards Su Yang. Su Yang reached out and then wrapped his hand around her shoulders. "Humph. Waiter." Lorraine flipped through the coffee list on the table and started ordering coffee. She ordered one for herself and one for the big boss. This was a good time for her to be attentive, and she naturally couldn't go wrong with this kind of detail. "Su Yang, you used to love me so much. In order to be able to touch my hand, you were able to go to me in the middle of the night. Now that you still have billions of dollars, you even bother with me for that little bit of money. Humph. You used to say that you love me. Is this how you love?" After Luo Lin finished ordering coffee, seeing that the big boss hadn't come over yet, she nonchalantly complained to Su Yang. In fact, she wasn't complaining at all. She was just deliberately humiliating her because of her jealousy towards Lu Shui. "Do you even fucking want to solve the problem?" Su Yang stood up in a mischievous manner, and his palm was out. Right now he wanted to slam her face. Those words just now not only humiliated him, but also humiliated Lu Shui. If it wasn't in this public place, he would have gotten down and smacked her. Looking at Su Yang's ferocious appearance, Luo Lin couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart. Her body also couldn't help but shrink back. If she dared to talk nonsense again, she would definitely get beaten up. "What's wrong, brother?" When Luo Lin seemed to be about to say something, Lu Qing happened to rush over as well. "Nothing. Big brother, you're here, come, sit down." When Luo Lin heard Lu Qing's voice, instantly her entire state changed. From her previous acerbic appearance, she immediately changed to dignified and elegant. Speaking was also gentle and elegant. A look of a lady of the house, extremely cultured. Cough cough cough. Lu Shui covered her mouth, and the coffee she drank into her belly almost flipped out. This former bosom friend is really a good actor, ah. Okay, thank you Sister Lorraine. Sister Lu Shui is also here, good. Brother Su Yang, did you call me for something? I'm planning to just travel later. Lu Qing looked at the two of them with a faint smile, then sat down next to Luo Lin. That look and posture, properly not an ordinary person. Big brother, I heard Su Yang say that you've been working on some big project recently, right? Lu Shui looked at Lu Qing with a smile and deliberately joked. This big brother of this family was really interesting. The two of them, him and Luo Lin, were both properly good actors. Just a little thing, where's the big project? Lu Qing smiled faintly at Lu Shui, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. This sister. Really, everyone is acting for fun. Big brother casually playing around with small things, for us, that can be all extraordinary big projects it. Luo Lin quietly leaned towards Lu Qing, the whole person almost sticking up. Her voice also breathed out a hint of pleasing flavor. Big brother, I'm actually looking for you today to admit a mistake with you. Su Yan waited for Luo Lin to finish speaking and reached out to take Lu Shui's shoulders again. In the past, I didn't treat Lu Shui too well, it was all my fault. From now on, I will treat her well, and will never let her suffer a single grievance again. Good job brother. Lu Qing smiled and nodded, directly extending his thumb. Men, there are all times when they make mistakes. Seeing that you two are now in such a good relationship, big brother is also relieved. Right big brother, there is another thing. In fact, I and Lorraine is just an ordinary alumni relationship, previously told you that I like her. That was all made up by me, cough cough cough. Su Yang said, his eyes directly looked at Luo Lin. Su Yan you hate. We are just ordinary friends relationship well, how can you make up rumors in front of big brother? Seeing this, Luo Lin immediately performed again. And took the opportunity to hold Lu Qing's arm. She couldn't help but get excited in her heart. Oh, this is the matter Lu Qing said with an indescribable smile in her eyes. Reaching out, he gently patted Luo Lin's small hand. It seemed to be suggesting something to her. Seems to be comforting her, also seems to be telling her own heart. Okay Lu brother, big brother knows, haha. Said, Lu Qing then brightly laughed. And he and Luo Lin's small hand also quietly held. Together. Chapter 81. From then on, 1 shot, 2 shots. Su Yang, since you said that you intentionally made it up, can you not talk nonsense in the future? Luo Lin held her big brother's hand and couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed like the big boss was really accepting her. Okay, then you return all the money you borrowed from me, I promise I won't say it again. Okay, no problem. Lorraine had actually printed out a contract-like statement in order to put an end to it forever. With that, she took it out in duplicate. Sign it, I'll return your money here. Luo Lin smiled and looked at Su Yang, and then twisted her head to look at Lu Qing. The voice was extremely gentle and completely unhurried. Su Yang had actually prepared a similar statement contract, only he saw that Luo Lin had actually prepared it as well, so he didn't take it out. He took the statement document handed over by Luo Lin and carefully read it over. This woman had written even more absolutely. After paying back the money, 1 shot, 1 break, delete the phone and all contact information in front of everyone, and never contact each other again. If there are any violators, the sky will be struck by 5 thunderbolts. Good. Too damn good. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh secretly. I was worried that you would find me to make trouble. Now that you have written this document so absolutely, it's simply too good for me. Okay, no problem. Su Yang nodded indifferently and signed his name in duplicate. As for Lorraine, she had signed her name long ago. Okay, I'll return the money right away. Anyway, with the dear big brother present, it was expected that Su Yang wouldn't dare to cheat. So Luo Lin was relieved to transfer the remaining 920,000 directly to Su Yang. Alright, look, it's already transferred. She showed Su Yang the app interface where she had just transferred the money, confirming that she had finished transferring the money. Good, I see it. Luo Lin smiled and nodded, then took her own cell phone and just made another operation. Su Yang's contact number. Delete. Su Yang's WeChat friend. Delete. Su Yang's QQ friends. Deleted. And call records, SMS records. All deleted. Alright Su Yang, I've taken care of it all. Luo Lin said, raising her cell phone. Good, understand. Su Yang didn't expect that this woman's movements were so fast. In just a moment's effort, she had deleted all the contact information. Good, then I'll delete it as soon as possible as well. WeChat, QQ, phone calls, records. Su Yang quickly checked them as well. Done. Okay. Su Yang also took his phone and nodded, indicating that it was all deleted. Ha ha ha. I hope you damn sure won't come back to Laozi. Big brother, it's not early now, Lu Shui and I still have something to do. Su Yang pulled Lu Shui's small hand, the two of them stood up and prepared to leave. Now that the matter had been resolved, there was naturally no need to stay. As for Big Brother and Luo Lin and the two of them's future affairs, he was too lazy to care. Besides, that has nothing to do with himself. So flirtatious a big S goods, but he is a little bit of interest or not. It is best to never meet again. Since the Big Brother helped him so big favor, then let the two of them properly perform together. Alright brother, then you guys go and get busy, I have to prepare for my business trip in a while. Lu Qing smiled and nodded, then waved his hand. Soon. Su Yang then left the cafe with Lu Shui. Big brother, can my sister accompany you on your business trip? People miss you so much lately. Sister, or don't go, be good and wait for me at home, I'll try to come back earlier, okay? But people miss you so much. Then. I'll leave early tomorrow morning, okay? Let's spend some time with you today. Let's find a place to have a good in-depth conversation. He. Yeah. Wife, what do you want to eat for lunch today? The duo of Su Yang and Lu Shui got into the car and prepared to go out for a meal together to celebrate. Lu Shui, in particular, looked extraordinarily relaxed and happy. After so many years, that escargot that was like a lingering shadow was finally out today. Lu Shui didn't reply, she just kept on stifling a shy smile. A smile that came completely from the heart. This nightmare, finally over. It became so relaxed now. Silly girl. Su Yang laughed and reached out to pinch Lu Shui's small hand that she actively handed up. Hubby, I'm so happy. I've thought it over, I'm going to wait for the company to finish this project, I'll go and give you a hand. Really? That's great. When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Nowadays the two people's relationship was more honeymoon than honeymoon. Su Yang really wanted to see her all the time, take her hand and hug her deeply. If the two could work together, it would be absolutely too happy. Well, I'm going to mention my resignation to my boss in the last 2 days. When the project is finished, it's time for me to leave, 1 month at most. A month at the most. If it's faster, half a month will be about right. At that time, it's time for Lele to take the midterm exam, so I can take care of her. Lu Shui tenderly looked at Su Yang, letting him knead her small hand. Good. Then let's do what the wife says. Actually, this way you can also take better care of taking care of me. Su Yang smiled and winked at Lu Shui, a hint of indescribable longing in his eyes. Good, that's for sure. Lu Shui naturally understood what Su Yang meant. In an instant, her handsome face turned red with shame. Boom! Su Yang kicked the gas and the car drove off. He suddenly remembered a Western restaurant, so he planned to take his wife to try it. Hubby, what are we going to eat? Lu Shui saw the car start up, and only then did she come back to her senses. Take you to eat Western food, you haven't eaten it all these years, right? Well, wife hasn't eaten it. Good. Then we'll go eat. Ha ha. Su Yang also felt relaxed. That nightmarish existence had finally left. Nowadays, he had Lu Shui who was devoted and obedient to him. He had his smart and cute daughter Su Lele. He had his dad who was happy every day. In this way, it is really the happiest thing in life. It must be celebrated. Right, husband, I suddenly remembered a thing. My company has a colleague who said he wants to buy a set of houses. Will those houses consider selling? Oh? Where does your colleague want to buy? Preferred Times Garden, other neighborhoods can also look at. By the way, hubby, do we have a house in Times Garden? On the contrary, there are 2 sets. Su Yang couldn't help but stare. How did this thing catch up so coincidentally? Chapter 82 Hubby, I suddenly have a feeling of being a landlord. Okay, great, then I'll talk to my coworker and take some time for us to take her to see the house. Lu Shui smiled and nodded, and immediately took out her cell phone, as if she was going to call her coworkers. Wife, don't rush to call first. There are 2 suites right now, and one of the tenants has been living there for a few years and has also said she wants to buy that house. But, instead, they can both look at it, and the highest bidder gets it anyway. The other set of houses rented by a couple, it's not bad either. Su Yang waved his hand, then told Lu Shui about the house. As for whether the house was for sale or not, he didn't really care. Anyway, the family had enough sufficient money, it was fine to sell it or not, there was no special will. Well, okay husband, then let her look at them all, I'll talk to her first. Lu Shui gently smiled and nodded, then directly dialed a colleague's phone. Not much time. The duo then arrived at the Western restaurant that Su Yang said. Whether it was good or not was actually not that important, the main thing was that Lu Shui wanted that feeling of Su Yang loving her. Yang Xia, have you eaten yet? While eating, Su Yang dialed Yang Xia's phone, wanting her to look at Building 21 Xiao Chuchu's phone. After all, people had also said that they wanted to buy it. Since it can be sold to Lu Shui's co-workers, then people are living there after all, so they naturally have the right of first refusal. Then say the thing that the highest bidder gets it. Brother, I just made it, do you want to come over and eat? No need Yang Xia, I'm with your sister Lu Shui, you help me find the phone number of the tenant of the 21st building of the Times Garden. Okay Lu brother, you wait a moment. Yang Xia answered and immediately ran to find the contract. Husband, my colleague just sent me a message saying that I can go to see the house at noon tomorrow. Okay, no problem, when the time comes, you take your co-worker and just go directly to Times Garden, I'll go there from home. Su Yang thought that tomorrow the agency will be finished with the renovation, he and Yang Xia will have to clean up and clean, and then they will have to buy some more office supplies. Well, okay hubby. Hubby, I suddenly have a feeling of being a landlord. Lu Shui said and couldn't help but laugh lightly. Silly girl, you are now originally a landlord in the future when we work together, this feeling will definitely be more, haha. Su Yang couldn't help but reach out and pinch Lu Shui's face. Tender and smooth. Soon, my wife is also looking forward to it. For Su Yang's kind of strong love, Lu Shui was also very eager to stay together with him often. Or even stay together every day. Not long after, Yang Xia then sent Su Yang a message via WeChat about the tenant of Building 21 of Times Garden. I'll make a call. Su Yang smiled and nodded at Lu Shui, then dialed the tenant Xiao Chuchu's phone. Hello? Hello, which one? The voice on the opposite phone was faint and nice. Hello Ms. Xiao, I'm the landlord, Su Yang. Su Yang held the phone in one hand, the other hand quietly reached out and squeezed Lu Shui's small hand. The soft and whirring really didn't want to let go. Oh, hello Mr. Su, you are already thinking of selling the house, right? Yes, it can be sold. Su Yang kneaded Lu Shui's small hand and said indifferently. Mr. Su, when do you think you have time, how about we meet and chat? No problem, tomorrow at 11:30 p.m. is fine, right? I'll go over to find you. Su Yang thought about advancing a little bit, so he could exchange prices with her first. When it's more than 12 o'clock, it's estimated that Lu Shui's co-workers will go over to look at it, so they can stagger the time a bit. Of 4 people would be enough, and more would not mean much. His original purpose was just to manage those houses of his own. If it was according to Yang Xia's idea, even if there were more houses in the future and they were too busy, they would just consider adding more people at that time. Brother Yang, why did you come over? Su Yang and Yang Xia were just wandering around when suddenly a somewhat familiar voice rang out from behind. Chapter 83, the agency is about to open. Oh. Surprisingly, it was this brat Zhao Hai. As soon as Su Yang turned his head, he saw that he was greeting himself in a sarcastic manner. His eyes also glanced at Yang Xia from time to time. Yang Xia, on the other hand, directly walked away to look at the tables and chairs, looking like he didn't see Zhao Hai at all. Brother Yang, you guys are doing quite well lately, right? Zhao Hai's hair was disheveled and his spirit was a bit shriveled. Well, we're pretty good, what are you doing here? Su Yang nodded indifferently and turned his head to look at Yang Xia in the distance. As long as this kid didn't bother her, then surely he wouldn't do anything to him. Hi, now helping people watch the store selling tables, chairs, benches and stuff. Earn some money to make ends meet. Zhao Hai scratched his head with a depressed look. What, did you spend all of that 150,000? No. There's still a little. Why did you come out to work part-time? Why don't you go play cards today? I don't play. Never play again. Zhao Hai looked at Yang Xia in the distance, his eyes clearly filled with indescribable remorse and helplessness. but hadn't dared to go up and strike up a conversation. In his current state, he knew that he wasn't qualified to pester her anymore either. Yang Xia was now dressed brightly, and her mental state far exceeded that of before, and could even be said to be radiant. On the contrary, he himself, messy chicken nest head, a depressed look. It could be said that he was simply not worthy of her now. Well, don't fight well, work hard, and live like a human being. Su Yang nodded, and in his heart, he couldn't help but think highly of this former card player. This kid is a bit repentant, finally knows not to play cards anymore. Well. Zhao Hai nodded his head sardonically and looked at Yang Xia in the distance again, but he didn't say anything after all. He knew that Yang Xia had once treated himself well, but how could he nowadays have the qualifications and ability to call her back to look at him? From beginning to end, Yang Xia did not look squarely once. The heart has been broken, the mirror has been shattered. Everything was all already too late. Su Yang nodded silently and didn't say anything else. Turning around, he left Zhao Hai here. Brother, what do you think about this for you as a boss desk? I look quite atmospheric. Seeing Su Yang come back, Yang Xia directly went forward and took his arm, showing extra intimacy. Su Yang knew that she was trying to completely cut off Zhao Hai's last shred of fantasy about her. Anyway, it has been divorced, and I also have my own favorite man. You can just die of this heart. No matter what happens to the man I like, it's still more painful than following you. Zhao Hai watched the intimate duo from afar, his heart filled with remorse and helplessness. After all, Yang Xia was already an ex-wife and had nothing to do with her anymore. Who people were willing to be good with, that was her freedom. This is too big, isn't it? No good, it takes up too much space. Let's do it this way, let's just get 4 big workstations, everyone is spacious and open. How good it is, in getting 4 big swivel chairs. You are the general manager, I am the chairman of the board, Lu Shui is the chief accountant. Those are all senior positions, we all need larger workstations. Yang Xia was instantly amused by Su Yang, that handsome face looked like a blooming rose. Okay, then I, the general manager, should listen to the chairman. Brother, when can sister come over? About a month or so. Well, almost. Great. Yang Xia held Su Yang's arm and never let go. She knew that Zhao Hai was probably watching from afar. Since we have to act, then we have to do it well. In fact, she especially liked the feeling of acting. Even in a trance, it seems to take Su Yang as her boyfriend. The two of them turned around for a while, then selected the table and chairs, agreed to deliver tomorrow afternoon. Then went to the electrical goods market, bought air conditioners, drinking fountains. And then went to the stationery market. In the afternoon, the two ran a lot of places. Small pieces of directly put in the car, large pieces of business delivery. By the time the evening came, it was basically considered to have bought a more complete. Brother, don't give me such a high salary in the future, okay? What you offer me is also too much. Hi. Our company has so few people and so many houses to manage. And you're also thinking of developing new listings, so how hard must it be? Don't worry, sister, the $10,000 is just the basic salary, we still have commission and bonus in the future. Su Yang drove the car and took Yang Xia traveling on the way back. Of course it's high. I've asked other agencies, the basic salary of their employees can be low. Yang Xia twisted her head and looked at Su Yang, her eyes were filled with strong gratitude and a touch of indescribable emotion. Can that be the same? You are the general manager of our agency, huh? How can that be the same? Su Yang smiled and shook his head, not taking it seriously at all. For someone as energetic as Yang Xia, paying him a little bit more could be nothing. To be able to truly be of one mind with him and sincerely work for him. Such a talent is the rarest of all. Yang Xia knew that it was useless to say anything, and only had to stop dwelling on this matter. Ding bell. Su Yang picked up the phone and looked at it. It turned out to be a call from Lu Shui. Hubby, are you guys coming back soon? I bought quite a few dishes today, you bring Yang Xia back to eat with you, and save her from going back to cook alone. Okay, la wife, we are still on the road, another 10 minutes or so. Su Yang smiled and twisted his head to look at Yang Xia, directly agreed. Well, drive safe, wife is cooking, then so. Soon. The two then ended the call. Yang Xia, your sister bought a lot of dishes, is cooking at home, she is too busy alone. Okay, little brother, I like cooking with my sister the most. Su Yang changed his statement. Yang Xia immediately agreed. Now this sister has been thinking about being able to pay something for them. The moment she said to let her help, that will certainly immediately agree. When Su Yang and Yang Xia returned home, Lu Shui was busy in the kitchen. Sister, let me help you. After Yang Xia arrived home, he smiled and ran into the kitchen. With Yang Xia's help, naturally, Su Yang was not needed. However, this also lacked some of the joy of harassing Lu Shui in the kitchen. Chapter 84, Grievance. The next day at 9 a.m. The decoration company gave a call, saying that the decoration had been completed and the workers were ready to withdraw. Su Yang then took Yang Xia and rushed over. After retrieving the key to the renovation, the workers left with their tools. The only thing left to do was to clean up and clean up. The duo took the tools from the car and quickly got busy. Brother, our place is still quite spacious. In the future there will be more than enough room for 10 or 8 people. Well, this is not just to let everyone spacious, we a few people is enough, or not too hard. How can that be, brother? Sister is riveted to help you work. One step at a time, there's no need to be too anxious. The duo cleaned while chatting happily. The current repossessed houses were indeed few, but after 1-2 months, there would gradually be more. It would slowly get busy by then. It was 11 o'clock before we knew it. Basically, the cleaning was almost done, there were still some details that needed to be fiddled with again. Yang Xia, brother has to go to Times Garden, someone wants to buy a house. Are you going to go over with brother, or are you going to clean up here again? It's getting late, it's time to go over and chat with Xiao Chuchu. At 12 o'clock or so, Lu Shui still had to bring her co-workers over to see the house. Well, then I'll stay and continue cleaning, then set up the small things we bought. Yang Xia thought about it and still planned to stay and continue working. Selling a house was nothing more than negotiating the price, she couldn't make the decision anyway, it didn't matter if she went or not. Good. Su Yang nodded, then left the agency store. When he arrived at Times Garden, the time was almost 11:30 p.m. At this time, Xiao Chuchu also happened to rush back to the neighborhood. The two even met together at the door of the downstairs unit. Address of Xiao Chuchu, Building 21, Unit 1, 901 #. Hello Mr. Su, why don't we go upstairs to talk about it? Xiao Chuchu's usual breezy demeanor was a natural feeling. Good. Su Yang nodded, but did not care about this. Not much time. He then followed Xiao Chuchu to the house. Although the furniture and other things that the agent broker used to give were simple, she had cleaned it up very neatly. The house also emitted a faint fragrance that made people feel very comfortable. Mr. Su, would you like tea or coffee? No need, Ms. Xiao, I drank water when I came. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, thanking her for her kindness. It didn't matter what to drink, the house selling at a good price was important. Well, Mr. Su, how much do you plan to sell this house for? 4.8 million. Actually, Su Yang had already thought about the price. Here is close to the CBD of Jiangcheng, the price of this neighborhood is above 40,000/SQM, this set of 119.6 square meters, how to calculate also have to be 4.8 million up. Since Xiao Chuchu has lived here for several years, it can be appropriate to discount some, but not less than 4.8 million. At this price for this house, there is absolutely no worry about selling it. Well, it can be. Xiao Chuchu nodded her head, surprisingly agreeing in one mouthful, not bargaining at all. Su Yang could not help but stare, this young lady was a bit interesting. General people talk about the price, no matter how much you say, will always go down and then cut the price. After all, the cheaper the better. In fact, Su Yang reported the price is very real, and then cut the price is actually basic in the end. Such a good location can also be sold slightly higher. That's fine, you see how to pay, turn around and we do a transfer. Since this young lady was a dry person, Su Yang was naturally very happy. Good, just follow the same account number that you pay the rent to make the payment, is that okay? Within 2 days, I will call you the money. Knock knock knock. The two were talking when they suddenly heard someone knocking on the door outside. Xiao Chuchu turned around, gently walked over, and opened the door to the room. Choo choo. Well, come in. Su Yan looked at the person who came in through the door and couldn't help but stare. Grass. Isn't this fucking Sunja? This is also too much of a coincidence, right? It's really a narrow road. This kid knows Xiao Chu Chu? Listen to him call Xiao Chu Chu. Seems to be called Chu Chu, seems to be quite intimate look. And Xiao Chu Chu's response seems to be relatively gentle. Could it be that this duo is what relationship, couple? For a moment, Su Yang could not help but fill his head with question marks. Sunja, this kid also ran to Lu Shue's place to send flowers before, now how can he still have such an intimate relationship with Xiao Chu Chu? Su Yang? You? Why are you here? Sunja entered the house and suddenly realized that Su Yang was even there, directly giving him a shock. The last time he was chased by him all over the street, and was also smashed with a brick, he was a little afraid of Su Yang from the bottom of his heart. This kid's hands were too hard. This is my house, why can't I be here? Su Yang looked at Sunja without a bit of good face. If he hadn't smashed a brick on him last time, he would still want to go up and beat him up right now. You damn well harassed my wife and courted her in public. Aren't you looking for a beating? What's your house This is our Chu Chu's house, okay? She's been living here for a few years. Sunja couldn't help but freeze. How could such a nice house be Su Yang's? So somewhat confused, he looked at Xiao Chu Chu. Mr. Su, so you and Sunja know each other? Oh, it's quite familiar. Su Yang twisted his head and looked and smiled, a hint of coldness was evident in his voice. Sunja, this house is Mr. Su's, it's his house that I've been renting, it's not that I'm planning to buy it. Xiao Chu Chu looked at Sunja and faintly laughed lightly. She, who had always been as plain as water, actually smiled at Sunja. That smile was really nice to look at. Su Yan looked at the duo and suddenly had a guess. Could it be that these two were really lovers? Is this buying a house with the intention of getting married? Although Su Yan was not familiar with Xiao Chu Chu, but judging by her intuition, this girl should be quite truthful. A big flake like Sunja, a womanizer, was simply not good enough for him. He and Luo Lin obviously had an affair. And it looked like the relationship was quite shallow. They've probably already exchanged ideas. At the class reunion, he also fell in love with Lu Shui, and even dared to send flowers. Nowadays, it's surprising to have a different relationship with Xiao Chu Chu. Sunja, do you think this house is good? If you can't see it, we can change another place. Yes, yes. Sunja looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but be slightly worried. He knows too much about himself, in case he lets Chu Chu know, then he will be finished. Don't. Don't ever don't. But don't ever tear me apart. Chapter 85, Fleeing, Xiao Chu Chu's Tangles. Hubby, have you negotiated the price with the tenant of Building 21? My coworker and I are already at the door, do we still want her to look at this house? Just as the three were chatting, Su Yang received a message from Lu Shui. Come all the way here, then naturally you have to look at it. Since that young lady had just asked Sunja if he liked it, and if he didn't like it, he could change it again, that meant that there were still variables in the matter. Then it was normal for him to let another customer look at the house. Su Yang opened the door to the room and saw Lu Shui with a pair of young men and women in the hallway outside. Husband. When Lu Shui saw him, she couldn't help but instantly reveal a happy smile on her face. Come in and take a look. Su Yang smiled and nodded, and greeted the pair of young men and women again. Sunja? As soon as Lu Shui entered the room, she saw the person who made her extremely annoyed. She couldn't help but hatefully glare at him. Sunja jerked in fear. Done. Fear of what comes. He had been harassing Lu Shui recently, which made Su Yang and her extremely indignant about it. Now the two are here. Even if they don't say anything, but now this state. It seems like something big is not good. What's wrong, Sunja, you know this lady? This made Xiao Chu Chu, who was on the side, look clearly in the eyes, and she couldn't help but be even more puzzled in her heart. The woman in front of her was really beautiful. She even glared at Sunja just now, it seems. There must be something between them. Not familiar. Sunja smiled sarcastically and hurriedly waved his hand at Xiao Chu Chu. Right, Chu Chu, I still have some things to go first. He suddenly took out his cell phone from his pocket, pretended to have received some urgent message, and directly skipped off. Now really damn can't stay any longer, have to hurry to run away people. Xiao Chuchu didn't say anything, but the doubt in her eyes got heavier. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Ms. Xiao, didn't you just say with Sunja that you can exchange the house? That's why I let the other customers come to take a look as well. Su Yang looked at Xiao Chuchu and said indifferently. She nodded and didn't say anything else. Originally, she had already thought about buying this house as her and Sunja's future wedding house. But just that glance from this pretty lady just now made her feel that something big was wrong. Sunja in her eyes has always been a gentle and elegant people. But why was he acting so strangely today? Both of you, feel free to take a look and negotiate the price when you fall in love. Su Yang smiled and nodded at the two youngsters. Whoever he sold it to was selling it anyway. This lady, can we talk a few words alone? Xiao Chuchu hesitated for a moment and looked at Lu Shui beside Su Yang and asked politely. Yeah, no problem. Lu Shui smiled and nodded her head, not refusing. With that, she followed Xiao Chuchu into the master bedroom. This lady. My name is Lu Shui, I'm your landlord. Lu Shui looked at the tenant in front of her and couldn't help but secretly marvel. This woman is so beautiful, women looking at women feel very beautiful. Oh. So you and Mr. Su are husband and wife? Yes, Ms. Xiao. Lu Shui smiled and nodded. Say, is there something you want to see me about? Well, it's this. Xiao Chuchu looked at Lu Shui and couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Her heart was actually still somewhat conflicted. Just now after you entered the room, why did you glare at Sunja? Can you tell me why? What is the relationship between Ms. Xiao and Sunja? Male and female friends? Well, sort of. Want me to tell the truth? Although Lu Shui was kind, she was extremely displeased with people who cheated others' feelings. Of course. Xiao Chuchu couldn't help but stare, her heart slightly sinking. Sunja wouldn't really have anything to do with this pretty lady, right? Su Yang and Sunja are bunkhouse mates, and I'm a term alumni with them, and I'm Su Yang's lover. Some time ago at a class reunion, Sunja said that he took an immediate liking to me. Then recently constantly pestered me, but also often ran to my company downstairs to send me flowers. Lu Shui said, opened her cell phone's WeChat contacts and let Xiao Chuchu look at Sunja's previous application to add her friend's information. A moment later, Xiao Chuchu fell silent. What this beautiful woman in front of her said did seem to be all true. This person Sunja. All the previous behavior towards her looked like it was probably all an act. Obviously swore to her that he would marry her. Now he was suddenly going after a married woman. She really couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Thank you, I know. Xiao Chuchu's bland face was finally not bland anymore. There was tangled depression, incomprehension, and indignation in those complicated eyes. Lu Shui nodded faintly, then pulled open the door of the master bedroom and walked out. Sister Lu, we're done looking, let's go. Didn't you say there's another set in the neighborhood? Lu Shui's co-worker had already finished looking at the house, and her expression seemed to be somewhat entangled. What's wrong, Wang Xiao, you guys didn't like the house? The house is quite good. Sister Lu, it's just that Su said the price is too high. Oh. Lu Shui smiled and looked at Su Yang next to her and walked to his side. The 4.8 million I told them, this price is considered more favorable. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head, reaching out and wrapping his hand around his wife's shoulders. Even if it is a colleague, that cannot give you guys too much cheaper, Oh, then how much do you guys want? Lu Shui looked at the duo with inquiries in her eyes. Sister Lu, we hope it's around 4 million. Lu Shui smiled and didn't say anything else. Then it's better to look at the other set of houses, that one is a medium-sized house, a little smaller in size. Su Yang also didn't want to say too much, smiled and waved his hand, turned around and was about to lead them away. In this kind of place where every inch of land was gold, 4 million would definitely not be able to buy a house like this. If 4.8 million could buy it, it would already be burning incense. In fact, the price Su Yang quoted was already very conscientious. If he cut it down by another million, there would be nothing to talk about. Mr. Su, your house. Can you give me a few days to think about it? Su Yang was about to leave when Xiao Chuchu walked out from the room and resumed her previous bland demeanor. Okay, no problem, feel free to call me when you think about it. Let's go. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then waved his hand, and led everyone out of the house. Chapter 86, A Ridiculous Emotional Liar. Grip grass. Sunja, why haven't you left yet? Several people went out of the door of the flat. Su Yang realized that Sunja had actually stayed downstairs and didn't leave. That, Su Yang. You two didn't say anything to Chu Chu, right? Sunja looked at the two of them, his face extremely embarrassed. What a damn narrow road between enemies. How did they meet them here? He. What can we say? Even if we say it, it's still the truth, right? Su Yang coldly glanced at Sunja, his footsteps not stopping at all. He had already seen. This Xiao Chu seemed to be an important target that Sunja valued more. What a person, nah! Lu Shui held Su Yang's arm and also hummed disdainfully. Thump thump thump. Seeing since he left, Sunja jogged all the way to the door of the unit. Looks like he is going to go with Xiao Chu to sophistry. Soon, Mr. and Mrs. Su Yang took Lu Shui's colleague to see the 36th floor of the house. This house area is really much smaller, only more than 90 square feet. The room area had obviously shrunk a lot, and the layout and permeability was also much worse than the previous house. Brother Su, let's go back and discuss it. This small house, it is possible to sell it to them for $4 million, but they feel that this set is not too satisfied. Okay, you guys go back and discuss slowly, just tell Lu Shui if you decide to buy. Su Yang could also see that it was unlikely for this pair of youngsters to buy this house. Buy it or not, it didn't matter to him anyway. If it wasn't his wife's co-workers, he wasn't planning to sell it yet. Hubby, I'll take them back first. I'll get off work early in the evening. Lu Shui held Su Yang's arm, her voice was very soft. She had thought of staying with Su Yang for a while longer, but there were co-workers following her, so she just had to take them back first. Well, go back, I also have to rush back to the agency side. Yang Xia is packing alone. Okay hubby, see you tonight. Yang Xia, have you had lunch yet? Su Yang was on his way and packed 2 meals to bring back. He guessed that with Yang Xia's work energy, she must not have cared to eat yet. Hey! Brother, I forgot. Yang Xia raised her head and looked at Su Yang with a shy smile, her forehead all covered with fine beads of sweat. Ooh! Sister Yang Xia, you're cleaning this really clean. That's for sure, I won't be lazy when working for my brother. Ha ha! Su Yang placed the meal on the bar next to the door, smiled and stuck out his thumb at Yang Xia. Come Yang Xia, eat. Aha, good Lu brother. Ding bell. Just as Yang Xia and Su Yang were laughing and eating, Sunja's phone call came over. Let go if you have an ass. Su Yang didn't want to answer his call, but he felt a little curious. In fact, he wanted to see this kid's joke in his heart. You fucking harassed my wife. I'll see how you and Xiao Chuchu's affair ends today. Brother Su Yang, it was all my fault before. In fact, before that was all Luo Lin that S-Good's idea. She said that Lu Shui had an extremely rich close relative, so she encouraged me to find Lu Shui's. Really sorry brother, I also did not mean. On the phone, Sunja spoke in a tone full of apologies and remorse. You damn well know that Lu Shui is my wife, you still go to harass him, that is not a death wish? Brother Su Yang. This is not Luo Lin that S-Good said you don't like Lu Shui, otherwise I wouldn't dare to harass her even if it killed me. Really, brother, this is really not my fault Sunja's words were obviously anxious. It seemed as if he had something to ask Su Yang. Scram. I don't want to see you again. After Su Yang finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. With this kind of person, there was really nothing to say. Even if they are classmates, what's wrong with them? Even if they are bunk bed roommates, what's wrong with them? As the old saying goes, a friend's wife is not to be bullied. You fucking do this as personnel? Not long after, Sunja's phone called again. Su Yang reached out to him and hung up. But he then called again. Continuously played several times. Grass, you're not finished, are you? Su Yang, can I beg you for something? No, brother, I'm kneeling down for you, okay? Come here and kneel in front of me. Su Yang didn't want to get used to this guy's bad habits. If he hadn't smashed him with a brick last time, he might have to get on him today. Brother Yang, please, can you explain to Chu Chu? Just say that I didn't harass Lu Shui. Fuck off. Grass. Su Yang was really angry this time. You damn clearly harassed Lu Shui, and now you're asking me to say that I didn't harass Lu Shui? Eat shit, go you. Su Yang directly hung up the phone and then pulled his phone number to black. What the hell? Garbage. Brother, you just can't be too polite to such a bad guy. Yang Xiao was right next to him and heard the conversation between the two very clearly. Well, what my sister said. Ding dong. A few moments later, Sunja unexpectedly sent another WeChat message to Su Yang. Brother, it's all my fault, okay? If you don't help me, I'm really screwed ah. Please brother, for the sake of us being classmates for 4 years, give me one last chance, okay? Please brother. Cut. Su Yang looked at Sunja's message and couldn't help but secretly sneer. Aren't you and Lorraine quite close? She's not at all worse looking than this Xiao Chu-Chu, won't you just look for her? Hi. Don't mention it, brother. Lorraine snubbed more than $1 million from me 2 days ago and said she wanted to pay back the debt. But in the blink of an eye, she said she was planning to get married, but the groom isn't me. What? Who is she getting married to? Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but stare and immediately understood. Could it be that this escargot was fooled by her big brother into wanting to get married? Really, I started to think it was her who wanted to marry me. But she told me that she met her true love. That person is not me. I've spent no less than $5 million for her. All the money I've earned over the years. All led her to fool away. Xiao Chu-Chu is the leader of my company, big brother, you know, I cannot lose her again ah. Please young brother, really. Brother, to you on your knees. It looks like Sunja is really anxious. You are anxious as anxious, but you do this thing is not right ah. You first in Luolin have a leg, and then heard that Lu Shui has a big money relatives will chase Lu Shui, at the same time also in Xiao Chu-Chu unclear. As for the other women and there is no relationship, that is not yet known. This is a full of feelings of speculation liar ah. Chapter 87 We are a family. What's the use of begging me? If I had known, why would I have done it in the first place? You harassed my wife, you think it's over with you? No way. For such an emotional liar, Su Yang naturally wouldn't condone it. Especially if it dared to harass Lu Shui. After cursing 2 sentences painfully, he directly pulled the Black Sunja's WeChat friend. In the afternoon, the tables, chairs, etc. ordered by Su Yang and Yang Xia were delivered one after another. In the half-afternoon, the computers that Su Yang ordered were also sent over. Brother, our environment here is really quite good. Of course, when I rented the room, I thought of getting a slightly larger one, and when I decorated it, I thought of decorating it better, just to stay comfortable. The tables and chairs are installed, the computer is also installed. The effect of the office immediately came out. Sitting on the big swivel chair, it was indeed quite comfortable. Brother Su Yang, I haven't worked for years. Thank you, brother. Look, you're being polite with brother again, aren't you? We are not only co-workers, but also family. Su Yang smiled and borrowed a phrase from Lu Shui. She and Yang Xia had a deep sisterly love and often said things like family. Well, a family. Yang Xia twisted her head and glanced at Su Yang, a touch of shyness was evident in her eyes. She would like to become a family with Su Yang. But in this life, it seems destined to have no chance. But it was possible to become the best and finest friends. Yang Xia, go, close the door and go home, let's have 1 key each. Su Yang looked at the time and took out the key to the store and handed it to Yang Xia. I'll take a taxi to Lu Shui's place, the car you helped me drive back. After all, Lu Shui had a car, Su Yang did not want to drive there. How meaningless it would be to come back with one person driving a car. Well, okay brother, then you go, hey. Brother, you are so nice to sister. Sister Yang Xia will also meet one who really treats you well in the future. Su Yang smiled and handed her the car keys as well. However, Yang Xia just shook her head with a shy smile at Su Yang's words. She grew up so big, besides her parents, the ones who were really good to her that was Su Yang and Lu Shui and the two of them. Meeting one like Zhao Hai was a complete nightmare. Alright Yang Xia, you also close the door and go back, brother will leave first. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand with Yang Xia, then quickly left the store. The cab he had made an appointment with arrived. Soon. The car then took Su Yang towards Lu Shui's unit and drove quickly. Wife, I'll be downstairs at your unit in a while, see you later, Shibuya. In the car, Su Yang took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Shui. When he thought of her, he couldn't stop being happy. Such a wife is really the best of the best. Meek and generous, obedient. Even if he did something wrong, she could graciously smile and get over it. Hubby came to pick me up? So happy, excited. For Su Yang to take the initiative to pick her up, Lu Shui was naturally overjoyed. This man that she once loved and feared had now turned into a proper warm man. And for some of her little thoughts, were extremely tolerant. For example, when she wanted to do that kind of dance. For example, when she wanted to review the toast. For example, when she wants to try some new tricks. Su Yang was extremely cooperative with these requests of hers. Yes, such a good wife. I want to be with you at all times, Shirbari. Actually, Su Yang came to pick up Lu Shui, not on a temporary basis. It was mainly Sunja's matter. It would be bad if this kid jumped over the wall in a hurry and harassed Lu Shui again. He couldn't beg Su Yang. What if he came back to ask for Lu Shui's help? At that time, if he came over to find Lu Shui again to pull the strings, wouldn't that be annoying? Really, hubby? I'm so happy. But I see that Sister Yang Xia sometimes looks at you in a strange way. Which is true, how come I don't know? For this kind of thing, Su Yang naturally had to play dumb. He was still clear about Yang Xia's affection. But he had such a superb wife as Lu Shui, how could he possibly accept another woman's love? Ha ha ha. Wife is joking with you. In fact, Lu Shui's ability to detect words and colors was superb, and she had discovered this long ago. But she didn't worry about anything. They had been married for so many years, and no matter how much they tossed and turned in the past, the duo had never said a word about divorce. Even if Su Yang had once loved Luo Lin to death, he had never said anything about not wanting her. Nowadays, Su Yang has completely changed. Changed to truly love her. Changed to make her feel incredibly warm. When Su Yang arrived at the downstairs of Lu Shui's unit, he saw that she was already waiting at the entrance of the building. Hubby. Seeing Su Yang coming out of the cab, Lu Shui happily jogged all the way over. Wife, Sunja didn't harass you, right? Once they met, the first thing Su Yang asked was naturally the thing he was most worried about. He did apply to add WeChat friends a few more times, but I ignored him, and his cell phone number was blacked out by me anyway. Lu Shui smiled and shook her head, reaching out to take Su Yang's arm. Then the two of them walked together towards the parking place. Well, wife did the right thing, so good. Su Yang smiled and pinched Lu Shui's cheeks. I'm really a little worried about this kid Sunja coming to find you again. That Xiao Chuchu is his boss, he's really striking out everywhere. See who has money and think about who to evening. I just didn't expect that this kid would be cheated by Luo Lin for more than $5 million. Su Yang drove with his left hand and pinched Lu Shui's small hand with his right hand. Soft little hand, really addicted to touching. Touching it during the day and at night was just not enough. Really? Luo Lin, this S-Goods is also too powerful. She has so many boyfriends, I don't know how much money she must have. Cheated. Luckily, hubby's money is coming back. Cough cough cough. She's hubby's enemy, it doesn't matter now anyway. It's best not to touch again in this life. Su Yang couldn't help but smile sarcastically. All those years in the past. It was really unbearable to look back. I just didn't expect that the heavens had arranged such a good and extremely good wife for him. Fortunately even. But husband, I'm still a little worried. After all, what happened on Ching's side will be revealed sooner or later. It's not likely that she'll still come to you to make trouble at that time. Chapter 88. Fortunately even. Che, what can she do if she makes a mess? I don't owe her. Su Yang laughed and shook his head, not taking it seriously at all. Every sum of money she had, it could be said that it came from a dishonorable source, all of it was gotten by cheating and fooling. Just such as goods, sooner or later to eat a big loss, that is for sure. Come. Su Yang turned his head and waved at Lu Shui, his eyes blinked. Lu Shui immediately understood. Then she meekly handed her small hand up again. Hubby, you guys are exhausted today, right? It's been a whole day of packing up. Lu Shui sat sideways and slightly squinted her eyes. Breathing also gradually became a bit rapid. Well, it's not bad, the main thing is that this girl, Yang Xia, is really sharp at her work, she's exhausted. Yes, husband, she is also quite pretty. People also down to earth. Su Yang twisted his head to look at Lu Shui, who was a bit abnormal, and slightly exerted a little bit of strength on his hand. Phew. Lu Shui slightly let out a long breath, her voice turned extremely soft. Husband, I know that Yang Xia somewhat like you. It's okay, hubby, wife won't be jealous. Everyone has their own thoughts, why should I interfere with other people's thoughts? Su Yang rubbed Lu Shui's small hand, did not say anything, just drove the car silently. Hubby, do you still remember that night? You brought this. In an instant, a scene appeared in Su Yang's mind. He couldn't help but feel a burst of embarrassment. What he did that night was so unseemly. That night, he got drunk and went home with a little bitch he found from outside. There was absolutely no consideration for Lu Shui's feelings. Because it was late at night when he came, the child had fallen asleep early. Lu Shui didn't cry or make a scene, she just felt confused. Is her husband really going to fall in love with someone else? Could he really not want her anymore? Because of more drinking, Su Yang didn't toss and turn with that little bitch and fell asleep while lying on the bed. That little bitch also nonchalantly lay on her bed to sleep, leaving Lu Shui alone, sitting on a chair and staring blankly at them. By the time the early hours of the morning, Su Yang woke up, only to realize that it was not Lu Shui who was sleeping beside him, and with one foot, he kicked that little bitch out of bed. Then drove that person away. Afterwards, he pulled Lu Shui as a burst of tossing and turning. So Lu Shui always felt that no matter how much Su Yang tossed around, he always still loved her. You know what, hubby, if you found a woman like Sister Yang Xia back then, I wouldn't even say anything. That woman you found before that was really disgusting. When she went to bed that day, she didn't even wash her feet and seemed to have bad breath. Su Yang's face got a little hot. He was also drunk at that time, and the source of life went to his head for a while, so he looked for a little bitch. Before he could even get busy, he fell asleep. In fact, when drunk, did not even consider so much well. What foot odor, bad breath. Indeed did not care. Cough, cough, cough. Well, wife, is not still angry with the husband? No, that's not true. I just think that my husband's taste was a bit low in the past. Now that you have such a good woman as Yang Xia's sister, you've become good again. Hee, wife is being sentimental. Lu Shui couldn't help but open her eyes and look down at Su Yang, smiling shyly. There wasn't a trace of unhappiness on her face, and her eyes instead flashed with a strong sense of relief. Oh. So it's just emotion, Also thought that my wife encouraged me to clean up Yang Xia? I told you it's impossible. What kind of woman would be willing to share her husband with someone else? Unless that woman has some kind of quirk in her psyche. By the way, hubby, I mentioned the resignation to the leader today. Oh? How was it? Did it go well? Su Yang saw that Lu Shui no longer mentioned such a sensitive topic, his heart was then relieved a bit. Well, there's nothing wrong, I said I want to start a business with my husband. Then the boss didn't say anything. Just what? Looking at his wife's lust for words, Su Yang could not help but stare. It's just that the boss seems to be a bit reluctant to give up. Isn't your boss an old man? Yeah. Lu Shui replied while smiling and looking at Su Yang's eyes. Your wife is so beautiful and flirtatious. Surely a lot of men would not be able to give it up. But Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that Lu Shui would take the initiative to joke, and even with that indescribable charming flavor. He said that if the business venture doesn't go well, he can go back at any time, and the company will definitely leave a position for me. Really said that? Well, that's for sure. Well. Su Yang nodded, this showed that Lu Shui's behavior in the company was indeed quite good. As for whether the boss had a hint of that what other feelings, this was unknown. Don't worry, wife, as long as you resign, husband will definitely not let you go back again. Such a beautiful wife, I want to chain you to me. But Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh at once. You chain me to you, is that a husband walking me or a wife walking you? Ha ha. Let's walk each other, who can't leave who. The duo is now in their honeymoon period, and as long as they are together, they are happy. Hubby, I want to go home soon, drive a little faster. Good. Copy that. Hearing Lu Shue's somewhat disoriented voice, Su Yang's mind could not help but be energized. He knew his wife's threshold in certain aspects was relatively low. With a little teasing, she would be anxious to go home. Then had to pull Su Yang and show him goodbye wearing beautiful clothes. Boom. Su Yang stepped on the gas with one foot. For such a superb wife, Su Yang's greatest feeling is fortunate and even great. Chapter 89 Xiao Chuchu's plea for help. The night was already late. Su Yang and Lu Shui were still whispering in the room. Lu Shui was blushing, wearing her tantalizing dance-specific clothes, snuggling in his arms. The contented eyes were filled with indescribable happiness and attachment. The two were having a conversation afterwards. Every time after tossing and turning, Su Yang would warmly chat with Lu Shui for a long time. The scars of the heart left behind by the past 10 years or so were slowly recovering from this day-to-day conversation. Ding! Suddenly, Su Yang's cell phone rang. Su Yang twisted his body and reached out to take the cell phone down from the nightstand. Who the hell is contacting me in the middle of the night? Su Yang's first thought was Big Brother. He had already gotten his hands on him by now, right? Or is he in the process of winning again? I just don't know if a sea king like Lorraine is salty and salty. He tapped on his cell phone, and it turned out that a text message had come. But the person who sent the text message was Xiao Chuchu. Mr. Su, please come home quickly to help me. The text message was extremely short, and it also had no head. What is this all about? He and Xiao Chuchu originally also not familiar. What things need to let him help? And still in this late night. Can't be depressed, drink too much wine, and then empty, lonely and cold. I don't want to find a man. Should not. Looking at that little bitch didn't look like such a person. Hubby, I suddenly feel this Xiao Chuchu should have encountered something particularly difficult, and it is particularly urgent. You'd better go and take a look, it's not far anyway. But it's the middle of the night. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. He was chatting with Lu Shui in happy words, and the temperature had just risen again. Hubby, what if she still has a sudden and serious illness? Oh. Hurry. Go wife, together. Su Yang couldn't help but be shocked. In case she got a serious illness, that would indeed be a big deal. But she can call 120 off. Is the disease cannot even open the door? As a landlord. In case something goes wrong with the tenant, it is indeed all a trouble. Although Su Yang was doubtful, but thinking that she might be seriously ill or something, he quickly jumped up and put on his clothes. Lu Shui also answered, even dance clothes did not change, but directly put on pajamas. Then quickly packed and tied her hair. 2 minutes later. The duo then quickly went downstairs. Boom! Su Yang stepped the gas pedal into the gas tank with one foot, and the car quickly rushed out of the neighborhood. Since it was late at night, there were very few cars on the road and the road was extremely smooth. Su Yang drove with full concentration, not even caring to say a word to Lu Shui. The speed of the car was very fast. Extremely fast towards Times Garden. After 10 minutes, Su Yang drove the car into the neighborhood. After parking the car, the two of them held hands and jogged into the cell door. Ka-ching! Su Yang didn't hesitate and directly took out his key and opened the door. The lights were on in the living room, and there were a few exquisite small dishes on the table in the dining room. The room was filled with the faint odor of red wine. But there is no one in the living room. It seems that this Xiao Chuchu had drunk too much? Has gone into the bedroom to lie down? Hubby, let's go to the bedroom to take a look. Lu Shui let go of Su Yang's hand and quickly walked towards the master bedroom. The bedroom door was closed, not knowing what it was like inside. But there seemed to be a faint sound coming out from inside. But it was not clear to hear. Z. Lu Shui walked over and pushed the door of the room open as soon as she could. Sun Jia. She was followed by a shout. Su Yang followed closely behind and took a step over. Grass. The scene in the room is a little colorful. Sunju was wearing a big pants. Xiao Chuchu was left with the last piece of underwear. The shape is really good. Xiao Chuchu's eyes were hazy, and she seemed to be trying her best to keep the last trace of clarity. Why are you guys here? Seeing the duo come in, Sunja shriveled up in fear for a moment. Don't touch me. Don't you touch me. Xiao Chuchu's consciousness was on the verge of collapse, and was about to top out in general. She waved her small hand haphazardly and feebly, as if she was rejecting Sunja. You're fucking looking for death. Put. Seeing this scene, Su Yang immediately reacted. I Nima. Sunja, this is an aphrodisiac. Then to force. Did Xiao Chuchu So went up and was afoot, directly kicked him down to the ground at once. I don't know what means he used to trick Xiao Chuchu to eat that kind of drug. This person's quality is really too bad. This side. Lu Shui hurriedly went forward to help Xiao Chuchu put on her clothes. This woman's figure is really good, and her skin is especially good. Just now Su Yang must have seen. Su Yang, what are you doing? Chuchu is my girlfriend, what the two of us do is none of your business. Sunja grunted and climbed up, with a look of fear and anger. None of our business? Then I'll call the police now. Su Yang said, directly took out his cell phone and was about to call the police. Damn it! Xiao Chuchu had sent him a message, isn't this evidence? Really, if you love each other, how could you send him a message? Unless Xiao Chuchu's mind had quirks, such as liking threesomes. Don't. When Sunja saw this, he couldn't help but be startled. Grass. How the hell did you really dare to call? But how did the two of them know? Su Yang, Chuchu, and I truly love each other. We were trying to sleep and you guys rushed in. That's not good, is it? Obviously, the brat's aura weakened. Is it? Then how is she rejecting you? Saying don't. Cough cough cough. Su Yang twisted his head and glanced at the Lu Shui and Xiao Chuchu duo. Fortunately. Xiao Chuchu's pajamas had already been put on and was already lying on the bed. Lu Shui was helping her cover the quilt. Lu Shui also rushed over in a hurry, wearing pajamas. And this pajamas were very sheer. Get the hell out of here. Seeing this, Su Yang yelled at Sunja. Such a thin pajamas is simply a beautiful scenery line. No wonder Sunja always glanced there. Fine, I'll roll right away. Sunja couldn't help but secretly let out a long breath. Just don't call the police. Grass. Otherwise it would have really had to fold in. Sunja scurried out in a puff of smoke as if he had been granted amnesty. Chapter 90, Emergency Transportation to the Hospital. The first thing I want to do is to get out of the hospital and go to the hospital. Su Yang cannot help but a burst of fire. Run away, monk can't. Run away, temple, you damn, as long as you do bad things, when Xiao Chuchu's sober, it's all clear. Boing. Su Yang turned back and looked at Xiao Chuchu. At this moment, she was tightly closing her eyes, but her body was twisting strangely. The color of her face was also very wrong. Hubby. Is she drunk? This. Su Yang came forward and took Lu Shui's shoulders. I feel that she should have been drugged by Sunja. Drunk should honestly fall asleep. Look at her unconsciously twisting around and grunting. So? What then? Why don't we send her to the hospital, let the doctor check it out? If it's really drugged, this would be considered a proof. Su Yang thought about it and felt that this was a bit more reliable. Otherwise, if it dragged on for a long time, maybe it wouldn't be able to be checked. Right, I'll call and ask. Lu Shui looked at the time, then found a phone number and dialed it. What's wrong with Lu Shui, calling so late? Hello, Sister Zhang, I have a friend who seems to be drunk, she is. Now. Lu Shui quickly described Xiao Chuchu's situation to her. It's obvious that she ate Chun medicine, like you said, it shouldn't be a big problem, stay for a few hours and she'll be fine. The author does not understand this kind of thing, make up bad, don't mind. Plus. Get her boyfriend, you know. When he finished the phone call, Lu Shui understood. It turned out that Xiao Chuchu was really drugged by Sunja. Look at her tossing and turning, seems to be getting more and more inactive. If this goes on, then it must not be tossed until dawn? What can be done about this? She turned her head to look at Su Yang. No way. This is her husband. What did your friend say? It was drugged, right? Yes, it was drugged. What now, hubby? Send him to the hospital? Lu Shui went forward to hold Su Yang's hand and told him what his doctor friend said just now. Go, it's better to send to the hospital. Su Yang nodded. Now it seems that it can only be like this. One can't watch people keep tossing and turning like this. Furthermore, also cannot do that thing with her ah. If you do it, then what is the difference between him and someone like Sunja? Besides, there is Lu Shui wife will not agree ah. Besides, even if it's a cure to save people, he himself can't pass this hurdle ah. Come on wife, you help me, I'll carry her. You'd better directly hold it, she is now basically unconscious, back easy to fall. Okay. Since it's a rescue, this bit of cheapness can still be taken. Su Yang nodded and came to the bed and picked her up in a hug. Boing! Just after hugging her up, Su Yang felt something was wrong. Xiao Chuchu directly wrapped her arms around his neck and her face came up. It also made a strange sound. Quickly go, quickly go. Su Yang twisted his head and hurriedly walked out. Lu Shui also hurriedly followed closely behind. Really, this girl is also really stupid, how did she get drugged? Humph. Still taking advantage of my husband. Looking at Xiao Chuchu's appearance in Su Yang's arms, Lu Shui couldn't help but mutter. Actually, Su Yang was also very embarrassed. He had been kissed by Xiao Chuchu on his face with several lipstick marks. This was in front of Lu Shui. Su Yang stuffed Xiao Chuchu into the back seat, while Lu Shui sat next to her and held her up. But she simply could not tell who was who, went up and hugged Lu Shui again. The lips that emitted the flavor of red wine directly kissed towards Lu Shui. Boom! Su Yang couldn't wait to enjoy this fragrant scene, and stepped on the gas into the gas tank with one foot. This place is not far from Jiangcheng University Hospital, it is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Hubby! Drive faster, how did she become so strong? She always kisses me. Boo! Boo! Su Yang could clearly hear the sounds coming from behind. There was also a rustling sound. Since it was night, it was hard to see anything through the rearview mirror. Anyway, it just made people feel strange. Luckily, it didn't take long before Su Yang drove the car into the hospital. Then again from the back seat will Xiao Chu carried down, all the way trotting rushed into the emergency room. Fortunately, this little bitch is not too heavy. Otherwise, Su Yang's waist really cannot stand. Just these few steps, Su Yang's face and lips were attacked several times. Doctor, doctor, doctor. After some checking and tossing, Xiao Chuchu lay on the hospital bed and hung up a bottle. Su Yang pressed her half-drawn body, and Lu Shui pulled her other hand. And Xiao Chuchu kept struggling and making strange noises. Fortunately, this especially asked for a single ward, otherwise. Really embarrassing. After more than half an hour, Lu Shui and Su Yang were both tired and sweating. Xiao Chuchu only then quieted down and also fell into a deep sleep. Phew! The duo couldn't help but let out a long breath. So damn tired. Wife. You're wearing too much transparency today, even the doctor is glancing at you. Ah. It was only then that Lu Shui realized that what she wore was indeed a little too see-through. This was a nightgown that she had specially worn to show Su Yang's. Even if she was at home, it wouldn't be good for her to wear it like this if she left the bedroom, unless both the kids and dad were away at home. Then, Lu Shui blushed shyly and pondered slightly. There's still time, so let's wait a little longer, and when Xiao Chuchu wakes up, we'll all go back. You are also wearing pajamas out it, look at you. Face is all red marks. Lu Shui said, reaching out to help Su Yang wipe. But it was already dry and couldn't be wiped off at all. You also have on your face. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh and reached out to pinch Lu Shui's face. Really? Hubby, do you think a person can't even tell the difference between a man and a woman after being drugged? Then who knows? Maybe people like women too. But no way, this kind of person should be extremely, extremely rare. Lu Shui smiled and leaned towards Su Yang's side, then snuggled into his arms. Chapter 91. Can we become friends in the future? Anyway, this was a single ward and Xiao Chuchu had already fallen asleep. Su Yang, as soon as he was dressed into transparent pajamas, Lu Shui tightly embraced in his arms. The more strength he exerted, the more. Soon, Lu Shui was somewhat disoriented. After Xiao Chuchu this matter, Su Yang did get a little fired up. That rosy little mouth kept kissing him. Really? It really makes people on fire. If you let that kid Sunja get his way today, I really don't know how happy he is. But, after all, this is a hospital, the two of them slightly kissed for a while and then finished. As for further things, that is certainly not line. Another 2 hours passed. Is it Mr. Su? Suddenly, Xiao Chuchu opened her eyes. Taking advantage of the light in the hospital room, she saw Su Yang sitting on the side, as well as his extremely beautiful lover. Well, I'm. Su Yang smiled and nodded, and in his heart, he also slightly took a long breath. Were you guys the ones who sent me to the hospital? Have I already been? By Sunja? Xiao Chuchu looked around, and only then realized that this was actually a ward. But immediately thought of the situation before when Sunja tried to sleep with her. Even he was left with just his pants. She was desperate then, but couldn't control herself. No, no, no. Fortunately, we arrived in time, he did not succeed, do not worry Miss Xiao. Lu Shui came forward and sat next to Xiao Chuchu. Thank you sis, thank you Mr. Su, thanks to you. Xiao Chuchu was truly relieved. It turned out that it wasn't that lousy person who took away her innocence. It's fine, Miss Xiao, don't be polite. Like you are so beautiful and capable. How could you be chased by that bad man Sunja? Actually, it's not really catching up. I have never given myself to him. He is my subordinate, and his performance at work is very good. And he treats me with a particularly respectful look and speaks courteously. He's been chasing me for a long time. I thought about my age is not small, there is such a man is also good. So moved and he together with the mind, and even thought and he married. But I didn't expect. He is actually such a person. Alas. Xiao Chuchu seemed to be talking to herself in general, and her voice was faint. But in the light voice, there was clearly a hint of sadness. Originally were thinking of marrying him, fortunately knew his harsh nature in advance. Otherwise, the future days still don't know how to be depressed. She grew up so big, this is still considered the first to fall in love. In the past, she was so focused on her career that she didn't even think about having a man. Now the cause is stable, also feel met a right person, this only have a love marriage mind. But I didn't expect. Surprisingly almost fell into a big pit. It's okay Xiao sister, it's not bullied by that lousy person, it's always fortunate. He did this kind of thing, also should get due punishment. Well, I know sis, such a person. I hate him so much. I'm really thankful to brother Su and sister. What are you polite for, we are your landlords, we should. Lu Shui smiled and gently held Xiao Chuchu's hand. Sister, you two are so happy. I knew at a glance that brother Su Yang must be an exceptionally good man, he treats you really well. In fact, just now when the two of them were intimate, Xiao Chuchu had already woken up. Even some of the duo's private whispers, she had heard. So there was no good intention to disturb them. Has been waiting for them to finish. Then only pretended to suddenly wake up and greeted them. Well. Lu Shui smiled and nodded, then turned her head to look at Su Yang. Her face was filled with shyness and happiness. We've been married for more than 10 years, he does treat me quite well. But I see that you guys look like you just got married, but you can be happy. Xiao Chuchu looked at the duo with a look of envy in her eyes. Brother Su, on your face. Nothing. Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly, it's your kiss anyway. But. Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh. Sister was drugged, before. Pull all cannot pull you it, the lipstick marks on his face are all you kiss. Lu Shui did not hide Xiao Chuchu. Anyway, you do these things, but I am sorry Sister Mio. Then you will have to owe me another favor in the future. Look, I also have. On my face. Xiao Chuchu then realized that there seemed to be more on Lu Shui's face. Not only was there on her face, there was even on her lips. This, Xiao Chuchu couldn't help but feel extremely embarrassed, her pretty face instantly turning red. She had finished kissing both of the people this time. Really can't even distinguish between male and female. Just don't know. If this sister didn't come, and it was just Sue who came, would he have taken the opportunity to take her? But it shouldn't be, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be fine for him to rush over by himself? Why drag this sister along? And the two of them came out in their pajamas. It seems that this brother Sue is really a rare and good man. I'm sorry, sister. I'm sorry, brother Sue. It's all my fault. Xiao Chuchu shyly covered her eyes, not daring to look at the couple for a while. Kissing brother Sue was even if it's not enough, but he even kissed his sister. Really? So embarrassing, ah. It's okay. Sister, after all, you were drugged well, we don't blame you. Lu Shui couldn't help but smile gently, patting Xiao Chuchu's arm. Thank you, sister. Hearing Lu Shui's words, she was only slightly more at ease. Alright, sister, since you've woken up, we'll go back first. Okay, sister, thank you all. It's really thanks to you guys. What are you polite for? As the two of them spoke, Lu Shui waved her hand, took Su Yang's arm, and prepared to go back. Sister, can we be friends in the future? When Su Yang and Lu Shui were about to open the door and leave, Xiao Chuchu suddenly asked from behind. She grew up with outstanding studies, grew up with outstanding work, but she never had a really good friend. Now that she saw the duo helping her so selflessly and generously, Xiao Chuchu couldn't help but be extremely moved. Good sister, no problem, let's contact any time. Tomorrow let your brother Su come to pick you up and discharge you from the hospital. Lu Shui smiled and nodded, but did not refuse. For this kind of beautiful and capable woman, she would like to have more friends like this. Free gift for support, 1000 for love power plus one more chapter. Free gift request for support, 1000 for love power plus one more chapter. Chapter 92. That's not all because hubby taught her well. Hubby, is her little mouth comfortable to kiss? On the way back for the two, Lu Shui looked at the lipstick marks on Su Yang's face and couldn't help but flirt. Su Yang pinched her small hand vigorously and laughed. Can that be called kissing? It was more like calling it raw nibbling. Several times it made her teeth pinch and hurt so much, okay? It was too raw, not knowing what a kiss was at all. This girl should have never been in love, or never been with a man, basically doesn't know anything. Then, don't all men like this? Che, of course not, I still like my wife the most who knows everything. Too good at taking care of people, can take care of the husband cannot get up in bed. That's not all because hubby taught me well. Lu Shui leaned towards her seat, her eyes slightly narrowed, a shy smile permeating her face. When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but feel another heartache. So many years of torture, how can it be called teaching? But those years had indeed changed her a lot. Let her in many things, are extremely tacit with him. The degree of obedience to him was almost bottomless. As long as it was not too much, she would cooperate with Su Yang without any complaints. Especially after Su Yang was reborn. She felt Su Yang's strong love, the kind of cooperation towards him suddenly sublimated again in general. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Su Yang drove to the agency. He found that Yang Xia had already come and had made him a cup of coffee, which was placed on his workstation. There were a total of 4 workstations placed in the house. Yang Xia sat against the door, Su Yang sat in the innermost part, and the two of them were sort of diagonally facing each other. Yang Xia could see Su Yang with a sideways glance, and Su Yang could see her slim figure with a sideways glance. Brother, good morning. Seeing Su Yang come in, Yang Xia happily stood up. Today was also considered the first day of work, so both of them were very happy. Especially Yang Xia, her happy face was full of smiles. Good morning, sister Yang Xia, by the way, here's this for you. Su Yang said, handing her a carry bag. Brother, this is clothes? Well, your sister feels that these clothes are a bit thin, asked if you want them, she didn't wear them twice, they are all still new. Originally, Lu Shui was still quite thin, when Su Yang bought these clothes for her, they still fit her quite well. But recently her body is much more plump and perfect than before. So these clothes showed thinness. The main thing was that Su Yang said that he preferred girls with more flesh, so Lu Shui had really grown slightly more flesh. Such a change made him feel even more perfect. Good, thank you so much, sister. Yang Xia didn't be polite and happily took the clothes. Straight away, he opened the paper bag at the workstation and started to check it out. Brother, these are all new clothes yet? Yeah, How can I give my sister the old clothes? Ha ha. Wow, are these pajamas? It's so transparent, hee hee. Yang Xia took out a sheer pajama from inside, silk. Su Yang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This wife. How does she give this dress to Yang Xia? Pajamas, well, originally is relatively loose. Just a little bit short. In fact, the short point is better, but also more feel it. Last night, Lu Shui said that she had purchased a few more pajamas with more feeling online, so I guess she didn't want to wear this one. You look at wear it, you and your sister's body is about the same, just a little bit thinner. Sister can be much better than my figure it, look at her figure. Which is all grown just right. Yang Xia said, gestured a few times in front of her own chest, and also touched the back. Along with her small hands, Su Yang observed quite carefully. It was okay. Although not as much as Lu Shui's more magnificent, the scale is still okay. If you eat more good, and then do some proper massage of a kind, should soon be able to catch up. But looking at Su Yang staring at herself, Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh shyly. However, shy as she was, she didn't squirm. Anyway, in her heart, Su Yang had long been no longer an outsider. Just look. Even if it was open for him to see, as long as he wanted to see it, it was no problem. It tastes good. Su Yang headed to the big swivel chair and reached out to pick up the coffee. In fact, these coffees were all instant, and it could only be said that the flavoring and seasoning was okay. Brother, this kind of coffee is not suitable to drink more, it's okay to drink it occasionally, in the future you drink this. Yang Xia said, pulling out a can of tea from her own bag. Su Yang couldn't help but stare, this sister was really thoughtful. These details done, it's really a bit similar to Lu Shui. Sister is thoughtful, thank you thank you. Su Yang received the tea and thanked him repeatedly. Brother just knows to be polite with me. How much have you helped me? People just bought you a can of tea. Well, brother should not be polite with sister, we are a family. Su Yang smiled sarcastically, then put the tea on the workstation. Right brother, yesterday afternoon someone asked us if we are hiring, I thought it's not time yet, so I rejected it first. Well, what my sister said. Right now the duo didn't have much to do yet, right now there was definitely no use for recruiting people. Right sister Yang Xia, I have to go out, you watch the store first. Su Yang remembered about Xiao Chuchu, he still had to go over to pick her up. Last night left in a hurry, she only wore a pajamas, even a pair of shoes did not bother to help her with. Okay Lu brother, then you go and get busy. Yang Xia smiled and nodded, then started to work on the computer again. Xiao Chuchu. That, I will arrive at the hospital in a while, wait for me for a while. On the way, Su Yang gave Xiao Chuchu a call. Okay, thank you brother Su, in the future. You just call me Chu-Chu. Although Xiao Chuchu's voice had resumed its aloofness, a hint of sweetness could clearly be heard. This and when they just started meeting, this feeling is obviously different. Well, good la Chu-Chu, wait a little, brother will be there soon. Thinking of last night Chu-Chu's brave little mouth, Su Yang can't help but face is a little hot. This girl. Look elegant and calm, and even have a kind of only can be seen from afar cannot be profane play feeling. But under the effect of that kind of drug, it turned out to be so brave. Before and after contrast, but really feel very strange. Chapter 93 Pick up Xiao Chuchu home. After rushing to the hospital, Su Yang directly went to Xiao Chuchu's ward. She was sitting at the head of the bed, combing her long hair with her hand. Brother Su. Chu-Chu, hungry? You eat first, I'll go find the doctor. Su Yang placed the breakfast he casually bought on the road on the table. There were Xiao Long Bao eggs and soy milk. As for whether Chu-Chu loved it or not, he didn't know. Thank you brother. Xiao Chuchu looked at the breakfast that Su Yang placed on the bedside cabinet, her eyes couldn't help but slightly redden. What are you polite for, eat. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, then left the ward. After he finished the formalities and cleared the expenses and returned to the ward, Chu-Chu had also finished her breakfast. Let's go. Chu-Chu. Brother, I'm not wearing shoes. Oh right. Early in the morning Su Yang also thought to help her get a pair of Lu Shui's shoes, but when he left home he actually forgot. Just now asked the nurse center, that kind of disposable slippers were not available either. What about this? Last night was to carry her over. Do I have to carry her back now? Of course, carrying her on her back was also possible. Then, why don't brother carry you on his back? Su Yang scratched his head. It seemed that this was the only way. Alright, thank you, brother. Xiao Chuchu shyly nodded her head, but was quick to agree. Carrying Chuchu on his back, Su Yang and the two of them left the ward. She seemed to be a bit thin-skinned, and after leaving the ward door, she lowered her head and crouched on Su Yang's shoulder. If one didn't lift up her hair to see, one simply couldn't tell who was being carried. But this ambush of hers made Su Yang's feeling rather strange. Su Yang walked on hurriedly, and in a short while, he arrived at the parking lot. Brother, am I heavy? Which is not, you are actually quite light. You need to eat more in the future, it's better for girls to still have some meat. Su Yang smiled, his hand unconsciously pinched Chu Chu's leg. Just after pinching it suddenly felt a little wrong. He and Lu Shui are used to being together, and will do this kind of action if he doesn't move. For Lu Shui, basically any action can be done. But this is Xiao Chu Chua. So far, everyone was nothing more than friends. He even accidentally pinched her leg. In an instant, Chu Chu's face turned red. It also immediately fell silent. Cough cough cough. Chu Chu, I'm sorry Brother and your sister Lu Shui are used to being together. Accidentally. Sorry. This kind of thing, the more generously you admit it, the less it is. The more you don't say anything, the more others feel that you are intentional. Sure enough. Well, I don't think you did it on purpose either. It's okay, brother. A few moments later, Xiao Chuchu recovered, and it was obvious that she didn't care anymore. It was only the 2 times she was pinched just now that made her heart felt strange. Even still wanted Su Yang to pinch 2 more times. Not long after, Su Yang brought Xiao Chuchu into the passenger seat of the car. Chu, fasten your seatbelt, let's go. Soon, the duo drove to the Times Garden neighborhood. Xiao Chuchu's face was slightly red, occasionally glancing at Su Yang. In her heart, she did not know what she was thinking. Chu, what are you going to do about Sunja? This kid is such an asshole. Anyway, I definitely won't want such a subordinate. Aren't you going to call the police? We have all the physical and human evidence. Brother, I'll reconsider. Xiao Chuchu nodded slightly, her eyes looking out the window. After all, she was still an unmarried girl, and was still quite attached to her reputation. If the police were to be called, it would definitely make a big fuss. By then, the whole company might know about it. Saying that the company's general manager was drugged by the vice president, and then was forced to do something. After all, people's words were fearful, this matter still had to be a bit more cautious. Well, I understand what you mean, but such a person really has to be duly punished. Su Yang nodded, he could still guess some of Chu Chu's thoughts. It wasn't long. Su Yang then drove to the downstairs of the neighborhood and parked the car. Then once again, he carried Chu Chu on his back and quickly returned home. Brother, thank you so much. Xiao Chu Chu had a slightly reddened face and expressed her gratitude to Su Yang once again. Alright Chu Chu, you clean up, brother will go back first. Since he had sent the person, he naturally had to hurry back. It wasn't suitable to stay for too long with a lone man and woman. Brother, add me on WeChat. Xiao Chu Chu smiled, took out her cell phone and tapped the WeChat QR code. Su Yang had contacted her a few times, but it was all by phone. Rather, he really didn't add her WeChat. Drop. The two quickly added WeChat friends. Brother, your screen name is a bit interesting, the return of the prodigal son. Cough cough cough. Brother used to be a bad guy, you have to be careful Ha ha. Su Yang laughed and couldn't help but joke with Xiao Chu Chu. This girl looked like a super bland look, but after becoming familiar with it, she realized that she still has quite some indescribable flavor. Intelligent, introverted, but also with some playfulness. This kind of playfulness seems to be quite interesting. Also perhaps called sultry? Brother is definitely not a bad person, you are a rare good man then. Su Yang shook his head sardonically, this girl's evaluation of herself was really too high. A man who likes to play cards and drink and beat his wife is a rare good man? This is still a bit ironic. Alright Choo Choo, feel free to contact me anytime, don't be polite with brother. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, then left Choo Choo's place. Just after going out, Lu Shui's phone call came over. Hubby, did you pick up Zhao's sister at home? Well, just sent her home, it's not like I'm rushing back to the agency. Why don't you stay at her place a little longer? But Lu Shui said and couldn't help but quietly laugh out loud. Little silly girl, do you want to get beaten again? I beat up people. That's a very fierce O. Yeah, just want to. Chapter 94, Yang Xia's Massage Technique. Brother, I want to go out to the neighborhood to look around and find a property. In the afternoon, Yang Xia entered all the information of the houses that Su Yang gave her into the computer. Then since there was nothing to do, she thought of going out to look for some other listings. In such a hurry? How good is it to rest a little more? Brother! I can't sit still. Yang Xia put the cup of brewed tea on Su Yang's workstation, then stood behind him. A little hesitantly, she stretched out her hand. She wanted to help Su Yang press his shoulders. After all, we were all so familiar with each other, so it was normal to help him press it. Su Yang felt Yang Xia's small hand on his shoulder and couldn't help but jolt. What is this sister going to do? She wouldn't be trying to offer herself on her own accord, right? It's broad daylight. But soon he understood. It turned out that Yang Xia was massaging his shoulders. Hey! Not to mention, the sister's technique was not bad, and the force was just right. Brother, how does it feel? Not bad, sister Yang Xia, I really didn't expect that you still have this hand, we can open a massage parlor. It's not all because of that person. He asked me to help him massage every day, and let me follow the video to learn. I've learned a lot. Su Yang couldn't help but feel embarrassed for a while. Immediately, he remembered that he had forced Lu Shui to practice dancing. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was the massage that he forced Yang Xia to learn. Thinking about it was indeed much the same, both for their own enjoyment. It's just that this skill that Zhao Hai cultivated Yang Xia with was actually enjoyed by Su Yang. Brother, I don't want to give him a massage at all. But I want to press you. Yang Xia said, her handsome face quickly reddened. If there's a bed, I can give brother a full body massage, I've learned a lot. Yang Xia is very clear, she'll followed the video to learn for many years, all kinds of massage she will some. Even help men do what special healthcare massage, she knows very well. Anyway, these skills. In the future, she would only be able to help brother Su Yang. Su Yang squinted his eyes, enjoying Yang Xia's massage, not responding to her words. Actually, what she said was still quite tempting to Su Yang. And he was also curious as to how Hai Zhao Hai had trained her. As for that full body massage, just how full body? Brother, just now people were talking about looking for properties, why don't I start looking for them tomorrow? Really want to go? Well, really want to go. Also okay, go sister, brother to buy you a car to go out convenient. Su Yang thought about it, then patted Yang Xia's hand, signaling her to stop the massage. No, brother, I take the subway bus do not need to buy a car. Really don't need to. Yang Xia couldn't help but be shocked in her heart and hurriedly refused. This brother was also too good to her, right, and even wanted to buy her a car. This let her how to repay him in the future. Our company will expand in the future, isn't it normal to have more cars? Don't think too much, sister, let's go. In fact, Su Yang had already thought about it. Just buy a Wuling's Mini F tram. The car is also small, and it's convenient to go anywhere in the city. The place in front of the intermediary is not small, charging is also convenient. Or let Yang Xia drive back to charge is also very convenient. Yang Xia saw Su Yang's attitude was resolute, so she didn't say anything else. After all, he is the boss, she naturally has to listen. The two came directly to Wuling's fourth store and directly lifted one. A few tens of thousands of dollars, for Su Yang is really nothing. Brother, this car is quite good to drive it. The car is small, it's quite convenient to park wherever you go. Okay sister, this car will belong to you to drive, at night in the door where you live charging on the line. Hey, good li brother. The car bought back, Yang Xia drove on the road walked for a long time. Brother, last time I went to the Times Garden with you, I found that the neighborhood seems to have owners of rental housing, I intend to go there tomorrow to see. Okay, drive safely. Looking at Yang Xia's excitement, Su Yang naturally wouldn't dampen her enthusiasm. Brother, you are so good to me. How do you think I can repay you? Yang Xia refilled Su Yang's water and wanted to help Su Yang massage again. We are family, why are you so polite with brother? Then how about my sister helping you massage every day in the future? I will be able to do a lot of it. Okay, granted. Su Yang smiled, then turned a little body, let Yang Xia begin to help himself knead shoulders. Professional is different. Although Lu Shui also often helped him to press, but the degree of professionalism was indeed not at a level at all. This was really a specialty. If Yang Xia was allowed to do that kind of dance, it was estimated that he should be completely incomparable to Lu Shui. Brother, it would be nice to have a bed in the store. That way you can get a full body massage for you. This. Su Yang laughed, the bed is better not to prepare it. This pressing to the bed, that would be really not good. At that time, there would be no telling who was pressing who. Hubby, isn't the car you bought for your sister worse? After Lu Shui got off work, she followed Su Yang to Yang Xia's place to look at the newly bought car. This is a car bought by the company. In the future the company will have to grow and develop. There's always going to be a need for a car. Pa! Su Yang smiled and reached out for a slap. This is not a car bought specifically for Yang Xia. Besides, if you really want to buy it specifically for Yang Xia, your wife will definitely have an opinion, right? How to say is a family. But the actual is not a family well. The car is not big, but it's very practical, it's convenient to drive. Yang Xia looked at the two of them and said with a shy smile. She was very clear that Sister Lu Shui was generous, even to some of her little thoughts. But Sister Lu Shui was very confident. Whether it was from posture or from feelings. Yang Xia was self-conscious that she couldn't compare to Lu Shui, and was even a bit far behind. Okay, sister, drive first. When the company business comes up later, sister will buy you a better one. Lu Shui looked at Yang Xia, patted her shoulder and said with a smile. Don't worry sister, I will definitely work hard. Yang Xia nodded vigorously, her eyes had with indescribable gratitude. She had actually thought about it a long time ago, work-wise she must do very well before she could do so. This way she could stand up to brother Su Yang and sister Lu Shui. As for her like Su Yang thing, silently in the heart, quietly on his good on the line. Free gift for support, 1000 for love power plus one more chapter. Free gift request for support, 1000 for love power plus one more chapter. Chapter 95 Yang Xia's special performance. Hubby, Friday night I want to invite my colleagues in the department for dinner. It's kind of a farewell dinner for everyone. In the evening after the old and young at home had gone to sleep, the happy moment for the two of them came again. Lu Shui pulled Su Yang and happily danced the full sticker dance. Okay, it should be, after all, you've been in this unit for quite a few years. I want my husband to accompany me too. Lu Shui's voice was a little unnatural under Su Yang's rhythm. You finance department are all little sisters, right? How embarrassing that is. Not really, there are some male colleagues in our finance department. Aren't you afraid that I will be taken advantage of if I drink too much? But of course I'm afraid, my wife is so beautiful, the most charming time. Looking at Lu Shui's shy and delicate smile, Su Yang heart cannot help but fast taut. This full sticker dance, are almost sticker into negative distance. Plus Lu Shui's charming breath. This foreplay was all close to being complete. And then in case I get drunk and someone else picks me up. Don't worry wife, must accompany you. Definitely, definitely. When Su Yang heard this, his heart was violently tightened. Although what Lu Shui said was a joke, it could not be savored. If the wife is really taken advantage of or picked up by someone. Ow. That damn sure would want to stab that person. It would have to be 991 stabs in a row as well. Hubby, I want to use that. Lu Shui disoriented eyes, gently pushed Su Yang to the closet, reached out and gently opened the cabinet door. Opened the large cardboard box inside. Took out several interesting things from inside. Or colorful, or chic, or different lengths. Continue to omit 100,000 words, interested readers greatly can find the author in the fan group to discuss. Time quickly came to Friday. When he was about to get off work in the afternoon, Su Yang collected another set of houses and returned to the agency. Not long after, Yang Xia also came back. Brother, hey. I'm back. She wiped her sweat, picked up a cup and went to the water dispenser. A look of excitement filled her pretty face. There was also a look of wind and fire. Sister has worked hard. Su Yang smiled and nodded, giving Yang Xia a thumbs up. For this kind of work ethic of hers, Su Yang was very appreciative. Brother, I met a strange old lady today. She asked me if I knew Su Can. Yang Xia picked up her cup and filled half a cup of water in one gulp, then smiled and sat down on the seat next to Su Yang. This workstation was prepared for Lu Shui, right down to the computer file rack and so on. Ha! Su Yang couldn't help but froze at his words, then twisted his swivel chair a bit, then faced Yang Xia squarely now. Yes, brother, in the afternoon I went to Times Garden again. When I was looking for properties inside, I met an old lady dressed quite fashionably in the small garden inside the neighborhood. But this old lady was sitting in a wheelchair, especially lonely and isolated, so poor. I greeted her and asked her if she knew anyone who had a house for rent, then she asked me if I knew Su Can. Right, brother, do you know Su Can? The person she asked also has the same surname as you, Su. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang reached out and picked up the teacup from the table and gently took a sip. Of course he recognized Su Can. Because it was his old man's name. So did she say anything else? Su Yang did not answer Yang Xia's words for the time being and continued to ask. Since this old lady asked for his dad's name, he thought that they should know each other. Could it be that? Su Yang faintly had some guesses, but they were just guesses. This old lady is quite strange, and I guess the days have been particularly lonely. She pulled me and didn't let me go at all. I said I don't know this person Su Can. Guess what she said? Su Yang shook his head slightly. Who could guess this? She said, if you don't know then it's just right, then I'll tell you. Yang Xia finished the water in the cup in one gulp, then stood up and moved her small hands. It looked like she wanted to give Su Yang a massage. Sister is tired. I want to give you a massage. Yang Xia smiled shyly and pressed Su Yang's shoulders without being told. This old lady said that when she was young, she did a lot of ridiculous things and snubbed a lot of men. One of the most miserable men she snubbed was called Su Chan, and she said she felt especially sorry for him. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned as he pressed Yang Xia's hand. Damn it! Injustice has its head. Old dad should have been fooled by this old lady back then. What's wrong, brother? Yang Xia sensed Su Yang's abnormality and couldn't help but ask with concern. The hand that was pressed by Su Yang was also allowed to be pressed by him. Only her pretty face turned a little red. Oh, it's fine, go on. Only then did Su Yang realize that he had actually grabbed Yang Xia's small hand, so he hurriedly let go. I accompanied that old lady to chat for a long time. She said she wanted to recognize me as her goddaughter. Asked me if I was willing. I guess it is to see that I am particularly patient. This old lady talked endlessly. It feels as if she usually simply ignore her. Just this, she still won't let me come back. You promise? Yes, brother, I see her quite poor. The big deal is to have time to go over to chat with her. Su Yang nodded slightly and didn't say anything. This was Yang Xia's own choice, and it had nothing to do with him. What's wrong, brother? Do you know this old lady? Oh, don't know. Su Yang shook his head. He really didn't know this old lady. He just heard his dad say that there was a woman who snubbed him for a lot of houses. Maybe it was this old lady in a wheelchair. Brother Su Yang, this afternoon I pulled a lot of listings at once. Yang Xia said, then let go of Su Yang's shoulders. She squatted directly by his legs, tilted her head and looked at Su Yang with a shy smile. And placed his hand on his leg. This was with the intention of continuing to help massage his legs. How? Sister is so great? Su Yang did not stop Yang Xia's action. Massage well, such a good technique. That must be a good experience. Turn back and snub Lu Shui, let her also enjoy it. I think Yang Xia's sister will definitely not refuse. Right, brother, that old lady said that she has more than 200 houses in her hand, and the agent has given it to several agencies. She said that she will represent all of them to us in the future. Hey! Brother, do you think sister is great? Sister awesome. Looking at Yang Xia's shy with a pleasing look, Su Yang couldn't help but nod his head. He couldn't help but reach out and stroke her long hair. Chapter 96. Brother, how are you going to reward me? Sister did a good job and deserves praise. Su Yang temporarily suppressed the matter of the old lady, smiled and gave another thumbs up at Yang Xia. That was more than 200 houses. If it's not too bad, it should be all the ones she snubbed away from her old man. Thinking about it made me feel cold. It's really a fucking talent. Brother. How are you going to reward me? Yang Xia asked with a shy smile while massaging Su Yang's legs. Then, give my sister a raise in salary? Don't, the salary given by brother is already high enough. Then give my sister a big house to live in? Su Yang could not help but scratch his head. It seems that this matter has a headache. A woman's heart under the sea needle. Who knows what reward she wants? I don't want it, what I'm living in now is quite good, and it's especially close to brother. Yang Xia shook her head and directly rejected both of Su Yang's suggestions. Then, what reward does sister want? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang's eyes and couldn't help but smile shyly. The vigor of the hand massage was also a little stronger. Comfortable. Brother, just reward me for doing full body massage for you often, okay? Cough, cough, cough. What kind of reward is this? Who the hell is rewarding who? Silly girl. Who wants this kind of reward? Su Yang could not help but laugh lightly and knocked Yang Xia's head. Then brother, agree or not? Good. Agree to agree. This kind of good thing, only a fool would not agree. This way is good, not only rewarding others, but also rewarding oneself, 2 birds with 1 stone, simply great. Good. Then it's a deal. Yang Xia couldn't help but blush with her pretty face. Lowering her head, she earnestly helped Su Yang massage up. Sister, let's get off work. Today your sister Lu Xue invited her co-workers for a breakup dinner. I as a family member have to go over to attend. Looking at Yang Xia, who was massaging vigorously, Su Yang was so comfortable that he didn't even want to get up a little. But now the time is not early, have to hurry over. Well, okay brother, later. I'll find time to help you do a full body massage. Looking at Yang Xia's blushing face, Su Yang couldn't help but hit a jolt. Why do you always feel that this girl has some kind of strange idea? Su Yang left the agency and drove over to the restaurant location sent by Lu Xue. Listening to the rain and Xian home-cooked food. This restaurant wasn't too far away. In less than 20 minutes, Su Yang arrived. Hubby, have you arrived? We are on the first floor spring rain private room. Just after parking the car, Lu Xue's phone call came over. Arrived at the door, right away. Su Yang smiled, hung up the phone and quickly walked towards the inside of the restaurant. I heard that our finance department's big beauty Lu Xue is going to resign? Yeah. What a pity. Yes, so eye-catching beauty, unexpectedly wanna go, really heartbreaking. Why don't you do it? You guys are in an office every day. I'd really like to. After Su Yang entered the door, 2 young men followed up behind him, chatting as they walked, also heading inside. Grip the grass. Su Yang listened to the 2 people chatting, his heart could not help but tighten again. Wife is too beautiful, just have to be protected. Even young guys in their early 20s want to hit on her. This fucking really makes people uneasy. Soon. Su Yang then arrived at the spring rain private room. Hubby, come. Seeing Su Yang come in, Lu Xue hurriedly got up and greeted him, letting him sit beside her. Those present were Lu Xue's co-workers, most of them were girls, there were also a few boys, all of them were very young. The 2 young men who followed behind also came in and found a seat. Everyone's here, let's eat. Lu Xue looked around and greeted everyone with a smile as they ate. Sister Lu Xue, you really want to leave? Aya, what a pity. Sister, you've been in our unit for almost 10 years, right? Well, almost. Sister Lu Xue, your husband is so handsome. Sister, just don't leave, everyone can't bear to see you go. Everyone ate and chatted at the same time. Lu Xue accompanied everyone with drinks, and Su Yang didn't drink because he had to drive. Instead, a few young boys, directly to the bottle blew up beer. There weren't many words, they just drank hard. You guys, what's going on? Don't just drink, eat more food. Lu Xue smiled and knocked on the table, reminding them. Alas. Sister, we are depressed once you leave. We are all empty in our hearts. But What silly things to say. Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh shyly. Under the table, her long legs quietly tangled with Su Yang's legs. The few young lads in the department were all working quite hard. And Lu Shui also quite passionate, often intentionally or unintentionally hit on. Only she just smiled. A few young boys just. Sister, this big brother beside you is your husband, right? Come brother, let's drink together. Thanks, sorry, I'm driving, I can't drink today. Su Yang shook his head indifferently, not paying much attention to them. Grass. A few little brats, how dare they think about my wife? Still want to drink together? Drink a hair. Sis, big brother doesn't drink, then you have to drink now a goodbye. We may not be able to see each other again. Right Lu Shui sister, anyway, your husband does not drink, you drink some Reddit? Drink some, let's all drink. Looking at the male and female co-workers, they all encouraged Lu Shui to drink some. She then smiled and had to pour some red wine for herself. Anyway, there was her husband driving, her car can be put here, come back to drive. Su Yang was only in the capacity of a family member and driver today, and he didn't drink, so there wasn't much to greet him. He just silently sipped his drink and observed. From time to time, the female co-workers would compliment Lu Shui for her good skin and figure. The male co-workers mainly just drank and joked with Lu Shui from time to time. Furthermore, they would quietly steal glances at her. In this way, although Su Yang's heart was a bit upset, there was nothing to be seething about. Who let Lu Shui, this little bitch, grow so beautiful? With that radiant look, any man would want to look at her for a while longer. Especially after Su Yang was reborn, she was like a different person, becoming very infectious. Chapter 97, Lu Shui wants to learn massage. Lu Shui was still extremely popular in the department, and today was an early parting meal, so there were more toasts from everyone. Although Lu Shui was drinking red wine, she was also dizzy from the meal. As for the matter of picking up Su Lele from school, Su Yang contacted Yang Xia in advance and asked her to help pick up. By 9 o'clock in the evening, this parting meal was finally over. Brother. Lu Shui was disoriented and was helped into the car by Su Yang. Pa. Lu Shui smiled shyly, her small mouth said the love words that were only said late at night with Su Yang. Murmuring and gentle, couldn't help but make one's fingers tingle. Su Yang laughed and reached out to slap and rub again. This wife is really becoming more and more open, more and more interesting. Starting the car and leaving the hotel parking lot, Su Yang drove on hurriedly, gently kneading Lu Shui's small feet in his hands. Wife, you left this, making a lot of people very sad. Yes, who called your wife so beautiful? Those lads often look for me to pick me up. Lu Shui leaned back in her seat, smiling shyly as she looked at Su Yang. Her eyes seemed to have moved a little. Night, drinking, pinching feet. In this kind of situation, she was the most likely to be unable to top it. Su Yang has a very clear understanding of many of her characteristics. This not only will say crazy words, but also will deliberately tease Su Yang. If you drive to a deserted place, she would definitely be extremely cooperative. Su Yang just smiled. No matter how much more you hit on her, you won't be able to eat anyway. An extreme wife like Lu Shui, her tenderness would only bloom for herself alone. By the way, wife, Yang Xia's massage level is pretty good, do you want to try? For this kind of good thing, Su Yang naturally wouldn't be the only one to enjoy it. Good so to say. Sister Yang Xia has already helped you massage. Lu Shui naturally wasn't angry and didn't even change her face a bit. It was just a massage, so what could it be? It's just a massage of the shoulders, and I didn't press anywhere else. But since Su Yang dared to say it, he naturally knew that Lu Shui would not be angry. Hubby, wife won't be jealous. You're working so hard, it's normal for Yang Xia's sister to help you with a massage. Besides, don't a lot of people like to go to those massage parlors and foot wash stores nowadays? Since Sister Yang Xia understands this, it's too late for the wife to be happy. It's a bit interesting. Su Yang couldn't help but make a little bit of strength in his hand, and in one go, he made the sound Lu Shui made a little bit off. This wife is really reasonable. Just good. Just superb. Hubby, let's go home quickly. Not long after, Lu Shui couldn't hold herself back. Her mouth murmured, urging Su Yang to drive faster. After returning home, he found that Su Lele had already eaten with her grandfather and went back to her room to study. Lu Shui and Su Yang then directly drilled into the master bedroom, packed up and washed carefully. But Su Lele's studies have been particularly intense lately, often staying up until 11-12 p.m. So the Su Yang duo had to stay with them until that time as well. Only after the child had gone to bed would the duo carefully begin to busy themselves. However, today, the child slept quite early, going to bed just after 11 o'clock. "Hubby, is it okay if my wife gives you a massage?" "Good, ah." For Lu Shui's massage level, Su Yang was still very clear. Although extremely patient, it was not professional at all. Compared to Yang Xia's, it was indeed a huge difference. How about it? How does it compare to Yang Xia's sister's level? Lu Shui gently rubbed Su Yang's shoulders, her voice extremely gentle. "Well, wife's massage is also quite good. Hubby just knows to fool me. It seems that it's still Yang Xia's sister's massage is good. Hubby, I want to learn from her." Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh softly and directly wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck. "Good, sister Yang Xia will definitely be happy to teach you. But I want to learn now." "Ah? It's not good. Sister Yang Xia is probably already asleep, right?" "She definitely won't sleep." "Why?" "The long night is long and there's no desire to sleep. She's by herself, how can she sleep so early?" Lu Shui's soft voice tickled Su Yang's heart. "This little goblin. Looks like this elder will have to take out his own watchful eye. Come, I'll help you ask." Lu Shui said, smilingly reaching out and picking up Su Yang's cell phone from the bedside table. "This little bitch, contacting Yang Xia in the middle of the night? That's not too good, right?" Lu Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms and kissed Su Yang with a shy smile. Then she clicked on Yang Xia's WeChat avatar and sent her a message. "Sister, are you asleep?" A few moments later, Yang Xia's message came back. The return was still quite fast. "No brother, what's the matter?" "Sister, I want you to massage me again. Is it okay now?" After Lu Shui sent it, she couldn't help but smile shyly. In fact, she wanted Yang Xia to help Su Yang massage while she watched from the sidelines, or Yang Xia taught her by hand. Today was also mainly because she drank a lot of wine and was getting excited, without a trace of sleepiness. "It's okay to be okay. Is Sister Lu Shui not with you?" Yang Xia looked at the message sent by Su Yang and her heart couldn't help but thump. In the middle of the night, brother Su Yang even wanted a massage. Could it be that he had drunk too much wine today and wanted to have her? If that was really the case, then of course she was begging for it. Thinking about it all felt hot all over. But this seems a bit strange. Sister Lu Shui and him should be together. Since they were together, he shouldn't be saying these words. Wasn't he worried that Sister Lu Shui would be angry? Ha ha ha. "Yang Xia, I'm your sister Lu Shui. I used your brother Su Yang's cell phone to talk to you. When I gave him a massage just now, he said it wasn't as good as your massage. Sister would love to learn from you." "Good sister, why don't I teach you just when sister is free?" Yang Xia couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. It turned out that it was Sister Lu Shui who was joking, just now White made her excited for a while. "Well sister, another week sister and you are colleagues, then you can teach me well. Good Lu's sister, rest assured. Free gift for support, 500 for love power generation plus one more chapter. Free gift request, 500 for love power plus one more chapter." Chapter 98 Lu Shui's chance has come. "Hubby, Lorraine is talking to me on WeChat today," the words are all dejected. The duo engaged in an afterthought chat after a flurry of work. "Oh, what did she dejected?" Su Yang's couldn't help but be a little curious. This woman and big brother didn't know how it was. Since the mutual deletion of contact information, he did feel a lot more quiet. Just that S-Goods did not delete Lu Shui's contact information. Nothing more than to say that she and her big brother have a particularly good relationship. She wants to get married, but also said that when her big brother comes back from a business trip, she will discuss the wedding date with him or something. This big S-Goods, light think beautiful things it. Lu Shui said, rolled half a circle on Su Yang's body, reached out and got the cell phone, then rolled back. "Look at your husband," Lu Shui said, reaching out to open her cell phone and tapped on WeChat. He. Su Yang followed Lu Shui's finger and roughly swept two eyes. This woman was surprisingly still dreaming nowadays, and had even lost her previous shrewdness and judgment. This is a bit interesting. It seems that this S-Goods was really fooled by Big Brother. But inside the message sent to Lu Shui, it carried a strong flavor of showing off. Anyway, just ignore her, as long as she doesn't come to harass us, love it or hate it, it doesn't have anything to do with us. As usual, Lu Shui ignored her and didn't give her a single word back. Well, this big S-Goods almost killed my husband. I will hate her for the rest of my life. If she dares to find trouble, I'm not done with her. Lu Shui was still full of hate to this day, and there was absolutely nothing good to say when she was mentioned. The next day at work. Agency, even busier on weekends. Su Yang came to the agency and saw that Yang Xia was already in the unit and had made him a cup of tea. Brother, I still have to go to Times Garden later. That old lady said she wants to give me information about all the properties and prepare to sign an agency contract. Yang Xia said while tapping something on the computer. I'm getting an agency contract. It's a copy of the contract of the agent who represented our house before. Yang Xia, you're quite a fast typist. Listening to the crackling sound of the keyboard, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Well, there used to be an old computer at home. I practiced occasionally, so I haven't been rusty. By the way, brother, I might be back late in the morning, or I won't be back at noon. That old lady is really enthusiastic. In fact, I think it's too lonely, once chatting endlessly. Well, it's okay, sister, you're the general manager. Well, you have the final say. Su Yang smiled, picked up the cup and took a sip. Yang Xia was able to sign a big order as soon as she started. This luck is really nothing to say. Although this house was hard to say, but Yang Xia's luck was indeed good. Hey! Brother, when I sign the contract, I will help you do a full body massage. No refusal. Oh. Don't worry. You can let your sister follow along next to you and learn. Yang Xia stopped typing and looked at Su Yang and smiled shyly. Ahem. Good. Su Yang weakly smiled. This kind of reward is really damn special. It is indeed a bit interesting. The time was not long. Yang Xia then prepared the contract documents and hurriedly drove the tram to leave the agency. Looking at the departing Yang Xia, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. In a few days, his wife was also coming over. The wife is even more obedient to himself. With these two women around, he didn't need to do anything. Whether it was the house or the company, it was all in order. In the future, simply can just lie flat. Jingling. Su Yang picked up his cell phone to see that it was Xiao Chuchu who called. Brother Su, recently Sunja didn't contact you guys, right? No, what's wrong, Chuchu? Brother, I've already called the police for what happened that day. The police seem to be looking for him. He seems to be out of Jiangqing now. Well, sister did the right thing. To this kind of person just can't be tolerated. Su Yang nodded, but quite admired Xiao Chuchu's courage. Sunja, this person is also really. Treat a person well, can not it? It has to be east and west to screw around. Like Chuchu's such a good girl, if he can chase to hand, then his family's ancestral tomb must be directly on fire. He can't think straight. Shabby one. Brother, when I'm free I'd like to invite you and my sister for a meal. As for the house, I still want to buy it. Hey, it doesn't matter if we eat or not, after all, we are good friends. Come back to the house, let your sister cook. This girl is to know the kindness of repayment. It seems that the character is really okay. As for the house, you live is, if not your sister's co-workers want to buy a house, brother actually did not intend to sell. Well. Okay, brother. Xiao Chuchu pondered for a moment and silently nodded. The previous plan to buy this house was with the idea of getting married. Now the marriage object turned out to be a lousy person. So the matter of the wedding house is not considered. But in order to repay Su Yang's couple, she contemplated whether to go ahead and buy it. By the way, brother, I heard my sister say she is an accountant, right? Well, yeah, Lu Shui is a professional accountant, been doing it for many years. Su Yang couldn't help but stare. Why is this sister asking about this? Brother, I want to find a professional finance person to be my vice president. I don't know if brother is willing to give up this. When the vice president? Can your sister do it? Su Yang couldn't help but be shocked, for goodness sake. This big sister even threw out such an olive branch. I don't think it's a big problem. Is it convenient for you guys today and tomorrow? Let's make an appointment to meet somewhere to talk. Convenient, your sister is at home right now doing laundry, and will come over to my small agency later. That's great, brother, you send me a location. I don't have much to do today, let's get together. Xiao Chu-Chu's light voice was permeated with a hint of pleasure. Okay, Le Chu-Chu, you wait a little. Su Yang said, and then directly sent Xiao Chu-Chu an intermediary's positioning through WeChat. Okay, brother, I'll pack up and go over. That first, I hang up. Good. Hanging up the phone, Su Yang couldn't help but ponder. This is thinking about lying down. Chu-Chu unexpectedly gave to come to such a move. But this was indeed also a good opportunity for Lu Shui to develop. After all, Chu-Chu managed a large company, and also gave his wife a vice president position. This makes Lu Shui's height change at once. It is not the same. As a husband, that has to be supported. Today an additional chapter, hereby thank the readers greatly support. The free gift begs for support, 500 for the love of power generation plus one more chapter. Chapter 99, my husband is good at everything, just not career-minded. 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Shui unhurriedly walked to the agency. Hubby, your wife has come to report. Come, wife. Su Yang put down his teacup and smiled as he opened his arms. Anyway, his agency still has very few customers looking for a house right now. It is looking. There are also no free ones. At once, he embraced Lu Shui into his arms and kissed him fiercely. Boo! Hubby, where is Yang Xia's sister? Seeing Yang Xia's absence, Lu Shui couldn't help but casually ask. Oh, she went to Times Garden and pulled a big order for us to represent over 200 houses. Sister is so powerful? Lu Shui couldn't help but widen her eyes. This sister is awesome. Yes, this girl Yang Xia does have some ability. But Su Yang didn't tell Lu Shui about this before. Anyway, just treat it as a normal agent is all. What's wrong, husband, you say? Lu Shui smiled gently and sat down on the workstation prepared for her. Then she turned her chair towards Su Yang and leaned on it. Then the two pairs of legs became entangled together. Su Yang reached out and took off her shoes, then he held that tender little foot. That house, it should be the house where Dad used to be snubbed away. A quite fashionable old lady, sitting in a wheelchair, alone. Happened to be met by this girl Yang Xia, and then chatted together. Guess what, this old lady even recognized Yang Xia as her goddaughter. It can still be like this. This is a bit interesting. Lu Shui couldn't help but be stunned for a while. This Jiang Chang was really too small. Surprisingly, one could meet that flirtatious old lady in a neighborhood. Surprisingly, she was the one who snubbed Dad for so many houses. I didn't expect the house to be represented by Su Yang in turn. But this old lady's old age is also really a bit miserable. Forget it, we're just acting as agents for the house, and the rest has nothing to do with us. Well, what hubby said is true, what happened in the past. It's useless for us to think too much now. Lu Shui smiled gently and adjusted her sitting position. Right, wife, Xiao Chu-Chu is coming over in a while, maybe soon. Oh? She's coming over? Upon hearing that Xiao Chu-Chu was about to come, Lu Shui hurriedly sat up. Two people, this posture is indeed some ambiguous, let Chu-Chu see really not very good at. Su Yang again vigorously kneaded 2 times, before reluctantly put down Lu Shui's small feet. Smell. There is still a bit of fresh flavor it. Yeah, she wants to talk to you, she is now missing a vice president. Lu Shui couldn't help but freeze, the movement of her hand that was wearing shoes also stopped. She wants to find a trusted financial officer. Su Yang smiled, but he understood Chu-Chu's thoughts. Financial personnel, on the one hand, to be experienced, on the other hand is also a very critical point, that has to be their own talent more assured. But I still have to help my husband work. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. It's okay, wife, anyway, we now have fewer accounts, you can casually do it all, first talk to Chu-Chu. Finished, we then discuss is. Well, okay, hubby. Anyway, I listen to my husband. Now in the honeymoon, Lu Shui is also always thinking about staying with Su Yang. For the problem of work. Whether it is in the intermediary or really go to Choo Choo's side, in fact, it does not matter. Anyway, the family is not short of money to spend right now. Well, let's talk and see first, in case my wife becomes some kind of vice president. I also have light on my face, is not it? Then you are not afraid that your wife will be snatched away by others? Lu Shui said and couldn't help but smile shyly. Of course I'm afraid, but my wife is so good. Definitely won't run away with others. Su Yang reached out and pinched Lu Shui's face, holding her in his arms. Such a wife, really have to look after it, right? If Choo Choo's place is surrounded by wolves, then it really has to be taken into consideration. 10:30 p.m. Xiao Choo Choo then drove a BMW and parked in front of the agency. Sister Choo Choo, come in. When Lu Shui saw Xiao Choo Choo come out of the car, she got up and came out from inside the agency store to greet her. Sister, I'm bothering you guys for the weekend. We are all good friends now, why are you still so polite with your sister? The two of them exchanged pleasantries and walked into the agency's door. Brother, you here is quite clean. Ha, you mean to say that brother here business is not good? The originally bland Xiao Choo Choo couldn't help but laugh lightly. This office decoration is not bad, just no customers. Brother is mainly just thinking about managing those houses of his own, and not thinking about development or anything. Ha ha ha. My husband, this person all good, is not very career-minded. Lu Shui also followed and laughed. Anyway, the family is not short of money to spend. What is the benefit of having a big career? What is a good man? Or no cold and hot around their own side, that is really happy it. Sister, let's talk. Good sister, come sit. Lu Shui pulled Xiao Choo Choo to sit on the sofa next to the parlor, and then helped her pour a cup of white water. Su Yang smiled and sat back at his workstation. The two of them were chatting about work, so he didn't get involved. Honestly, he really didn't have much of a career. Managing these properties was already enough for him to lie flat. Not to mention lying flat, he could even do a handstand. Brother, I've already signed the agency contract with this old lady, and I'm having lunch with her at noon. She was so enthusiastic that she insisted on pulling me to stop me from leaving, and she has already asked the nanny to go buy food. It seems that this girl Yang Xia is really progressing well. This person is not only kind, but also eloquent and enthusiastic, so it's normal to get this old lady's trust. Well, okay Yang Xia, then have a good meal there, brother give you 32 kudos. This contract was signed, and it was estimated that in the longest year, there would be an additional 200 plus sets of houses to be managed. This adds up to more than 300 sets. It really seems to be a bit much. Relying on two people alone, it is really busy. I let it go. This is not to continue to add the rhythm of people? If the wife goes to Choo Choo's place again, then the manpower available here will be even less. Chapter 100, a beautiful woman will be pampered, and a man's soul will drift. Brother, let's chat. Xiao Choo Choo and Lu Shui chatted for nearly an hour before they were considered to be almost done. The whole process was basically whispering, talking, and laughing. Occasionally, they even pointed towards Su Yang's side. Okay, chat. Su Yang pointed to Lu Shui's seat next to him, signaling Xiao Choo Choo to sit down and chat. Xiao Choo Choo was also not polite, directly sat down with one butt, and twisted her body to face Su Yang. Brother, Lu Shui's sister's financial experience is really very strong. Oh, sister I fell in love with. What do you say to do? Oh. This girl. After chatting privately with Lu Shui for an hour, she actually learned a little bit of pettiness. Let Choo Choo so bland a big old boss, a short time into this. Lu Shui this wife's power, that's really not shallow yet. Sister you see brother also not lack of money to spend right, my wife looks like a flower. Going out I am very worried. Su Yang held a cup of water, held back his laughter, and said unhurriedly. In fact, Xiao Choo Choo's recognition of Lu Shui made Su Yang still quite proud. His own wife, well, that is definitely the best. Don't worry brother, I will definitely give her a special office, a special female secretary, and definitely protect her, okay? Then, I'll be there about 3 days a week. As for the salary, it definitely won't treat my sister poorly either. You just let my sister go, okay? My sister is just thinking about having more good friends at work that she can make friends with. Xiao Choo Choo looked at Su Yang, her face slightly red. This was the first time she learned from Lu Shui. Spilled a little bit of petulance. According to Lu Shui, a pretty woman can pamper herself, and a man's soul will float. Since she wanted to poach sister Lu Shui, she would try it with this method. Su Yang endured the weirdness in his heart and looked at Lu Shui, who was sitting there at the parlor table. She smiled shyly and didn't say anything. Anyway, this matter depended on Su Yang's opinion. If she was allowed to go, she could consider going to have a look, and if she wasn't allowed to go, then it was just what she wanted. And Su Yang in office, every day flirting and scolding, small life can also live a cool. Well, it's okay. Since it's only going for 3 days a week, it's a good idea to give it a try, and if it doesn't fit, then let her come back, don't force. Don't worry, brother, I've grown up so much, this is the first time I have a friend who makes friends. Sister's ability is really strong, she definitely has no problem. Seeing Su Yang agree, Xiao Chuchu happily lightly waved her little hand. Then smilingly, she got up and returned to Lu Shui's side. Alright sister, brother Su Yang promised, by then after you leave your side, be sure to go over as soon as possible. Okay, since Su Yang promised, then sister will definitely go. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but smile shyly. Let's go, sister treats you guys to dinner. Xiao Chuchu looked at the time and happily stood up, wanting to treat the couple to a meal. This was also considered the first get-together after becoming good friends. Okay, let my sister break the bank today. Anyway, Su Yang's side didn't have any customers for the time being, so he could close up and leave at any time. Now that it was already noon, it was time to eat. Lu Shui and Xiao Chuchu were indeed able to chat and were getting happier. The trust between these two sisters is naturally growing. A noon meal. Basically the two of them were chatting, Su Yang just became a companion. Until lunch was finished and Xiao Chuchu left, only then did Lu Shui cheerfully come to Su Yang's side. Hubby, this Xiao sister is really capable at managing such a big company. Still so young. Still my wife is capable. Su Yang smiled, anyway, in his eyes just his wife is the most adorable. Hubby just knows to coax me to be happy, but I just love it when my husband compliments me like this. The two returned to the agency and quietly leaned in again. While chatting softly, you and I were gesticulating. Tap 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 tap. Outside the door came the sound of crisp footsteps. It's Sister Yang Xia coming back. Lu Shui glanced towards the door and hurriedly jumped out of Su Yang's arms. Then she hurriedly looked for shoes to put on her shoes. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. What is Yang Xia afraid of coming back, is to see us making out, she should not say anything. She would have known that we are in harmony as a couple. Brother, sister, you are all here. Brother, give you this. Su Yang took a folder from Yang Xia's hand and opened it to look at it. Sister Yang Xia is really great, such a big contract is so simple to handle. Su Yang said, handing the contract back to Lu Shui. Hey, it's all just coincidence. Brother, this way will probably be busy soon, 2 months later there will probably be dozens of houses to receive. Well, don't worry, we can consider seeking another person to come over. Su Yang nodded, anyway, there are still places in this office, the big deal is to add 2 more workstations. It's just that after there are more houses, everyone will get busier and busier. If everyone was busy, he would be too embarrassed to lie flat. Wow. Sister is really good, this is quite a lot of houses. Pulling in such a large amount of orders for the company in one go, it seems like we need to reward it properly. Hubby, what do you think, how should we reward sister? Lu Shui carefully read through the documents and didn't find any obvious problems. Then she raised her head and looked at Su Yang with a smile. That? Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. Actually, he and Yang Xia had already discussed about this reward. That was Yang Xia helping him with a full body massage. Sort of a mutual reward. Let's do it this way, hubby, Yang Xia's sister's small tram, leave it for the employees recruited in the future to drive, and we'll buy her a better one. Don't, sister, can't buy. I definitely don't want it. Yang Xia couldn't help but be stunned, and quickly waved her hand, firmly expressing her refusal. She had long ago said it with brother Su Yang, she really couldn't ask for another reward. Sister, in fact, your heart sister all know. You came out from Zhao Hai's place, you've always been very grateful to us, always thinking of repaying us. But one size does not fit all, you should be rewarded for your outstanding work. No, sister, our company is just starting out. Let's talk about these things later, okay sister, please. No matter what Lu Shui said, Yang Xia just kept refusing. From the bottom of her heart, she felt that this was just a way of repaying the favor. If she asked for any more rewards, wouldn't it not be considered repaying favors? Free gift for support, 500 for love power generation plus one more chapter. Free gift request for support, 500 for love power plus one more chapter. Chapter 101, Sleeping with his scent. Surely you can sleep more soundly, right? Lu Shui looked at Yang Xia, then at Su Yang, and couldn't help but secretly sigh. This sister is also too grateful. Alright, let's wait until later then, there's no hurry now. Seeing that both Lu Shui and Yang Xia were a bit embarrassed, Su Yang smiled and waved his hand. Originally, he and Yang Xia had already discussed it yet, she definitely wouldn't accept another reward now. Okay, hubby. Well, what about? Seeing Su Yang gave the word, Lu Shui didn't say anything else. Yang Xia also secretly took a long breath. Right sister, do you want to learn massage? Seeing that the atmosphere was slightly awkward, Yang Xia then immediately thought of Lu Shui saying she wanted to learn massage late last night. Good. Great. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui happily stood up at once. Sister, how do I learn? Come. Then of course we have to find someone. Let's press sister can teach you hand in hand. Yang Xia smiled and looked at Su Yang, gently moving the joints of her hands. That's good then definitely find your brother Su Yang come husband. Let us both use it. Let you two use it? How does it feel a bit weird to say this? Sister, massage is actually a big question. There are many kinds of techniques alone, such as one finger zen pushing, rubbing, holding, pressing, kneading, moiling, shaking, rubbing, wiping, pinching, twisting, pointing, patting, hitting, dialing, shaking, vibrating, wrenching, pulling and stretching. Yang Xia smiled shyly and came to Su Yang's side, reaching out and grabbing his arm. While speaking, she demonstrated various techniques with Lu Shui. Wow! Sister knows so professionally. Sister admires you too much. There was nothing before, watched videos and learned. Yang Xia smiled and didn't mention Zhao Hai's forcing her. She completely mentioned that person again now. Anyway, he had cultivated her, but her skills were going to be dedicated to another man. What an ironic thing that was. Come sister, my sister will start teaching you from pressing the shoulders first. Brother, twist your body. With Yang Xia's hand, Su Yang cooperated and twisted over. Sister, you watch. While Yang Xia said, her hand also started to move. The movements were extremely easy and skillful. She demonstrated little by little and explained step by step. Lu Shui was actually a very smart person, and soon mastered it almost. Wife. Learning quite fast, well, there is Yang Xia sister's 5 success power-up. Good la husband, I continue to work hard. There is such a professional hand-in-hand teaching, that naturally learns very quickly. This can be much faster than watching videos to learn. Learning to learn, soon to the end of the work time. Sister, let's call it a day. When we finish eating, let's go to your place, let your brother lie on the bed, and go over what we learned today again. Today, I learned to massage quite a few parts of the body, but quite a few of them required the lying down of the person being massaged to make it more convenient. Because the agency didn't have a bed, the demonstration wasn't very standardized. Okay, of course, no problem. Yang Xia nodded and readily agreed. Letting Su Yan lie on her bed, then she would definitely be happy to do so. Maybe she could even leave some of his flavor behind. Feeling his smell to sleep, surely she can sleep more soundly, right? Good, off from work, go sister, go with sister to buy food, today go to our house for dinner. Good sister. To Lu Shui's invitation, Yang Xia naturally did not have any hesitation. After dinner, the child went to his room to study. Dad also went to the study to make tea and drink it. Su Yang's trio, on the other hand, brought their pajamas and stuff and went to the garage where Yang Xia lived. Brother, go take a shower and change into your pajamas. Hubby, hurry up and go. We'll let you enjoy yourself today. Lu Shui winked at Su Yang with a teasing look in her eyes. This wife, it's really funny. Now there is still Yang Xia, you cannot harass by the time. In case the brother does not listen, cannot lie down embarrassing. At that time, let people Yang Xia also how to teach you massage. But Su Yang just smiled, or extremely cooperative. This kind of good thing. It is a man will not refuse it, right? Su Yang rinsed very quickly and came out in a short while. Even washed his hair. After all, to lie on the bed of others Yang Xia well, or to rinse clean better. Sister, let's also flush it. After a busy day, the body is a bit smelly. Originally, the duo didn't think about taking a shower at first. But Lu Shui was so used to it that she had to rinse carefully every day before she could do so. Up and down, inside and out. Yeah, I'll get you my pajamas. Yang Xia smiled shyly and seemed to have remembered something. Sister, this pajama is so comfortable. It's just a bit thin. But Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh, but didn't refuse. Picking it up, she went to the shower room. This time it didn't take long and Lu Shui came out. Yang Xia then went in again. Hubby, this dress is just a little too thin, otherwise I wouldn't be willing to give it to my sister. Yes, silly wife. I feel like I'm going to be unable to lie down when you're wiggling around like this. Su Yang had already leaned and sat on Yang Xia's big bed at this time. He was just waiting for Yang Xia to come out and give Lu Shui another go through the lessons he had put together during the day. Lu Shui simply took off her shoes directly and also leaned to sit beside Su Yang. The free gift for support, 500 for the love of power generation plus one more chapter. Free gift request support, 500 for love power plus one more chapter. Chapter 102 Embarrassment is actually just a very small aspect. Not long after, Yang Xia also put on her pajamas and came out from the shower room. Brother, sister. Seeing that the two of them were sitting against the bed, already embracing each other, Yang Xia's pretty face couldn't help but slightly blush for a moment. For this kind of scene, it was nothing to her. It was just that suddenly. Seeing the two of them like this, it was just a bit uncomfortable for a while. Come sister, go through the afternoon's lesson again. It's really a bit hard on sister at this late hour. No. I just want to teach sister these. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and smiled shyly, her eyes flickering slightly. Come husband, lie down. Sister Yang Xia, let's start, just go through it once, I feel like I've basically mastered it almost. Yang Xia shyly nodded, also took off her shoes and got on the big bed. Let's start with the head massage, I'll do it slower, sister will look over it again carefully. She knelt down and sat beside Su Yang, demonstrating while patiently speaking. Head, face, chest. From head to toe, the more conventional massage steps were demonstrated to Lu Shui. Thank you, sister's speech is really detailed. After coming out from Yang Xia's place, the duo of Su Yang and Lu Shui walked back hand in hand. Although Lu Shui had seen so much, but if she really wanted to master it, it still needed a long time of practice. Especially if one wanted to reach Yang Xia's level, it would be very difficult. Hubby, how does it feel? Tormented. But Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the unnatural way he was lying on the bed before, he did want to laugh a little. Both women were pressing around on him practicing their techniques, it did make him a little embarrassed yet. And it was still two such beautiful big beauties. He. Su Yang's words attracted Lu Shui, who couldn't help but laugh. Give you a good opportunity not to grasp, then not to blame the wife. Go faster husband, go home. Lu Shui looked at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock. Time is not early, have to hurry back to be able to. Tomorrow is Sunday, but can let the husband get up a little later. Good. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart and hurriedly rushed towards home with Lu Shui at a fast pace. Just now so long. Embarrassment was actually only a very small aspect. The main thing was still the unbearable suffocation. If it wasn't for the constant chanting, then he definitely could not lie down. The next morning, Su Yang slept naturally and slept until 10 a.m. Hubby, hurry up, I'll heat up the breakfast for you. Perhaps hearing the movement in the bedroom, Lu Shui walked in wearing a nightgown. She looked at Su Yang, her face was slightly red, and her eyes were shining. Okay wife. Su Yang rubbed his eyes, yawned and sat up. Ding dong. Su Yang's cell phone rang. Picking it up, it turned out to be a WeChat message from Big Brother Lu Qing. Brother, Big Brother has temporarily left Jiangcheng. Thank you for taking care of brother. In a while Big Brother will come back. Big brother, didn't you say you were traveling? Since the last time when he broke things off with Luo Lin face to face, Su Yang did not take the initiative to contact Lu Qing again. Anyway, the two of them were flirting with each other, one willing to fight the other, both were having a blast, so why bother them? Moreover, Lorraine was with him, it wasn't good to contact him. Yeah, it's all just fooling around anyway. After all, the big boss is busy with work and has a lot of things going on. As long as we can get this little s thing to believe it, it's fine. Ha ha ha. Recently cool? Well, a little waist pain. Ha ha ha. Hey, but this little s goods always talk to me about marriage, but also told me that the bride price to 800 million 8, I fucking 80,008 also do not give a. This woman is beautiful, is. Character is really not good. If it is not my brother is experienced, has long been her set of words set a bottom. Loosely, in fact, there is not much meaning. Damn, keep pestering me to get married, there is no mistake. This is the kind of goods, play with it is also okay. Surprisingly still thinking about getting married? I'll be damned. Brother have to hide, I go ah brother. Ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. It seems like big brother is also scared ah. Running into this kind of extreme goods, it is really a bit difficult to deal with it. Good la big brother, when to come back to say hello, brother also go to pick you up. Good get together well, go on the go. Anyway, brother Lu Qing helped him solve a big trouble. Good, see you. Lu Qing hurriedly came to Jiangcheng, had a racy encounter, and hurriedly left again. For him, coming over for this trip was actually quite refreshing. Hubby, I won't go over to the agency today. Seeing Su Yang about to go out, Lu Shui tenderly said from behind. Well, I'll just go over and take a look, I'll be back in a while. The child is at home, of course the wife has to be at home to take care of the child, and she also has to think of ways to get the child some good food. There were only 2 weeks until the midterm, and time was getting tighter and tighter. Now at this time, the child will basically have no time for leisure and entertainment. There is no way. The big situation is so now. Su Yang left the house and drove to the agency. Yang Xia was sitting at his workstation, crackling and typing, with a very busy look. Brother, you came. Yang Xia saw Su Yang come in and hurriedly stood up with a hint of shyness on her face. Chapter 103, It's so happy to work with you. What are you busy with, Yang Xia? Brother, I'm entering all the materials of more than 200 houses given by that old lady into the computer and making it into an electronic version. Yang Xia smiled shyly, then sat down again. Last night she was very happy. For one, Su Yang really laid on her bed and helped him massage for so long. For Yang Xia, this was a chance to repay her favor, so she was extremely happy in her heart. The second is that after Su Yang left, she felt his breath and slept really good. Moreover, she was thinking of having the next chance. Or to help him with that special health massage. Good, sister worked hard. Su Yang smiled sarcastically, his mind instantly flashed back to last night when Yang Xia was wearing a sheer nightgown, dangling in front of his eyes. If it wasn't for the bitter chanting, he would have definitely made a fool of himself last night. And when Yang Xia helped him massage his legs, several times he almost made him taut. This girl. It is also true that there is a bit of potential to be a little goblin. If his wife often comes to the agency, this Yang Xia will definitely be infected. Even that bland Xiao Chuchu must have been assimilated very quickly. The wife's charm was definitely first class. Brother, I feel like we'll have to get ready to recruit another manpower next month, the house will soon have dozens of sets. Well, no problem, sister is the general manager, you have the final say. Su Yang smiled and nodded, sat on his big swivel chair, then picked up the tea that Yang Xia had helped him brew. Good ah. Yang Xia twisted her head to look at Su Yang and couldn't help but smile shyly. Brother, is sister still coming over today? Oh, she's at home taking care of the kids, so she won't come over today. In another week, she'll be going to Xiao Chuchu's side to work. Xiao Chuchu? Is that the tenant of our house? Well, yes, she's the general manager of a big company and asked your sister to go there as a vice president to help her with some financial matters. Wow. Sister is awesome. Ha ha. But she can just go there 3 days a week, and she'll still come to us the rest of the time. I actually don't want her to be too tired, but she's just a person who can't be bothered. Yeah brother, sister is really good, when will sister be that good too? Yang Xia secretly sighed, he himself in addition to having a passionate blood, the posture is still not bad. The others really didn't stand out at all. Who said that my Yang Xia sister is also very good. Otherwise how can she be our general manager? Xiao Chuchu is the general manager, sister is also the general manager. It's not allowed to say that one day our company will let my sister do the listing. After a few words, it directly made Yang Xia laugh. Brother, you are too good at coaxing people. It's so happy to work with you. What brother said is the big truth, sister Yang Xia is really excellent. Su Yang smiled and shook his head, then opened his computer as well. Anyway, there was nothing much going on at the moment, he was just playing games, brushing short videos and the like. Happy days always pass quickly. Before he realized it, a week had passed. Friday afternoon. Lu Shui completed the departure procedures and packed her things into a small cardboard box. After staying in the company for so long, just like this to leave, the heart more or less still feel a little strange. Colleagues of the department sent her to the downstairs. Wife, how, a little reluctant. Lu Shui smiled and shook her head, placing the carton in Su Yang's arms. Afterwards, she waved her hands with her co-workers and then got in the car and left. When are you planning to go to Chu Chu's place? Su Yang needed the small hand that Lu Shui actively handed over and asked with a smile. Next week, Chu Chu's side is also quite anxious, mainly financial matters, she is not very proficient, and also does not have that much time. Lu Shui leaned back in her seat, gently looking at Su Yang. Her life was really changing more and more. The feelings with him were getting stronger and stronger. As long as one sees him. It was especially tempting to let herself go. In the past, she was afraid of him, even afraid to stay with him for too long. Now it's the feeling of being super sticky to him and not wanting to leave for a moment. It's almost like a man and woman in passionate love. So strange. But I'm worried that my wife is too tired, and our Lele will be taking the midterm soon, it's only 10 days away. It's okay hubby, my sister and I said that there's actually not much going on, but it takes a very experienced person to get it right. Hubby, you rest assured, your wife in addition to the flirtatious. Actually financial expertise is also very strong. Lu Shui smiled shyly, staring closely at Su Yang's eyes, another hint of teasing came through. Well, as long as it is not too tired. Looking at Lu Shui's moving appearance, Su Yang couldn't help but forcefully pinch her small hand. Wife, after learning that kind of healthcare massage, be sure to press me more. I've been feeling a bit weak lately. But hubby, I told you to exercise more, let's run together in the future, okay? Lu Shui couldn't help but smile shyly. This man and woman are different. She recently felt her spirit getting better and better, and all the cells in her body felt like they were singing. But Su Yang was different. He seemed to be getting more and more depressed, and often had to catch up on his sleep at noon before he could do so. It seems that he must be allowed to strengthen his exercise before he can do so. Otherwise, the two people's married life, there will be some shortcomings. At least some passion will be missing. No problem. This one has to strengthen his exercise. If I don't exercise again, this beautiful wife of mine will probably be abducted by someone. Pfft, it won't be. Lu Shui shyly glared at Su Yang. My 10,000 flavors bloom only for you alone. I'll always be just a little less thing for you alone. No matter who, no one will take me away from you. During this period of time, just go to Chu Chu's place while taking care of the child more, our Lele has been working too hard this time. Yes hubby, don't worry. Actually, our Lele has a lot of confidence, and has been improving very quickly lately. With her current situation, she definitely won't have any problems taking the first high school's top grade. That's for sure, my baby is getting better and better. Isn't that all because of her father? She is now completely undistracted and can work hard. Chapter 104, Determined not to recruit male employees. By the way hubby, today at noon Lorraine fooled around towards me again. Deceived what? Su Yang couldn't help but smile secretly, this escargot shrewdness seems to be really not working. Big brother had run away for a week and now she was still dejected. She said she is pregnant, is discussing with Big Brother about marriage, she said Big Brother promised to give her 800 million bride price money. Pfft. I am strange, even if it is true that there is a big money to marry her, on the basis of her like goods. Where is worth 800 million eight? Lu Shui laughed as she spoke, and in the end, she almost couldn't straighten her back. If she's like this, she'll definitely scare Cheng away. In fact, if she has a better character, Brother Cheng might really want her. In fact, Brother Cheng is quite handsome. She said she's pregnant? Yeah, that's what she said in the message she sent me. No kidding? I reckon this is something she intentionally made up. Regarding this message, Su Yang still somewhat questioned its authenticity. I feel like it could be true. This woman is unscrupulous in everything she does. Maybe the pregnancy was also something she intentionally tried to conceive. In her eyes, Brother Cheng is a real big spender. A lifetime of being able to fall for one, that would be enough for her to eat for the rest of her life. It's worth it to invest a bit more. It made sense if you put it that way. For the unscrupulous, children were also their own bargaining chips. Unfortunately. Big brother has run away. Really? Yeah, where is Brother Ching going to get 800 million eight? Even if he did, he wouldn't give it to her. The point is that her character is too bad for Brother Ching to look at. Then what if she does get pregnant? That would be between the two of them, a slut and a pervert. It's quite a match when you think about it. But Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh again, then took the initiative to take off her left foot's shoe and quietly stretched her little foot over. What's the point of caring about them so much? It's still proper to be happier with one's own husband. Jingling bell. While driving, Su Yang's cell phone rang. It turned out to be a call from Yang Xia. Hello? What's up, Yang Xia? After Su Yang connected, he pressed the speakerphone. Brother, I have to go to Times Garden. That old lady said she was not feeling well. She gave me a call just now to let me go over. Oh, go, just lock the door directly. This old lady. Recognize Yang Xia as a goddaughter, cannot always trouble people, right? This old lady is also really fooling around for most of her life, and in the end, she only ended up alone. And her legs are not working, she's in a wheelchair. This is too much sin. Okay, Lu brother, then I go. Yang Xia said, then hung up the phone. Hubby, I think let's just recruit another person, otherwise there is no one behind to watch the store. Well, recruit one. Su Yang nodded and continued to knead Lu Shui's small feet. In the past, he only thought about managing his own dozens of sets, and didn't think about taking on other listings. Now it's good. Yang Xia, this girl got a big order all of a sudden. The listings are so many more. There's no way, it seems like it's necessary to recruit more people. Find a resourceful boy can also be, when you need to get furniture later, it is convenient to help move and carry. No, not recruiting a male. Su Yang directly shook his head into a rattle. Is there any mistake? The wife is so beautiful. If a male employee came over, wouldn't he look cool? Or move some more little thoughts? No, resolutely no. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's resolute look and smiled shyly again. She knew Su Yang too well. Right now, in his eyes, his wife is the most beautiful and important, and resolutely has to be protected. Alright, I'll listen to hubby, then let's recruit a pretty little girl for hubby? Okay? Sister Yang Xia and I are both getting older. Let's recruit a little girl in her early 20s. Su Yang smiled sarcastically and didn't say anything. As for how old to recruit one, it didn't matter, the most important thing was not to recruit a male. Regardless of what kind of girl is recruited, it's just their own staff, it doesn't matter. After the two returned home, Su Yang did not go to the agency again. There is still half an afternoon, and Lu Shui can be studied together with the massage way. Dad also went out to go fishing with fishing buddies, not until the evening when it will not come back. Hubby, come over and help me unbutton my back. Aha. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's back, and couldn't help but feel another heartache in his heart. Even if he wiped the scar removal cream, it was only a slight improvement. The vertical and horizontal scars were simply like a bolt of lightning that directly struck Su Yang's heart. It really was getting more and more heartbreaking. The more you love someone, the more heartbreaking it is to see the injuries she has suffered. Wife. Su Yang embraced Lu Shui deeply in his arms from behind. Honey, why are you crying? Lu Shui trembled for a moment, then extremely neatly snuggled into his arms. It should be because the wound on his back reminded him of the past again. Anyway, it's all in the past. My wife actually stopped caring about those things a long time ago. I only think that my husband can love me well for the rest of my life. Do well to be your little fool for the rest of your life, little S. Goods. Well. Su Yang turned Lu Shue's body a bit, then tenderly kissed it. That perfect shape made Su Yang couldn't help but get excited again. After a busy day, the two of them started chatting again afterward. Wife, you said that if we were this good from the beginning, how good it would be. Yeah, you know what, hubby, I've been in college for 4 years. I've had a crush on you for 4 years, and it's so hard to have a crush. Especially for a while after graduation, I felt like I was going crazy. I know. If I can't be with you again, I'm afraid I won't have a chance in this life. Lu Shui gently got up and gave Su Yang a massage. The moves that he had just learned couldn't be paralyzed, they had to be practiced every day to make it work. Silly girl, you should have told me earlier, maybe I agreed to it in one go. My wife is so beautiful, so much better looking than that Lorraine. But my wife used to be thinner, the front is not convex and the back is not curvy. I was especially afraid that you rejected me, at that time every day thinking about how to confess to you. Alas. My silly wife, it's all hubby's fault. Su Yang man couldn't help but sigh secretly, a hand while Lu Shui again embraced in the arms. Free gift for support, 500 for love power generation plus one more chapter. Free gift request support, 500 for love power plus one more chapter. Chapter 105 Feelings. This thing is amazing. Jingling bell. Just as Su Yang and Lu Shui were about to do it again, Yang Xia's call came in again. Brother, you'd better come to the hospital. There might be a document that needs you to sign. Let me go to the hospital? Su Yang couldn't help but stare, not reacting for a moment. This old lady had no relationship with himself, let him go to a hairy hospital. To money she is more money, there is a disease that cure is. Well, brother, hurry to come a trip, sister is free if best also come over. Oh. Okay. Su Yang patted Lu Shui and hurriedly sat up together. What Yang Xia said on the phone still seemed to be quite urgent, so he didn't dawdle anymore. Lu Shui was right next to him, so naturally she also heard it clearly. She also hurriedly got up and busied herself with cleaning up. Not much time. The duo then drove to the hospital. How strange, what is this old lady shouting for you to do, and what papers do you need to sign? Should not be to see the doctor need to sign what documents it, besides you are not her son. Silly wife. Su Yang couldn't help but pinch Lu Shui's small hand and laughed lightly. Just this old lady, although it is not her directly killed her mom, and she cannot get out of it. If it wasn't for the sake of acting as her house, she wouldn't even bother to look at her. Forget it, don't think about it, go over there and take a look before saying anything. If it's really a medical authorization document, then surely it won't let me sign it either. Well. After the duo arrived at the hospital, they went directly to the old lady's inpatient floor. Brother, sister, you guys come with me. As soon as they exited the elevator, they saw Yang Xia who was waiting for them. The duo nodded and suspiciously followed. This is still strange and weird. Yang Xia led the duo and quickly arrived at the ICU ward and met the old lady. It seems that this old lady's illness is not light. Surprisingly, she was admitted to the ICU. You are Mr. Su Yang, right? Yeah. Su Yang had just glanced at the old lady when a middle-aged man in a suit next to him politely struck up a conversation with Su Yang. You are Mr. Su Kan's son, right? Can I see your ID card? You are. Grip grass? Come up and check your account. I don't have any relationship with this old lady, right? Don't give me a dog blood plot. When Su Yang thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his heart sink. I'm from Deshang Law Firm. There's a gift agreement here that needs your signature, so I have to confirm your identity first. The middle-aged man held a folder and shook it for a bit, then said politely. Gift agreement? Holy shit. Gifting what? Who gifted it to me? Su Yang's head was full of question marks. However, he still pulled out his ID card from his pocket. That's right, sir, I've confirmed it. Take a look at this document, if there's no problem, please sign it. The author here doesn't know how to do this, please don't mind if you make it up badly, readers. The middle-aged man said and handed the folder to Su Yang. Su Yang suspiciously took the folder and flipped it open to read it. Lu Shui, who was on the side, also came over. Grip grass. It's really a gift agreement. The content of the document was not long, just 2 pages. Soon, the duo of Su Yang and Lu Shui finished reading the content. It turned out to be that this old lady wanted to return the house that she had previously snubbed Pops. Perhaps it is the fact that people will die. Perhaps it was at the end of life, finally living to understand. Maybe it's finally seeing through the sins he's made. Husband. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang, her eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. No matter what, these houses that can be Dad's heart and soul are. And because of these houses, Mom's life is gone. The house should be returned. Well, sign. Su Yang nodded and signed his name without hesitation. This dam was originally Dad's house, you are now but the return of the original owner, the son, just. In the hands of so many years, the rent alone is a good amount, right? Well, here you go. After signing, he handed the folder to the middle-aged man. Okay, Mr. Su, if I need your cooperation later, I will contact you anytime. Okay, that's it, thanks. You're welcome. Su Yang nodded, but there was no feeling of joy. Because of these houses, Mom's life was lost. Alas! Even if these houses were worth more money, it simply couldn't be compared to his own old mom. Even if it is 10 times more houses, and how? Only family love is the most precious. Okay, then we'll go back first, Yang Xia, if there's anything, feel free to call my brother. Aha, good little brother. After looking at the old lady, Su Yang and Lu Shui planned to go back. She is now sleeping, do not know what the situation is, anyway, cannot speak. Coming out from the hospital, it was almost time for Su Lele to finish school. The duo drove to the place where they usually picked up their children from school and stopped. Alas, this thing called feelings is so magical. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but sigh lightly. What's wrong, silly girl, you want to move on? But. Hubby, don't want to drive me away in this life, I recognize you. Saying that, Lu Shui reached out her small hand to Su Yang and took the initiative to caress his face. It also scratched his nose. I've beaten you for so many years, don't you hate me at all? Hated and feared. But the heart has always retained the last fantasy, in fact. I didn't know how long I could hold out at that time. But finally insisted until my husband's prodigal son returned, so happy. Now that Lu Shui was talking to Su Yang, there was already an essential difference from before. Now she was generous, confident, and even vaguely carried a hint of initiative to tease Su Yang's upper hand. Although she still rarely refused Su Yang's requests for anything, but when communicating with him, there was no longer the worry and fear that she used to have. The kind of smile that used to curry favor had also turned into a heartfelt joy. Actually, I want to say that this old lady. Dad must have liked her a lot in the past, or else how could he have been snubbed for so many houses? But a person who sins too much, God will punish himself, not only is she in a wheelchair. This was hospitalized in the ICU again, but in the end, she suddenly had a clear conscience and still knew to return the house to you. Lu Shui took the initiative to knead Su Yang's hand, and while speaking gently, she was slightly emotional. Chapter 106, If it wasn't for her, you would have died a long time ago. I still don't know what Dad thinks about this matter, this is also quite strange, why doesn't that old lady just look for my dad to return the house? Su Yang reached out to the passenger seat, let Lu Shui gently kneaded. It is estimated that there is no face it. But no matter what, this house should be asked back, after all, it's all Dad's stuff. Well, wife is right. It feels like you're getting more and more ideas, that's good. Lu Shui tenderly looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but smile shyly. Not long after. The child Su Lele came over, and when he saw his dad's car, he happily pulled open the door and came in. Dad, Mom, you all came to pick me up, ah. Well, what kind of delicious food does baby Lele want to eat? Daddy will buy it for you. Hey. Daddy, buy me a burger, I just want to eat a slightly spicy chicken leg burger. Su Lele smiled happily and took out her books from her school bag. Good, let's go husband, there are sold in front, buy a few more we all eat. Okay, let's go. Su Yang smiled and shook his head, this child, eat a burger even? Do not want to eat a big meal or something? This is really a bit like when Lu Shui was young. Dad is not short of money, so frugal and economical for what? Not long after. Arriving at the burger store in front, Lu Shui got off the car and went to buy it. Lele, stop reading, the light in the car is not very good. Rest for a while? It's okay, Dad, there's still more than a week to go before the exam. I want to test a little better. Su Lele replied briskly while reading the book. It seemed to be in a very good mood. Since the child said so, Su Yan didn't bother her anymore. Time was running out, a little more effort might result in a little more achievement, and no effort would be in vain. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Shui came back with a big paper bag. It looked like it had bought quite a lot. Come on, hubby, let's go home and eat. After returning home, Su Yan came to the study. Dad had already returned and was preparing to boil water for tea. Back, Dad, how was the harvest today? Ha, where is the harvest? Just caught a small one, let me release it. Dad Sukan laughed brightly and sat down after boiling the water. Lu Shui bought some burgers, let's all have some later. I ate out with my friends, you guys can just eat, I'm not used to eating that. Dad waved his hand and pulled open the drawer to pour tea again. Dad, that old lady Wang returned the house to us. What? Dad's hand suddenly shook a little, raised his eyes to Su Yang, a hint of incomprehension in his eyes. I said that old lady Wang, the one who lives in Times Garden, called me over today and returned all the houses to us. This time Dad kind of heard it. He was once extremely familiar with that old lady Wang who lived in Times Garden. It should be said that she used to be very fond of it, even as if she was bewitched. Otherwise so many houses would not have all been fooled away. Later repentance to that old lady is naturally also exceptionally hateful. If it wasn't for her, Su Yang's old mom shouldn't have left. But this kind of thing, Su can also have the same unshirkable responsibility. Hate, depression, shame, regret. Filled with his body and mind. After living with his son's family, he finally slowly adjusted. Unexpectedly, that woman even had the day to know to return the property. How is she? It is estimated that it is dying. Dad sniffed and nodded silently, as if there was a hint of comfort. Okay, then mind those houses and live a good life with Little Snow. Little Snow is better than you. Cough cough cough, well, yes. Su Yang did not refute, thinking about what Dad said was indeed quite right. Lu Shui was indeed much stronger than him in many ways. Even his daughter, Lele, was now so active and hardworking. Only he thinks about lying flat all day long. Well, it's good to know, but make sure you don't be like your dad. Alas. Don't worry, Dad, you see the financial power of the family, but I'm all handed over to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui is a good child, if it wasn't for her, you would have been dead. I know, Dad, Xiao Shui and I have a good relationship now. Su Yang smiled, his heart's gratitude to Lu Shui seemed to have gone to a new level. Hubby, doesn't Dad eat burgers? Do you want me to make him something else to eat? No need, he already ate when he came back. Come on, Lele, here's your drink. Thanks, Dad. The three of them sat around the dining table and happily ate their burger fast food. This fast food, that is, once in a while, it didn't matter. Su Lele ate quickly and was full in no time, then went to her room to study. Hubby, the child's recent changes are really great, it's all because she has a good father. Actually this boils down to the fact that her dad has a good wife. The next day after having breakfast, Su Yang went to the agency alone. Lu Shui, on the other hand, stayed home to take care of the child. Just arrived at the agency, Yang Xia was already there and was still crackling and busy in front of the computer. Brother, come over? Hurry up and drink the tea, it's been brewing for quite a while, now I guess the temperature is just right. Sister is still getting those house information, Su Yang smiled and nodded, coming to his own workstation and sitting down. Well, I was delayed for some time yesterday, so I guess I can almost finish entering it today. At that old lady's place, I still have to visit her today when I have time. Alas. I really didn't expect that she was the one who snubbed so many houses in your house. At first, I just thought she was a poor rich old lady, who knew she was this kind of person. But her condition is still quite serious. Guess there's not much time left. Su Yang nodded silently, not responding to these words. Come sister, let's split it up, brother will help you enter it together. Su Yang was also very skillful in the use of computers. This kind of job was mainly just an entry process. No need, brother, I can do it alone. It's fine, you are the general manager of our company, how can you give all the work to the general manager? Come on, share a little. Su Yang laughed lightly, then waved his hand towards Yang Xia. Free gift for support, 500 for love power generation plus one more chapter. Free gift request for support, 500 for love power plus one more chapter. Chapter 107, someone came for an interview. Monday morning at 9 o'clock. After Lu Shui packed up from home, she drove her tram towards Xiao Chu Chu's company. Today was the day she started her job. Su Yang, on the other hand, went to the agency. Brother, this is the job posting I wrote, can you take a look at it? Yang Xia didn't have anything on hand for the time being, so he thought he'd write a job posting and just post it on the front door. Anyway, this kind of work is not very specialized, so the requirements are not high. The main thing is to be practical and willing to work, strong sense of responsibility is almost the same. As for the specialty issue, Su Yang and Yang Xia had never done this before anyway. Okay, let me take a look. Su Yang got up and came to Yang Xia's side, ready to take a look at what she wrote on the WPS. Brother, you come and sit. Seeing Su Yang come over, Yang Xia immediately got up and gave up her swivel chair. When he sat down, Yang Xia stood behind him without even thinking and helped him with a shoulder massage. Ooh. This little bitch, what an eye candy. Well, the writing can be, we mainly just need responsible and good communicators, experience in the field has little to do with it. Yes, brother, I also think so. Anyway, we don't have much experience, it's not the same thing. Yang Xia said while gently kneading Su Yang's shoulders. This level was indeed professional. It was indeed a whole lot better than Lu Shui's massage level. It's well written, why don't you print it out and stick it on the door, anyway, we can take our time to interview, there's no rush. If we meet the right one, we recruit in is also fine, also not bad this money. Now also have a few sets of houses in hand, also a little bit of things to do. Well, okay brother, I'll print it out and post it later. Should we post a job posting on the recruitment website as well? No need for the time being, just post it on the door, when it comes to recruiting no one say again. Aha, okay, brother. Yang Xia replied tenderly while helping Su Yang with a massage. Okay, then first this. Su Yang was a little embarrassed to keep letting her give a massage, so he wanted to get up and go to his own workstation. Don't move, brother. I want to press you for a while longer, anyway, there is nothing else today. Okay. This little bitch's technique was really good, the press was very comfortable. Su Yang sat on the chair and didn't even want to get up. Brother, my sister went to the new unit today to get inducted? Yes, she can go if she wants to, anyway, it's only 2-3 days a week, it's nothing. Su Yang nodded, in fact, a heart or a little do not want her to go. If there is a wife on the side, that little life will definitely be more comfortable. Not only eye candy, but also heart candy. Knock knock knock. The two were chatting, when someone suddenly knocked on the door outside. Su Yang looked up, it turned out that there was a woman holding a child standing at the door, knocking on the glass door. Hello this lady, are you looking to rent an apartment? Seeing this, Yang Xia hurriedly smiled and walked over. In this aspect of treating customers, Yang Xia's performance was indeed spot on. Oh no, I'm not renting a house. I want to ask, are we hiring over here? The woman smiled sardonically, her eyes seemed to be permeated with a hint of heartbroken helplessness. I saw that we are a newly opened agency. So I came over to ask. Come, you come in and sit down, we are planning to recruit people. Yang Xia smiled and nodded, then politely let the woman holding the child in. The woman looked like she was 27-28 years old, and the child in her arms was also very small, just over 1 year old. The child was so small, why did she come out to look for a job? And also holding a child out to find a job. After greeting the woman and sitting down, Yang Xia poured another cup of warm water for her. This lady, your child is so small, why did you come out to look for a job? Yang Xia didn't dislike anything because of this, instead, she had some sympathy in her heart. Bringing such a small child out to look for a job should have encountered some difficulties. I won't hide it from you. I'm divorced, and now I'm all borrowing money to live, but this is not a permanent solution. The woman's eyes reddened as soon as her words left her mouth. But shouldn't the child's father give alimony? Yang Xia could not help but be stunned. The woman in front of him seemed to be a bitter person as well. Alas! The reason is this reason, but he does not give us nothing to do. The woman said. The redness of her eyes became more pronounced, and tears were already seeping out of her eyes. Su Yang sat on the chair, silently listening to the conversation between the two. In his heart, he also felt strange. Then he stood up and sat back in his seat. Let Yang Xia chat first, wait until after the conversation. Is there no one in your family to help you look after your child? If you come out to work, it's definitely not very convenient to bring your child with you. Yes, there is. I can let my mom come over to help me with the child. Right now I'm just thinking I can find a job and earn money to support both of you as first. Oh. The woman said, really cannot help it, covered her face with her hands and cried. This. Su Yang couldn't help but stand up and walked over as well. Brother, look. Yang Xia saw Su Yang come over and quickly helped him pull his chair. This lady, have you done this before? The woman hurriedly wiped her tears and shook her head with red eyes. A hint of loss came out of her eyes. It's fine, it doesn't matter if I have no experience. Then tell us what you've done before. Su Yang actually didn't care about the other party's work experience. In fact, he just wanted to talk casually to see this woman's ability to express herself and whatnot. Well, I've been a cashier before, and I've also been a cashier in a supermarket. The woman paused for a moment, then slowly began to speak. Su Yang occasionally interjected a sentence, but mainly all of them were guiding this woman to speak. Soon. Su Yang then secretly nodded. This woman's organization was still good, and her eloquence was also good, without any problems. Right now in this situation, if she found a job, her motivation would definitely not have any problems. Moreover, this woman's image was also good. Especially that granary. One didn't need to take a closer look to know that one hand definitely wouldn't work. Yang Xia, what do you think? Actually, Su Yang didn't expect to meet a suitable person so soon. But since he had met one, it didn't matter if he recruited them in advance. Moreover, this woman is in the midst of difficulties nowadays. If you can give a hand, there is no shortage of this salary anyway. Chapter 108. You can't fall off the chain. Oh. Brother, I think it should be okay. Yang Xia had actually sensed Su Yang's meaning, so he also went along with it. That's fine, we have no problem here, you can come over to work at any time, see if there's anything else you want to ask? Su Yang smiled and nodded his head. It was considered an agreement. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Big brother, thank you. There's nothing I want to ask. It's fine, you're welcome. We have a basic salary of 6,000 here, and other commission and bonuses depending on the completion of the task. As for this basic salary, inside this industry in Jiancheng, it is also considered quite high. This was something he and Yang Xia had discussed in advance. Good, thank you so much. I can come to work tomorrow. Hearing that the salary was surprisingly high, the woman couldn't help but break into a smile all of a sudden. It was thought that it would be good to find a 4,000-5,000 job, but she didn't expect this to be 6,000, and it was still a basic salary. This made the woman very happy. Okay, no problem. Come as you are, it's good to come early so that everyone can familiarize themselves more. Soon, the woman went back with 1,000 thanks. Brother, you are so nice, very, very kind. Yang Xia twisted her head and looked at Su Yang, as if she was thinking of something. Which is not, brother is actually a bad person, specializing in cheating wonderful young women. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Yang Xia was indeed a wonderful young woman, and still a very beautiful wonderful young woman. Che, it's not that. If that's really the case, then my sister would rather be cheated by my brother. Ha ha ha. Brother, today this woman is indeed quite pitiful. Talking and crying, alas, it's not easy. Yes, sister, who all have encountered difficult times. But hard times are hard times, and recruiting is recruiting. If that woman couldn't do the job, Su Yang naturally couldn't help. In this world, there were many poor people. How could one see one and help one? Right, I have to order another computer as soon as possible, it will be delivered tomorrow morning, and there will be no delay in using it. Su Yang said, picked up his cell phone to find the previous purchase record and placed another order. In the half-afternoon, Su Yang was playing games alone in the company when Lu Shui came back. Hubby. Wife, why did you come back? Just by looking at Lu Shui's beaming face, he knew that she should be quite satisfied with this job. Yeah, hubby, anyway, there's nothing else to do today, so I came back. Lu Shui said happily and sat her butt on the workstation next to Su Yang. Where is Sister Yang Xia? Oh, she went to the hospital to visit that old lady Wang. Every day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon you can visit. She'll take a look, she'll be back in a while. Right, wife, how's work? Su Yang grabbed the small hand that Lu Shui handed over and gently kneaded it. Well, the job content is really quite simple. The main thing needed is to be experienced. Don't worry, your wife can easily handle it. If I go there, I don't have much to do a lot of the time. Lu Shui reclined on the swivel chair, directly smiling and squinting her eyes. That would be great. I was worried that my wife would work too hard. It won't be. Xiao's sister does take good care of me, arranged a big office for me, gave me a small secretary, and also said that her annual salary will give me no less than 1 million. Su Yang sniffed and couldn't help but be stunned. Wife, this is all of a sudden upgraded to corporate executives. The annual salary is actually all starting at 1 million. This wife. It's really the feeling of taking off directly in place. The little secretary is female, right? But it's the little handsome guy, huh? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh as well. This wife, more and more will take the initiative to joke. Previously was extremely cooperative and obedient. Now well, changed is more and more active. The secretary is a little girl. Don't worry husband, all the wife's love is with you. Even if there is a little handsome man, no matter how tender, cannot move the sister's heart. Lu Shui said and couldn't help but smile shyly. Right wife, this very different from before, just from the fact that after she came in the house, she stroked her stomach at least 3 times. If I'm right, this woman is determined to marry Qing. To fix a real big money, that is much better than fooling a bunch of men. Easy to do, a rich wife, how good. Lu Shui grabbed Su Yang's hand and gently kneaded it. Occasionally, she even reached out to pinch his cheeks. Well, what my wife said is right. However, this woman's dream is probably going to wake up soon. That's for sure. Right now, although brother Qing has run away, it's estimated that he's still been fooling her, otherwise he wouldn't have been talking about getting married. Evil people have their own way, let them be, it has nothing to do with us anyway. Su Yang smiled and shook his head. I just don't know what Big Brother will come up with next, and this escargot doesn't know what an interesting performance it will be. The two of them leaned together and chatted in a warm voice. Unconsciously. More than an hour passed. Even when Yang Xia came in, the duo didn't know. Yang Xia was wearing flat canvas shoes, walking didn't make much noise at all, so the duo didn't hear it either. When she came in, Lu Shui was still snuggled in Su Yang's arms. And Su Yang was also helping Lu Shui do some particularly professional massage. This made Yang Xia, who came in, instantly redden her cheeks. Su Yang raised his head, just in time to look at Yang Xia sitting on the swivel chair shyly looking at him, startled. This little bitch, how come walking doesn't have a little sound? You're like this. What if you scare people out of something? Especially male. It is very easy to scare out of the problem, okay? I used to wear shoes with heels, why did I change to flats today? Sister is here. Lu Shui also felt that something was wrong and opened her eyes at once, sitting up from Su Yang's arms. However, she was not as startled as Su Yang. Instead, she got up and straightened her hair, her face slightly blushing just a little. Anyway, and Yang Xia is a good friend. She wasn't considered an outsider, so what was there to be shy about? Well, sister. You two have such a good relationship, so envious of you. Yang Xia was only shy just now, and after Lu Shui got up as if nothing had happened, she slowed down. People don't care. She was a spectator, what was there to be shy about? Just in the future, when you enter the door again, then you have to be careful. It's better to knock on the door. Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh shyly. This kind of question didn't even need to be answered, it was just to ease the embarrassment. I just went to the hospital to see that old lady and accompanied her to chat for a while. Why did sister come back so early today? Well, the company's business is less, so I came back a little earlier, it's quite relaxing anyway. Lu Shui said, turned around and headed for the innermost restroom. It's all Su Yang's fault. Brother, the doctor told me today, saying that she probably won't last a month. Oh. Su Yang responded and nodded gently. Sister, help me get a glass of water. Su Yang said, picking up the water cup to greet Yang Xia. He didn't mean to take Yang Xia as a maid of make, it's just that just now in Lu Shui. He is now a little afraid to stand up just. Good Lu brother. Yang Xia smiled and jogged 2 steps, happily took the cup. Anyway, what Su Yang let her do, she is now very happy, simply will not think much about what. As for Su Yang's embarrassment of not being able to get up, she naturally was even more unaware of it. Brother, do you still need to change the tea for you? You're almost out of color with this brew. No need, it's time to get off work after a few more drinks. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, refusing. Not long after. Lu Shui came out from the restroom. Hubby, I'll go back to buy some food, clean up, and it's time to make dinner, right sister? Go to our house for dinner today, it's kind of a celebration for my sister's new job. Lu Shui looked at the time and then planned to go back. Mainly. Had to change clothes. After all, wearing wet clothes is still very uncomfortable. So strange, how did these clothes get wet? Okay, Liz sister, I will go over in a while to help you cook. For Lu Shui's invitation, Yang Xia has never refused. Now to celebrate finding a new job for sister Lu Shui, that naturally would be even less likely to refuse. Alright, you guys chat first, I'll go back first. After Lu Shui finished speaking, she didn't stay any longer and quickly left the agency. Brother, you're so bad. Just after Lu Shui left, Yang Xia twisted her head around and couldn't help but say with a shy smile. Where am I bad? Men are not bad, women do not love it. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Now well, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Lu Shui just now did not shy, he a big man, and what is good to be embarrassed? What if it's not the sister who comes in? What if someone else comes in? How embarrassing, Cough cough cough. Okay, Liz sister, in the future brother will pay attention. Su Yang sardonically smiled. Yang Xia said is indeed quite right, in the future to install a few surveillance cameras at the door. Can always see the doorway situation. Wouldn't that be safe? Chapter 110, New Employee, Advance Wages. Recently, Su Lele study more and more hard. Su Yang and Lu Shui, 2 people in order not to affect the child's study, only have to endure hunger and thirst. So, the first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new pair of shoes or boots. The next morning, Lu Shui went to work on time. Su Yang also went to the agency early. Yang Xia always arrived before him and had already made tea for him. Brother, good morning. Morning, sister. Su Yang noticed that Yang Xia seemed to have changed a bit, and at a second glance it seemed like she had put on light makeup. Even the hairstyle was combed more delicately. Sister is so pretty today, are you planning to go on a blind date? Su Yang smiled and flirted with Yang Xia. Because everyone was so familiar after all, she naturally wouldn't be angry. Brother hates. Sister is not going to go on a blind date. Yeah. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Yang Xia had long ago told him that in this life she would not go to any man, afraid of repeating the same mistake once again. It would be better to be happy like now. And right in front of her eyes there is a person who makes her grateful and do not ask for anything else, she only hope to accompany his side is good. Be a friend or a lover. Just hope to be easy and happy. Not long. After Su Yang arrived, the newly recruited employee from yesterday also came over. Wearing a light-colored long dress, a head of long black hair. Although there was a 1-year-old child, her figure had recovered extremely well. Not only was her front and back curvy, but her waist was surprisingly very slim. It seems that before this woman had a child, that figure was definitely first class. Hello brother Su, hello sister Yang. I'm here to report. Jiang Wei, good morning, come let's do the entry formalities first. The new employee's name was Jiang Wei, quite a nice name. After the 3 greeted each other, Yang Xiaobra just loved her to the parlor table and handed her the entry registration form and the contract that was printed in advance. Anyway, this kind of form and contract are from the internet pull down, casually change on the line. Jiang Wei, you can sit here from now on, the computer should be delivered this morning. After Jiang Wei finished her induction, Yang Xia brought her to the workstation. Her position was in front of Su Yang, next to Yang Xia. As soon as Su Yang looked up, he could see the back of her head and the rounded. Okay, Liz Sister Yang, thanks. Jiang Wei slightly a little constrained to survey the office environment, a hint of joy in her eyes. This place is not big, but the decoration is really very good. Even the desks and chairs in the office were big and comfortable. It seemed like the owner of this place didn't lack money at all. And as soon as she arrived, she was given a basic salary of 6,000, which made Jiang Wei feel really satisfied. As for bonuses and commissions and whatnot, she didn't think much about it for the time being. Sis, so what do I do now? Well, I have a few houses here, so you can take a look at the information and be responsible for following up on them first. If the tenants have any needs in the future, you can report them up and we'll deal with them together. You wait for a while, I'll print it out for you later. Yang Xia in fact has long been discussed with Su Yang. Anyway, there is not much to do now, just casually arrange some first. Okay, sis. Jiang Wei nodded and glanced backward at Su Yang. 10 o'clock in the morning. Express, Su Yang. Oh, here it comes. It turned out that Su Yang's computer purchased online had arrived. Unboxing, installing, whole system, installing software. Su Yang sat on Jiang Wei's seat, and after a flurry of work, the computer could finally be used normally. But the time was also almost noon. Yang Xia, Jiang Wei, let me treat you to dinner today, let's see what you want to eat. This restaurant can deliver food to your door, it's much better than the usual takeout. Su Yang said, picked up a beautifully printed menu from the table and handed it to Yang Xia. Good little brother, today Jiang Wei and I are going to slaughter brother for a meal. Yang Xia smiled and took the menu from Su Yang's hands, then pulled his chair to Jiang Wei's side. Sister, I brought lunch. Jiang Wei was a little embarrassed as she glanced at her handbag and smiled sarcastically. It's okay, today we're eating a big meal, our boss is very nice, but don't be polite with him. Do you think it's not brother? Yang Xia said, smilingly twisted his head to look at Su Yang. Ha ha. I don't know if it's good or not, but you guys just order hard, don't ever be polite with brother. Okay, come Jiang Wei, see what you want to eat. This sweet and sour pork ribs to a share of it, you look at this. Not much time. Yang Xia and Jiang Wei, two people ordered lunch was delivered, although the dishes did not have a few, but the color and flavor are complete. Jiang Wei, bring over the lunch you brought. Let's see what you've cooked, does it taste good? After everyone had placed their meals on the table, Yang Xia smiled and greeted Jiang Wei as she ate. Sister, I better not eat, the dishes I made don't taste good. Jiang Wei said a little embarrassed. What's the point of being so modest, come on, let our boss taste it too. That. Jiang Wei smiled sarcastically and took out a small plastic bag from her carry bag. This is my pickles, do you guys taste good? Su Yang looked at the pickles that Jiang Wei took out and couldn't help but freeze. Could this be this girl's lunch dish? There were probably still steamed buns in the carry bag, right? Steamed buns with pickled vegetables? Jiang Wei, you eat pickles for lunch? Yang Xia also saw that something was wrong, and his heart couldn't help but sink. Well, it's actually quite delicious, don't believe me, you guys try it. Jiang Wei said, her eyes slightly red. More than 1 p.m., Yang Xia left the agency again to visit the old lady in the hospital. It was said to be a visit, but it was actually just to accompany her for a chat. Jiang Wei, come, add me on WeChat, I'll give you a little advance on your salary. Brother. Originally, Jiang Wei was also thinking about how to talk to the boss to advance a little money, but she has been embarrassed to open her mouth. After all, this is only the first day of work. Came to get an advance on her salary, it was really a bit embarrassing. But she did not expect her boss to take the initiative to give herself a salary advance. This made her eyes instantly red again. Jiang Wei, do not think too much, everyone who has not encountered a little difficult times? When your sister Yang just came, I also gave her an advance on her salary, it's fine. After the two of them added WeChat, Su Yang directly transferred a month's salary advance to her. This is just a small amount of money, it is absolutely nothing to Su Yang. But see their own employees so difficult, he as a boss naturally will not see death to save. Free gift for support, 500 for the love of power generation plus one more chapter. Free gift request for support, 500 for love generation plus one more chapter. Chapter 111 embarrassed, almost crashed again. Thank you, brother. Jiang Wei's eyes were red, vaguely there seemed to be tears flashing. It's fine, what's the point of being polite with me? Su Yang smiled and waved his hand. A little bit of money is just a little bit of money. He didn't take it too seriously at all. Not knowing if she had suffered from any wrongdoing, Jiang Wei looked at the $6,000 Su Yang transferred to her through WeChat, and couldn't help but lie down on the table and sob. Who does not have some difficulties help each other? That is not the right thing to do. Brother. Thank you, now you have been helping me, Jiang Wei sobbed, speech is not very lucid. Body with the sobbing also shaking, see Su Yang straight on the head. Don't shake. Okay? The grain in the grain bag will leak if you shake again. Seeing this situation, Su Yang really did not know what to say. A family has a hard time reading This sister's child was so young and she got divorced. A person with a child, if there is no income, it is really hard to make a living. Brother, let me go look at the house this afternoon. I haven't been to the neighborhood of these houses yet. After Jiang Wei had slowed down and calmed down, she immediately thought that she had to take the initiative to work. Okay, how are you going to get there? Can you drive, right? I took the bus over. Nothing, brother, I bus over on the line. The car I can drive. Just haven't driven it since the divorce. Jiang Wei slightly lowered her head and answered dryly. Drive this car to go, give you the key. Anyway, the car parked himself does not open. At the moment there is no important thing. It is better to let her drive away first. Turn back to the company and then buy a small tram on the line. Anyway, everyone goes out also use. Okay, thanks brother. Soon after, Jiang Wei left the agency and set off. Knock knock knock, express delivery. Not too long after, the 4 webcams Su Yang had purchased online were also delivered. It was awesome. In the future, if you do something small with Lu Shui's wife, you can also watch and listen. Next time, I definitely won't let that little bitch Yang Xia bump into me. Yes, there is also Jiang Wei. After all, and this girl is not too familiar, let her bump into the estimate will be more embarrassing. After some tossing and turning, Su Yang will be a few cameras are installed and debugged. Open the computer supporting software, cell phone app can also. You can see the situation inside and outside the house at any time. And you can also adjust the angle and direction, and even pull the lens closer. It is very convenient. Ooh. The wife is here. Su Yang sat in his office and looked at the surveillance video on the computer screen. In the video, a familiar car drove over and parked not far from the entrance. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This job of the wife was really easy. Not long after. Husband. As soon as Lu Shui entered the door, she first looked around, then smiled and walked over, and wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck. Boo! Hubby, where's the new pretty girl? Oh, down in the neighborhood, going to look at the house and check out the tenants. Su Yang smiled as he pulled Lu Shui into his arms. Installed a monitor? Hubby is so smart. Ha ha. Now we don't have to worry about being bumped into by that girl Yang Xia, now we can keep our eyes and ears open. Su Yang reached out and massaged Lu Shui on again. Hiss. Hubby, you didn't secretly install a miniature camera in the restroom, right? But. Honey, your idea is really good, I'll think about it. After all, our company is full of big beauties. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, and the strength of the massage on his hand increased a bit. After his visual inspection and actual measurement, Lu Shui's grain bag is indeed not as large as the volume of the new one. However, it was a different period, so it was not good to compare it that way. A few moments later, Lu Shui was a little off. Husband, put me down. Oh. Come with me. Lu Shui grabbed Su Yang's collar and dragged it towards the restroom. Cell phone, cell phone. Su Yang took a look, ouch I go. Lu Shui's wife is really good. Surprisingly, she directly pulled him and dragged him towards the restroom. OMG. Kind of interesting, Su Yang opened the monitoring app on his cell phone while walking. This surveillance has to be checked at all times, in case someone runs in and crashes through that would be bad. Wife, walk slower. Continue to omit 100,000 words, never add the author's fan group, plus also no VLP content. Anyway, there was a monitor, Su Yang was always a lot more at ease. After more than an hour of busy work, surprisingly, no one had been disturbed. And Yang Xia didn't come back either. However, Su Yang just finished cleaning up and came out. Sitting back to his workstation, Yang Xia came back. "Brother, I'll tell you a good news, hey." This little bitch said happily as she walked, placing the bag in her hand on the workstation. She came straight to Su Yang's side. Stretching out her small hand, she put it on his shoulder. While talking, she gave Su Yang a shoulder massage. Su Yang couldn't help but feel embarrassed for a while. "Just press it, don't stick your body so close, okay?" This little bitch's entire body was about to lean up. Lu Shui is in the restroom cleaning up. It is expected to come out soon. If she sees you leaning so close, what if she thinks about it? "Brother, why are you so sweaty?" Sniffing. Yang Xia said, subconsciously sniffed, and seemed to smell an inexplicable flavor. Tread. Nothing. Su Yang was just about to argue, when Lu Shui walked out from the restroom. "Sister? You're also here, ah?" Yang Xia turned her head and saw behind her Lu Shui, who was walking out calmly and freely. She couldn't help but slightly panic in her heart and pulled her body back. She had just deliberately leaned so close to Su Yang because she saw that no one was in the office. But now that Sister Lu Shui came out, she had a small embarrassment of being bumped into. But in reality, Lu Shui did not pay attention to this at all, and was even more embarrassed than her. The two of them had just finished their business and Yang Xia came. Although she was calm and relaxed on the surface, she was still a little embarrassed in her heart. Another 2 minutes later, if Yang Xia came in, he would definitely be able to hear the two of them. "Well, yes sister, our unit isn't busy anyway, so we get off work a bit earlier." Lu Shui smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. On her white and tender face, she could clearly tell that there was still a lingering redness that hadn't faded afterward. Free gift for support, 500 for love power generation plus one more chapter. Free gift request support, 500 for love generation plus one more chapter. Chapter 112, Su Yang's reward to Yang Xia. "Sister, come and sit, today I signed another not so small order." "Oh? What's going on?" "Sister Yang Xia, say something." Su Yang and Lu Shui couldn't help but stare. The sister's luck really isn't normal. "Brother, sister, it's the old lady Wang who we are representing her house. She has a bosom friend who also has 80 or so houses on hand, and insisted on letting us represent her." "I have no choice but to agree," Yang Xia said, returned to her workstation and took out a folder from her bag. "This is still the contract that I temporarily modified at the typing and copying store. You guys take a look. As long as we stamp it again, I'll turn around and send her a copy on the way." "Sister, awesome, ah." Su Yang couldn't help but sigh with emotion, reaching out to take the folder Yang Xia handed over. A moment later, Su Yang turned around and opened the small safe by his side, took out the official seal, and both contracts were stamped. "Here, Sister Yang Xia is awesome, our agency's business really depends on my sister." Su Yang handed the stamped contract to Yang Xia, smiled and looked at Lu Shui on the side. "Husband, I see that after a while you have to rent the store next to it as well, recruit a few more people, otherwise it's really busy." Lu Shui smiled and nodded, sticking out her thumb towards Yang Xia. "Hubby, it's getting late, I have to hurry back to buy food and cook. You guys will be off work in a while too." "Okay, wife." Okay, sister." "Well, bye." Lu Shui said, waved her hand with the two of them, and then left with slightly unnatural footsteps. The main reason was that the restroom space was too small and a little inconvenient when that was just now. When it was time to get off work, Su Yang and Yang Xia were chatting. A sound of footsteps came. Jiang Wei also came back. "Brother, give you the car keys. Yang Xia's sister gave me these sets of houses I have turned around. Some tenants are not there. I posted a small note." "Well, good, Jiang Wei, hard work. Hurry to drink some water to rest." Looking at Jiang Wei, whose face was covered with fine beads of sweat, Su Yang smiled and nodded, reaching out to take the key. "Thank you, brother." Jiang Wei lightly smiled and nodded, picking up a cup to get water. That walking and trembling grain bag made Su Yang's mind couldn't help but be in a slight trance for 2 seconds. Although she had run around quite a bit today, and it was true that she had worked a bit hard, but her mood was very good. At least there was a livelihood, and her family wasn't following her in too much purgatory. "Yang Xia, tomorrow morning go out with brother, let's buy another small car, we still have to recruit people in the future, there are quite a lot of places to use a car. And the store next to it really has to consider renting it too." Su Yang raised his head and looked at Yang Xia. At a glance, he saw the curve of her side and back, her figure was really good. "Okay brother, the houses we have to take over and manage will soon be more. Recruiting seems to be a must. I think we need to rent the store next to it as soon as possible. Well, good, listen to our general manager, I'll talk to the landlord tomorrow. Su Yang smiled and nodded, and quickly decided. Yang Xia alone had taken 300 sets of houses during this time. Although more than 200 of them became Su Yang's, the houses that needed to be managed in the future were real. Alright Jiang Wei, you hurry back from work, there are still children at home. Su Yang looked at the time, said to Jiang Wei. Good Lu brother, then I go back. Out for a day, the child will definitely cry and look for mom. But for the sake of life, that cannot be helped. Since the boss said to let go back, Jiang Wei did not stay any longer and soon left the company. Brother, I found out that this Jiang Wei doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Yang Xia left her own workstation and came to Su Yang's side, reaching out to have helped him knead up his shoulders. Anyway, now that no one was around, her guts naturally grew. And her body also leaned up slightly. Oh? How? Su Yang squinted his eyes and enjoyed Yang Xiao's massage. Oh. It's so comfortable. Zhao Hai, this kid, really damn good at enjoying himself. It's a pity that. I didn't expect that it would end up being cheap for him, Su Yang. I also have a feeling that there is just a hint of that what kind of feeling to come. By the way, it's like this woman was once a girl out of the mansion, I can't tell. But it's not like the feeling is very strong, just a little bit. It shouldn't be, if she's really a girl from a powerful family, she shouldn't be so down and out, right? But when you say it like this, I really have that hint of an indescribable feeling. Su Yang slightly nodded his head, but his mind was filled with that big grain bag, shaking and shaking. Well, yeah brother, who knows, anyway, it's just that trace of feeling. Sister Yang Xia, that small tram you drive will be given to Jiang Wei first in the future. What kind of car do you want? Brother will take you to buy it tomorrow. You are now not only our general manager, but also give brother La came such a big list, brother must reward you. Don't brother, we don't both say well, I later. I'll just give you a massage. Yang Xia leaned forward a little more, the voice became more gentle. Silly sister, brother used to do just a little bit of random things, even if it is again grateful, that cannot let brother has not been rewarded you ah. Hurry up and think, what kind of car do you want? As soon as Jiang Wei comes tomorrow, let's set off to the fourth store. Su Yang shook his head and did not follow Yang Xiao's intention. The brother of the family is still clear about the accounts. Yang Xia is a good friend, yes, can even be said to be a confidant, but one size fits all. Yang Xia not only brought a single to the company, but also the reason why the more than 200 houses can be returned to Su Yang, she also has indelible credit. Besides, as the general manager of the company, it is too normal to have a special car. And Su Yang didn't lack this amount of money. For a while, Yang Xia was a little hesitant. In fact, she really didn't have these thoughts in her heart, nor did she feel that she had any great credit, it was all just a little bit of luck. This way sister, you think your sister's car how? If you like it, brother will buy you the same one? Su Yang thought about it and then made a suggestion. Not good, right? Yang Xia always thought too much, feeling as if Lu Shui would be unhappy if Su Yang bought her one like it too. Just say whether you like it or not. I do like it. Brother, just buy me another one of those small trams, I'm used to driving it. If you like it, then buy a seal. Tomorrow brother take you. Su Yang waved his hand and didn't dwell on this matter with Yang Xia again. To him, this matter was not a big deal at all, why bother thinking about it so much? Chapter 113, Hubby stop, I'm cooking. Hubby, why are you back so soon? Didn't let Yang Xia massage you for a little longer? Su Yang returned home and saw that Lu Shui was in the kitchen, bending her back and lowering her head to work. So he wrapped his arms around her from behind. Massage which is not as happy as being with your wife. Su Yang said, both hands quickly became a little disobedient. Husband stop, I'm cooking. Wait for the night. Lu Shui smiled shyly and slapped his hands, and her body twisted a few times with it. Su Yang smiled sarcastically and hurriedly let go of his hand. Right now, his waist was still a bit sore, and he didn't know if he would still be able to do it at night. Although men are tough-talking and never say no, sometimes they are afraid that they really can't. Although Lu Shui said the night, but in fact to the night, the two for the child's study, in fact, did not do anything. It was just chatting together. Honey, do you want to get a better car and then let Yang Xia drive this one of yours? No, husband, Yang Xia's sister is so great, you must buy her a better new car, such as a BMW, Mercedes, Audi or something like that. Lu Shui snuggled in Su Yang's arms and reached out to pinch his cheeks. This husband, how can you be petty in doing things? Our family is not short of money, and Yang Xia's sister is not an outsider, and it's also such a big credit. But Yang Xia definitely won't want a good car, you think, You are the boss's wife, as the boss's wife did not drive a good car, she must be embarrassed to drive a good car, Besides, this sister is still a very grateful person. You know what she said before? She said as long as I promise to let her give me a massage, she doesn't want any reward. Su Yang gently helped Lu Shui with the massage and said softly. Well, then hubby will buy her a car that is the same as mine. I think this seal is pretty good to drive. Yang Xia also drove it and liked it quite a bit. Okay, I also mean this, tomorrow I will take her to buy. Before Su Yang finished his words, Lu Shui directly kissed up. The next morning. After Jiang Wei arrived at the unit, Su Yang took Yang Xia to the Ford store. Coincidentally, there was a current car. So he directly brought Yang Xia a Seal Pure electric car. Brother, I really don't know how to thank you. Yang Xia sat in the new car and got a little emotional for a while. It hadn't really been that long since she left Zhao Hai's place. Now she even had her own new car. Silly sister, why are you still saying that? Don't take brother as your best friend anymore? Hey. Yang Xia couldn't help but smile shyly. Well, brother is his best friend, can't be too outgoing with him. Alright sister, you drive in front, I'll follow behind, go home. Su Yang got down from Yang Xia's car and returned to his own car. Brother Su Yang, sister Yang Xia, you're back. As soon as the two of them returned to the company, Jiang Wei thought about going out and continuing to go down to the neighborhood for a spin. Jiang Wei, in the future, you can drive the small trolley at the door for now, just drive it home when you get off work. Yang Xia, where are the keys? Come Jiang Wei, give you the key, do a good job. See how much the boss loves our employees. Yang Xia happily pointed to the new car she just brought up at the door and smiled as she said to Jiang Wei. Sis, this is the performance reward the boss gave you? Yeah, our boss can be generous, as long as we do a good job, the boss will never treat us poorly. Aha! Thank you sister Yang Xia. Jiang Wei held the key to the small tram, her eyes full of confidence and hope. Soon. Jiang Wei then drove the small trolley and left the agency down the neighborhood. Brother, come, have some coffee. Yang Xia brought over a cup of brewed instant coffee. It also thoughtfully blew on it. By the way sister Yang Xia, why don't we buy a coffee machine? That way everyone can drink freshly ground coffee, this instant coffee, there's too much mess in it, it's not good. That's fine brother, why don't we buy another refrigerator? Now that it's hot, you can put some drinks inside or something, and drink something cool when it's hot, how comfortable. Right. Sister is right, bye. Su Yang smiled and nodded, immediately opened his cell phone and started selecting goods and placing orders. Brother, I found. It's so happy to follow you to work, why do you think I didn't meet brother earlier? Yang Xia said with a shy smile while rubbing Su Yang's shoulders. Met brother earlier? It's useless to meet brother earlier, at that time brother was still a lousy person. Lu Shui's wife is following me to suffer, what can you do if you follow me? I guess. You must have been played by me earlier. Su Yang laughed and didn't talk. Right, I'm going to check the contact number of the landlord of the store next to me. After Su Yang placed his order, he got up and prepared to contact the landlord of the vacant storefront next to him, intending to rent it. Anyway, these people were not enough, they definitely needed to keep recruiting. It would be good to rent it earlier to save it from being rented by someone else. Not long after. The landlord of the next store came over, the landlord's family is also the Phoenix New Town district, is also considered a neighbor. The landlord is also a real person, the two will soon talk about the price, and sign a contract. First rent 5 years, a year a settlement. Subsequently, Su Yang contacted the last decoration company, let them continue to give the decoration of this newly rented store. A flurry of busy work down. The time was almost noon. Ding bell. Su Yang had just ordered takeout when Lu Shui called. Hubby, Xiao's sister said that her dad has a set of small office buildings that he is too lazy to take care of, so he asked if we want to take it over? Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but froze. Xiao Chuchu, that bland somewhat unearthly pretty face instantly appeared in his mind. Okay, I'll go take a look after lunch. Chat about it in person? Hubby, I've ordered a meal for you. Come on, accompany your wife to have dinner and rice. You haven't even come to your wife's office yet. Lu Shue's voice threw a hint of flirty flavor, let Su Yang instantly have some strange feeling. Good Lu wife, I will rush over. Immediately ah. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, picked up his bag and cell phone, and was about to leave. Yang Xia's sister, later ordered meal. You guys eat it, you give Jiang Wei a call, you two eat on the line, brother some things, first out ah. Before Su Yang finished his words, he had already rushed out of the agency's door. Free gift for support, 500 for the love of power generation plus one more chapter. Free gift request support, 500 for love power plus one more chapter. Chapter 114, to make up, who uses who knows well. Since his wife summoned him, Su Yang naturally rushed over happily. According to Lu Shue's localization, he quickly came to an office building and parked his car. Star Ocean Clothing. Oh. It turned out that Xiao Chuchu's company was engaged in clothing. No wonder there were so many girls coming and going. Su Yang walked into the building and just wanted to find the elevator, but was stopped by the front desk. Got girl. Wife, come down and pick me up, the little girl at the front desk won't let me go upstairs. Wait a moment husband, wife, this will go down. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shue came down in a short while. Upstairs husband, come so fast? Well. Su Yan looked at Lu Shui in a daze for a moment and froze a little. The wife's aura seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Not only is she beautiful and radiant, but that kind of confidence from the inside out makes people feel at a glance that this person is extremely connotative. That proper work uniform set off an extremely wonderful and elegant figure. Following Lu Shue's side, Su Yang kept looking her up and down. It was as if he had just met a stunning beauty, it was so fascinating. Hubby, aren't you mesmerized by your wife? Looking at Su Yang's shocked and slightly colorful eyes, Lu Shue smiled shyly and blinked her eyes. The elevator went up smoothly, and there were only the two of them inside. Yes wife, what a surprise. I suddenly realized that my wife's aura is really strong, just now I was hit in the heart at once. Wife, I feel like I can't catch my breath, I urgently need you to help me do artificial respiration. Okay, let's go to the office in a while, he. Lu Shue smiled and reached out to pinch Su Yang's cheeks, her eyes were filled with strong affection. Not long after. The elevator went straight to the top floor. Lu Shue brought Su Yang out of the elevator room and headed for her own office. That office over there is Xiao Chuchu's, she is talking to someone about work at this moment. After we finish eating, we'll talk about the house in the afternoon. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. As Lu Shue entered her office, Su Yang was stunned by the luxury of the office. This is simply the big boss's office. Another fish tank, another green plant, another feng shui stone. The office was big, the desk was big, and there was that big comfortable boss chair. Come here. Lu Shue closed the office door behind her, then came to the bookshelf. Squeak. As the bookshelf pulled away, a door was surprisingly revealed. This? When Lu Shue pushed open the door, inside was actually a lounge. The lounge wasn't big, and a 1-meter-2 sofa bed was placed inside. Hubby, come and sit here. While Su Yang was in a daze, he was pulled by Lu Shue to sit on the bed. Coming out from the lounge, Lu Shue looked at the time. The meal will be delivered right away, specially ordered your favorite steamed sea bass for you, and a secret ginseng turtle soup, make up for your husband. Looking at Lu Shue that flavorful appearance, this let Su Yang cannot help but some heart-surging. But looking at Su Yang's eyes were a little red, Lu Shue couldn't help but laugh shyly. Good. When it's made up. See how I'll clean you up. Hubby, when we finish talking about the house with Chu Chu's sister in the afternoon, let's go home early. Also right. Okay. Knock knock knock. The two were chatting when someone knocked on the office door from outside. Come in. In a few moments, Lu Shue recovered the image of an executive with a full aura, and the flavor on her face disappeared. With the door ringing, a young girl walked in, carrying several lunchboxes. "Mr. Lu, the meal you ordered." "Good, just put it on the coffee table there, thank you, Xiao Wu." "You're welcome, Mr. Lu." After the girl placed the lunchbox on the coffee table, she gently exited Lu Shue's office. The whole time she was careful and respectful. "Come, husband, let's eat." As soon as the girl left, Lu Shui immediately resumed that flavorful look. "Yes, this is the turtle soup for hubby's great tonic. Hurry up, hubby, drink it while it's hot." "This? Your husband is so powerful, still need a tonic?" "But to make up, who uses who knows well." Lu Shui smiled shyly and put the turtle soup in front of Su Yang. Looking at Lu Shui's radiant and slightly blushing face, Su Yang suddenly realized, is my body not strong enough? My wife even took the initiative to buy me turtle soup to drink? In the future, it seems that I must strengthen my exercise. Drink. Su Yang nodded and picked up the turtle soup. This had to be replenished. A hearty lunch was quickly and happily finished. Let's rest for a little while. By 2 o'clock, Chu Chu's sister will come over to my place and talk to us about the house. After finishing the meal, Lu Shui pulled Su Yang's hand and went into the lounge again. Wife, your office environment here is really good. I also want to get an office like this, but this lounge is too small, and the bed is too small. It's okay, hubby can rent 2 rooms upstairs in the agency, dedicate them to your office, and decorate them better too. Get a king-size bed. Well, wife is right. I'll have to look into it. If there was a dedicated office, when the time came, he and Lu Shui would work together. Thinking about it all, he felt that it would be an extremely delightful thing to do. Chapter 115. Anyway, Chu Chu's sister isn't an outsider either. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yang and Lu Shui had already come out from within the lounge and were sitting together on the sofa drinking tea. Not long after, Xiao Chu knocked on the door and came in. Brother, you're here, did you just arrive? Just arrived. Su Yang smiled a little and nodded along with the question. What did it matter if it was just arrived anyway? Brother, my sister should have told you about this, right? My dad is getting older now, there's a smaller office building on his hands that he doesn't want to take care of anymore, and he wants to represent it out. Then I talked to Dad about you guys, and then he pushed the matter to me, letting me take care of it. He himself ran to the field to learn Taijiquan with someone to go. Xiao Chu said, handing a folder to Su Yang, then sat beside him, keeping a distance of 1 person. Okay, let me take a look. Su Yang took the material and looked at it. It turned out that this was a 15-story office building, completed more than 20 years ago. Looking at the photos, it was a bit old. But the location was not bad. There were more than 80 tenants inside, basically some small companies. The location is not bad, no worries about renting. Su Yang nodded and twisted his head to look at Xiao Chu. Yes, brother, rent is certainly not worry about rent, my father is too much trouble, lazy tube. How about it, brother, interested? Xiao Chu's bland face threw a hint of mischievous smile. Well, I think it's okay, wife, what do you think? Su Yang twisted his head to look at Lu Shui, who was sitting next to him, and handed the material to her. Husband thinks it's okay, anyway, sister Chu is not an outsider. That's fine, Chu's sister, the price of the agent. Pro brothers also have to be clear accounts it, for Xiao Chu, now also even if it is still good friends it. Naturally have to talk about the price. Brother, this way, this house we signed a simple agency contract on the line, your income for a year, after removing the cost, the profit we equally divided on the line. If you do not make money, then it is not necessary, as for the accounts by the sister to do on the line. Brother, what do you think? Su Yang couldn't help but freeze. Can it be like this? This contract was completely based on mutual trust. If there was a slight tampering with the accounts, such as increasing some costs or something, then wouldn't Chu suffer a big loss? It's okay, brother, I trust you, and I trust my sister, you guys are my best friends. It's right to believe in brother definitely won't fool sister. Looking at Xiao Chu's sincere eyes, Su Yang smiled and nodded, agreeing in one mouthful. This way, Chu's sister, I'll go back to get a contract and we'll sign it, then I'll take over to take care of it for you. It's okay, brother, the contract you slowly get, this is the key over there, and the contract of each family. I'll give you it, anyway, you watch and deal with it. Xiao Chuchu smiled and handed Su Yang a large carry bag that he had just brought in. This sister was quick. It was like dumping a hot potato. But husband, in fact, Chuchu is mainly busy, simply do not have the heart to care about these things, the rest of the things will be hard on the husband. Oh. Well, okay Chuchu, brother knows. Su Yang nodded a bit breathlessly. It seems that Chuchu's family really isn't bad for money, at least it's an office building, it's just so easy to push it out. So good location, completely not worry about rent. Anyway, after the agent came down, making money was certain. Well, I know brother will definitely help me. Brother, I still have a meeting in the afternoon, so I won't accompany you. Xiao Chuchu looked at the time and got up and stood up. Brother, sister, I'll go over first. With that, she quickly left Lu Shue's office. Let's go hubby, I don't have anything else to do in the afternoon. Are we going back, or are we going to take a look at this office building of Chuchu's family? Lu Shui held Su Yang's arm and asked tenderly. It's still early, let's go back to the intermediary first to put the materials, and then we'll go to the office building and turn around. Okay hubby. Lu Shui nodded, then got up with Su Yang and prepared to leave. The two left the Star Ocean clothing building, one person and one car, one in front and one behind, drove back to the intermediary. Brother, sister, you are back. The two of them returned to the agency, only Jianwei alone in it. Well. Su Yang smiled and nodded, intentionally or unintentionally scanning the large grain bag. Then carrying a heavy bag of contracts and other materials, he put it into the materials cabinet. Jianwei, there's time to organize and label the materials inside this carrier bag, we've newly represented an office building. Good little brother, I'll organize this. Jianwei immediately promised and rushed over. A very positive look. Okay, then you're busy. We still have to go out. Su Yang nodded with Jianwei, then left the agency with Lu Shui. Hubby, this Jianwei that we have newly recruited should come out of a big rich family, to be more specific, it should come out as a child. Su Yang couldn't help but froze and turned his head to look at Lu Shui. I didn't realize that his wife's vision was so poisonous, was she so accurate in looking at people? He had only looked at people's grain bags and hadn't paid attention to what Lu Shui had said about this yet. Yang Xia had also mentioned this matter before. It seems like it's probably true. Wife's vision is awesome, I can't see it anyway. But hubby only cares about seeing if people are big or not. Where is the mind to focus on anything else? No, I just think the top she's wearing is nice, I'm thinking of buying one for my wife too. Su Yang smiled sarcastically and reached out to pinch Lu Shui's small hand that reached out. However, Lu Shui would not count on this. She knew Su Yang's affection for her and trusted him. Hubby, when our Lele goes to high school, I want to have another child. When we are old, we can also make a companion with Lele. Well, must. Su Yang actually also has this intention. Nowadays family planning has been liberalized, must respond to the national call. Besides, the family is not short of money, there is no problem to raise a child. Besides, the family is so fertile land, absolutely can grow good quality crops. I talked to Chu, next week I'll temporarily take a few days off, and specialize in taking care of Lele at home. I hope she can get good grades on her exams. Well, that's fine, don't worry, our Lele will not only be able to get into the regular list, but maybe even into the strengthened class of the first middle school. Free gift for support, 500 for love power generation plus one more chapter. Free gift request, 500 for love power plus one more chapter. Chapter 116, Do I Know You Well? In the afternoon, the duo of Su Yang and Lu Shui turned around the office building of Chu's family. Xinhui Building. The location was really good, absolutely no worries about renting it. It's just that the building's age is slightly long, and it's a bit old inside and out. Anyway, it doesn't matter, just rent it. The next step is to post the announcement as soon as possible and arrange for a specialized administrator. Sister Yang Xia, this office building that you just took over will be given to you to manage first, right? Early the next morning, Su Yang handed over the management of Xinhui Building to Yang Xia. Good little brother, our housing stock is getting more and more, in the future we have to properly divide the area. Management. When the house next door to us is renovated, we still have to continue to recruit people. Well, good sister Yang Xia, I'll listen to our general manager. Su Yang smiled and nodded, reaching out and picking up the cup of tea that Yang Xia had long ago helped him make. Brother, I'll get an announcement first and go post it as soon as possible. Yang Xia smiled shyly, then started to get busy. The room next door that Su Yang rented had already started to be decorated. In the morning, he rented 2 more cleaner rooms upstairs. One was used as Su Yang and Lu Shue's office, and the other was used as a meeting and resting place. According to Su Yang's conception, there will also be a big bed placed inside, which is exclusively for him and Lu Shue to rest. After renting a good, and contacted the decoration company. This kind of beautiful thing, naturally cannot be delayed. Busy work all morning, soon came to noon. Yang Xia took Jiang Wei to Xinhui Mansion, and the two of them had to go door to door to post the announcement, or even verbally notify some more. With over 80 tenants, there was some workload. Honey, what did you eat for lunch? Su Yang stayed alone in the agency and ordered a box lunch for himself. While eating, he picked up his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Shue. A moment later, her message came back. We had a morning meeting today, but this just finished, and we are preparing to go out to eat with the company's management. Hubby, how did you 3 eat? You must get some more good food to make up for big smile. The two of them went to Xinhui Mansion. Now I'm the only one left alone. Wife, I miss you so much. Good husband, I'll go back early in the afternoon. Actually, the restroom of our agency is not bad. Su Yang looked at the message sent by Lu Shue and couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement in his heart. This wife could understand his heart at any time. It was really too wonderful. Wife, I have already rented 2 rooms upstairs, and in the afternoon, people's decoration team will be able to arrange for people to come and decorate it. Shibuya. Husband's efficiency is really good, it's worth praising. Kiss, when I go back this afternoon, I will definitely reward my husband properly. Tap tap tap. Su Yang was chatting with Lu Shue on WeChat, when he suddenly heard a burst of unhurried footsteps coming from the doorway. Looking up, it turned out to be Luo Lin coming over. This S goods, why did it come again today? Said that no one would see anyone, why did they run here one after another? Su Yang, has your big brother contacted you in the past few days? Do you know the exact location of his business trip? Did he run into something? As soon as Luo Lin arrived, she didn't even say hello and came up to ask a bunch of questions. Su Yang looked up at Luo Lin and looked up and down. Although this woman was dressed gaudily, she was slightly lower key than before. The feet were indeed wearing flat shoes, which in the past, that was indeed unlikely. By the looks of it, this woman was most likely really pregnant. However, although her demeanor today was still a bit haughty, her eyes were clearly permeated with a hint of anxiety. You say, Su Yang, haven't you been investing in your big brother's project? You guys must be in touch often, right? Looking at Luo Lin's slightly anxious appearance, Su Yang shook his head lightly. No, the money I'm earning now is already enough for my family to live on, so I haven't invested in any more projects. Since there are no projects to cooperate with, I haven't contacted Big Brother lately. Su Yang had long thought that there would be such a day. Even if he had signed a contract with Luo Lin not to contact each other, it actually wouldn't be able to stop such a profit-oriented S-goods at all. But, I couldn't contact him in the past 2 days as well. Saying that, Lorraine sat down on the seat next to Su Yang. Obviously, her words were also filled with anxiety. Aren't you guys getting married soon? How could he be out of contact? Su Yang spoke indifferently while eating his lunch. He was completely oblivious to Lorraine's anxiety. It's none of my business if you're in a fucking hurry. Yes, we did already discuss getting married, and we also set a wedding date. Then it should be fine. Su Yang, do you think it's because the bride price I want is too high? Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh secretly. You even know that the bride price is too high? Don't say 800 million. 8 is $8 8 of the bride price. Big Brother will not give you. People play around even if it's okay, how can it be taken seriously? I want a bride price of 800 million. 8. Isn't it a bit too high? So your big brother is not happy? Lorraine said to herself, and her brows furrowed. Not too high, not too high, not too high at all. As a big boss, 8.8 billion. 8 is not too much. Su Yang shook his head and directly helped her raise the bride price again. Anyway, watch the fun, I'm just watching the fun. You also think that 8.88 billion is not much, right? I also think that it is not much. Well, But he recently 2 days, how to contact cannot be. Estimated busy work it, big brother so many things. But how busy, always have to sleep and eat, right? Make a phone call to return a message, and the delay is not what time. Could it be that he has a mistress? Heh, then that's unknown. Su Yang twisted his head to look at Luo Lin and couldn't help but let out a light hum. Why don't you help me give him a call? Busy, no time. Su Yang slowly and methodically ate his meal, not caring at all about her anxiety. Oops. Please, will you? For the sake of us having a good time, favor me a bit, okay? You can't talk nonsense. Who had a good time with you? Am I familiar with you? Su Yang waved his hand and picked up the water cup to the side to receive water. Chapter 117, Must Add Soundproofing Layer. Remember, we have signed a contract of, no one should contact anyone. You're coming to my door again, what do you mean? Whether you can contact Big Brother or not, it's none of my business? I'm not sending you. Su Yang didn't care about her anxious look at all, he just waved his hand towards the door. You. Luo Lin looked at Su Yang, being disliked for a moment, unable to speak. It seems. It really wasn't much use to take those words that used to fool him again. And from his eyes, all that was left to see was ice coldness. I'm leaving. Luo Lin looked at Su Yang for a while in a depressed manner, and finally flung her sleeves and left helplessly. After all, he wasn't the same little licking dog he used to be that he could hold at. Will. Humph. Self-inflicted. Su Yang looked at Lorraine's faraway back and shook his head before continuing to eat his lunch. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Shui came back from work. She did come early today. She drove back after having lunch with the company management. Hubby, why aren't your two beautiful henchmen back yet? After Lu Shui came back and sat down on the swivel chair at her workstation, she stretched her little feet over. Wouldn't it be better if they didn't come back? There are more than 80 tenants over there, they have to understand the situation from house to house, so I guess they can't come back that early. Su Yang caught her little feet with a hand. It was soft and hot, and even still had the perfume odor that was sprayed in the morning. Wife, when you were in the company, that executive temperament. Let the husband are a little ashamed of themselves, or after you come home. This homey feeling is better. Su Yang grabbed her feet, pulled them to the side, and smoothly put her in his arms. Wife, this a work uniform, indeed quite uniform. Let Su Yang convinced. As the feelings of the two people deepen day by day, the past wounds and pains are slowly recovered. Lu Shui's aura is really getting stronger. Husband, no matter what happens to my wife in the future, this life. Always love you the most. Lu Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms, slightly squinting her eyes. Hubby, just wait until the upstairs of our office is decorated. You have to remember to add a soundproof layer. Oh. Don't worry, wife, I specifically instructed the renovation company to make sure to get me good soundproofing, otherwise I won't give them the bill. At home, there are old people and children, and the child will soon take the midterm examination. In this office, at any time also have to worry about suddenly someone breaks in. How is it so hard for couples to talk about things? Say a funny thing. A few days ago, the author downstairs of a young couple, often in the middle of the night after 11 o'clock and 3:05 a.m. when, make a particularly big noise. At first I thought who was crying, but also sounded a little like a cat, the sound is really a little big. Later found that the whole unit of neighbors know, and then heard that someone to knock on their door. Later, this wonderful sound disappeared. This shows how important it is to add soundproofing. Husband is so nice, from now on. I have to practice dancing more. After our Lele exams, let's make a workout plan. My wife hopes to be in love with her husband until she is 120 years old. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. 120 years old, wouldn't it be too powerful if you can still move? It's probably more like falling apart when you move. Or a gust of wind would blow it away. Honey, Yang Xia and Jiang Wei are back. Su Yang stared at the surveillance screen on his cell phone and said softly. Oh, they worked pretty hard. Brother, the mission was successfully completed, we're back. Yang Xia was in the front, Jiang Wei was in the back, both of their faces were clearly carrying traces of sweat-soaked water. Hard work, two sisters, quickly sit, quickly sit. Su Yang smiled and was about to get up, but suddenly realized something was wrong and hurriedly sat down again. It's better not to stand, or you'll make a fool of yourself. The two of us split into two, finally ran from house to house, recorded quite a few things. We all need to organize them as soon as possible. There are still quite a lot of things that need to be dealt with in the back. Yang Xia sat on the chair, twisting her head to look at Su Yang, an excited smile permeating her face. It was so nice to finally start getting busy today. So busy that I didn't visit that old lady today. Forget it, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, once the time for visiting has passed, people won't be allowed to enter at other times. Good, under the general manager's leadership, our business is flourishing. Su Yang smiled and gave Yang Xia a thumbs up. Jiang Wei's sister is also a rising star, work actively and hard, performance is very good, at the end of the month brother will give you a bonus. For down-to-earth employees, that absolutely can't be stingy with that small amount of money. Especially the staff who just started out at the Genesis level, it's even more important to take care of their hearts. Okay, thank you boss. Both of them laughed happily. Ta-da-da-da. The door to the restroom opened, and there was the sound of crisp footsteps. Lu Shui had already finished cleaning up and came out from inside. There was a slight redness through her face, and her eyes were filled with laughter. You're here, sister? Yes, I also just came over. Lu Shui smiled, greeted Yang Xia Jiang Wei, and sat down on her seat. By the way, tomorrow is going to pay wages. Specifically everyone will look at the paycheck at that time. If there is anything you don't understand then ask me on the line. As for Su Yang's salary, I'll receive it for him. Pfft. Lu Shui said to everyone with a smile while fixing her hair. No way wife, I'm so miserable. Free gift for support, 500 for love power generation plus one more chapter. Free gift request for support, 500 for love generation plus one more chapter. Chapter 118. After the child finishes her exams, let's take a trip to her grandma's house? Time flies. Without realizing it, it was the weekend. In a few more days, Su Lele would be taking the midterm exam. The latter few days Lu Shui will not go to the company for the time being. If there is anything, you can temporarily deal with it at home. Anyway, it is to do everything possible to do the logistics for the child. Saturday morning. After Lu Shui finished her chores at home, she came to the agency. Yang Xia and Jiang Wei both went out to get busy. Hubby, after the child finishes her exams, why don't we take a trip to her grandma's house? Lu Shui sat by Su Yang's side, imploring. Aha, we should. In Su Yang's memory, it seemed like Lu Shui hadn't even gone back for 3-4 years. In the past, because of the tension between the two of them, she had always felt ashamed to go back, and her heart had always been a bit lumpy. But now Su Yang's prodigal son has returned, and their relationship is like a honeymoon, so naturally the matter of going home to visit family is on the agenda. When the child finished his exams, then he could arrange the time to go over. Wife, it was all my husband's fault in the past, making you suffer. Su Yang gently caressed Lu Shui's back, his eyes were filled with indescribable guilt. In the past, he was really a fucking beast. Such a good daughter-in-law. How can you be blind not to see it? It's okay husband, it's all in the past. Now the wife feels especially happy. Husband, I want to go upstairs to look at the 2 houses you rented to see how the decoration is going. Go, and take a look. That's the comfort zone for the 2 of them in the future, it has to be made a bit better. In particular, it must be soundproofed. Even if you scream your throat out inside, you won't be able to hear it outside. 2 people out of the agency door, Su Yang ready to lock the glass door. At this time, a big Benz slowly drove over. Then it stopped at the roadside in front of the agency's entrance. An elderly man with white hair slowly walked down from the car. Su Yang just glanced at it and didn't care. After locking the door, the 2 of them intended to go to the stairs next to it, ready to go upstairs to have a look. Both of you, please wait for a moment. The old man with gray hair waved towards the duo and shouted out. Su Yang and Lu Shui stopped their steps and turned their heads to look at this person as he approached step by step. Excuse me, do you have an employee named Jiang Wei here? The old man looked at the agency's door and nodded slightly. Who are you? What's the matter? Su Yang didn't direct the old man's words, but inquired vigilantly. After all, Jiang Wei was her own employee and was already divorced, bringing up a child was not easy. He looked the old man up and down, secretly pondering in his heart. This old guy. It can't be Jiang Wei's husband, can it? Grass. This old cliquey old guy, how does he deserve a beautiful woman like Jiang Wei? Money ability? Young man, don't misunderstand, I'm not a bad person, I'm Jiang Wei's father. I go. Misunderstood. So strange, since it's her father and he's driving this multi-million-dollar Maybach, how does he let his daughter live in such poverty? But this is Jiang Wei's family affairs, he is definitely not convenient to intervene in anything. Jiang Wei was also just his employee. Well, that's right, Jiang Wei works right here with me, she went out with her co-workers today. Fine, great. Young man, can you help me contact her? The old man's eyes seemed to be slightly reddened, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Okay, you wait for a while. Su Yang pondered slightly, then dialed Jiang Wei's phone and turned on the speakerphone. Hello? Brother, is something wrong? Well, Jiang Wei, there's an old gentleman with a big car who came to our agency to look for you. Su Yang said and glanced at the old man in front of him. This old man looked how he must be over 70 years old, his white hair was also already very thin. Jiang Wei on the opposite side was silent, not knowing what she was thinking. His hair is all white, it seems that his walking legs and feet are a little bit not very good. Do you know him? Whether it was Jiang Wei's father or not, that would have to be said by her. Su Yang didn't know this old man anyway. Don't know, brother. I don't know him, let him go. Good, then I know. Wei, it's Dad. Before the old man could finish his words, Su Yang hung up the phone. I'm sorry, old man, Jiang Wei said she doesn't know you, so please go back. Su Yang looked at the old man and waved his hand. Then without stopping any longer, he pulled Lu Shui and left. Hubby, don't you think this old man looks a bit like Jiang Wei? Like? Oh. If you say it like that, it seems like there really is a little bit of resemblance. Well, I think it's still quite similar, this old man is probably Jiang Wei's father. Really confused. Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head, the world of the rich family we don't understand. He used to be nothing more than a scum mixed at the bottom of the society, nowadays he only has a large amount of money because of his dad, at best, he is just a tycoon. For that kind of really rich people's world, can be said to be completely do not understand. Jiang Wei's big money father, how did he separate himself from his daughter, how did he let his daughter suffer like this? Su Yang shook his head, really couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to think about it. Who cares, let nature take its course. The two said, then entered the door of the unit, on the elevator. Not long after, they came to the previously rented house here. This building is actually commercial and residential. The downstairs floor was a storefront on the street. The upstairs could be used for offices, living, both. There were quite a few small companies that had offices upstairs in this building today. Wife, take a look. Su Yang brought Lu Shui and walked to the door of the house that was being decorated. The area is quite large. Isn't this a one-bedroom house? Right, wife, outside the living room we can do parlor, that side set up the tea table, leaning against the wall this side I'll set up a large sofa. Watch your step, watch out for nails. You can take a look at the lounge inside, it's not a small area. I thought about it, or we turn around and buy it, anyway, we have to live for a long time in the future. Well, good husband, I'll listen to you. Indeed, the area of this room is really quite large, set up a 2-meter bed against the wall, and then play a desk against the window, this side to play a set of cabinets. Look, then our master bedroom is still big. Yes, wife. It's just dancing in it, and it doesn't look like the space is too small. Su Yang smiled and looked at Lu Shui and whispered. Chapter 119. Come back soon, I'm waiting for you at home. Oh. Well. Lu Shui smiled and nodded her head, her eyes transmitting a trace of a strange luster. The living room is a large area, it can also be used to practice calisthenics, do yoga and so on. Yeah. The duo went back with satisfaction after taking a turn. After going downstairs, they came to the entrance of the agency. Su Yang turned around and looked towards the road, the Maybach was even still parked on the side of the road. It seems that this is to wait for Jiang Wei to come over. Who cares, wait for it. Since Jiang Wei said she didn't recognize him, it wouldn't be good for him to invite him in for a cup of tea. Forget it, hubby, it's better to let this kind of thing take its course. Well, don't care about him. Su Yang said and opened the glass door of the agency. The the duo went in and sat back at their workstations. Hubby, let's go home for dinner today, I'll go home to cook later. Lu Shui snuggled into Su Yang's shoulder, her voice extremely gentle. Dad, he went out early in the morning to go out fishing with his friends. Once he went out, it was a day. Saying that, she looked at the restroom inside and shook her head slightly. That place, it really wasn't very convenient. Last time, I was scared in the middle of the day, and now my heart is still a bit upset. Good wife, hubby understands. Recently, the two of them, Lu Shui and Su Yang, were basically in a state of abstinence, and when they encountered this kind of good opportunity, they naturally had to find a way to play it out. Because there is that Maybach waiting outside, the two of them don't dare to be too intimate, just pinching the little hand, rubbing the little feet only. Unconsciously. Time is close to 11 o'clock. Okay husband, wife first go back to cook, you to 12 o'clock home on the line. I am waiting for you at home Okay, snap. Su Yang nodded excitedly and reached out for a slap. Not bad. Not bad. This Q-bomb feeling really good. Lu Shui twisted her head and smiled shyly, her eyes revealed a touch of indescribable anticipation. Then slightly pursed her lips, winked at Su Yang and left. Looking at Lu Shui's demeanor, Su Yang knew that after he returned home at noon, he was destined to have an extremely joyful time. Recently, because of the child's preparation for the middle school exams, the duo basically stopped all happy things. And sometimes dad is at home during the day. This recent period of time, Frozen did not find a suitable opportunity to indulge in joy. Jingling. Su Yang picked up his cell phone to see that it was actually a voice call from Big Brother Lu Qing. Hello? Big Brother. It's been a long time since I've contacted my brother, sorry, right brother, has Lorraine been looking for you lately? Big Brother, she's been running to me 2 or 3 times lately, she's been looking for you. Su Yang was a bit speechless and pumped the corners of his mouth. This Big Brother ran cleanly. And his cell phone, surprisingly, was also directly turned off. Ha ha. Sorry, this is not she urged me to get married, but also fucking told me that pregnant, this is not a joke it? I'm sorry. And also to make a fake pregnancy to fool me. What's wrong with that? Big Brother, Lorraine is really pregnant. According to Lu Shui and his observation, from a lot of details can indeed be seen, Luo Lin really should be pregnant. Hold the grass. Really, don't be ridiculous. In total, we didn't play for a few days, so how did we get pregnant? Who can say for sure about this? It said that a girl swam in the pool for a while and got pregnant just like that. That thing's so much everywhere, that may not be really pregnant with your baby. Su Yang laughed. This thing is also estimated to be enough for Big Brother's head. How can you be so careless in doing things? No matter what, the child in that belly is also innocent. Even if it's pregnant, then it can't be mine, right? Loose. Who knows how many boyfriends she has, I don't know who she got pregnant with. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little depressed, this was something he couldn't figure out anyway. It's really possible that it's his, but there's no guarantee that it's someone else's. Then what are you going to do? Su Yang actually didn't want to pay attention to the two of them anymore, but thinking that Lorraine would definitely come back to him in the future, he asked one more question. What else can I do? Naturally, I'll tell her that I'm broke. So she still wants to follow you then, and doesn't mind that you're broke? Ha ha ha. Although Su Yang said this, he himself didn't believe it. With Luo Lin's consistent virtue, if she found out that Lu Qing was really broke, she would definitely slip away faster than anyone else. There should be no such possibility, even a bride price with me 800 million ate it, if I go bankrupt she will still follow me? If it really is like this, I would not mind taking her. The two had just finished hanging up when Yang Xia and Jian Wei rushed back from Xinhui Mansion. Brother, did you order food for us? Ha ha. Yang Xia picked up his water cup and gulped down half a cup. Ordered, but I don't know if you guys love to eat, completely based on the feeling point. As long as the boss spends money, order whatever we love to eat. Jiang Wei also along with Yang Xia, looked at Su Yang and joked. Ha ha. Of course, when you eat in the company, it's definitely brother who spends the money. Don't worry, in the future, what do you want to eat tell me in advance, brother help you order. Su Yang looked at the two quite eye-catching little pussy, the heart cannot help but slightly feverish. Then immediately thought of Lu Shui. The heart was like a blazing fire all of a sudden. There are still 30 minutes to go, it's 12 o'clock. By the way, Jiang Wei, that old man who was looking for you is still there, look at the door, there is a Maybach. Brother, I don't know him. Jiang Wei heard Su Yang's words and unconsciously glanced toward the door, then shook her head. Then he sat down on his seat. I'll go take a look. Yang Xia was a bit curious and got up and ran to the door to look. Jiang Wei, there's an old man coming out of the car, coming towards us. She had just reached the door and turned her head to greet Jiang Wei. But Jiang Wei didn't say anything, but instead directly laid down on the table and pretended to be asleep. This. Su Yang looked at the time, he was about to go home. Will you guys settle your business quickly? If you delay my and Lu Shui's birth event, you can afford this responsibility?